Chapter 439, Overpowered Strength. The angry roar of the berserk Crimson Shadow Wolf shook the very space around them. The pressure it emitted was far heavier and more powerful than before. With a light step, cracks formed on the solid ground beneath its feet, and its claws gouged deep furrows into the solid ground. The strength and sharpness of its claws shocked all who saw them without a doubt. An attack from the wolf's claws could even destroy a secret silver weapon. Even a fine gold weapon would only last a few hits. Only dark gold weapons might endure a long beating. The Crimson Shadow Wolf abruptly leaped forward and brandished its sharp claws at Shifeng guild leader. Everyone worried for Shifeng upon seeing the ferocious Crimson Shadow Wolf. The rare lord's strength had more than doubled. If a tier 1 metric ton of the same level did not activate a life-saving skill, they would most likely die from one hit. Although Shifeng had over 25,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, and his defense had significantly improved, he most likely would not last more than a few hits to the gigantic Crimson Shadow Wolf. Attacking Shifeng with its claws was no different than slapping an ant boom. The ground shattered and fist-sized gravel erupted into the surroundings. Initially, everyone had believed that it was game over. However, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's claws had actually stopped a few centimeters above Shifeng's head, and no matter how hard the rare lord tried, it could not move its claws any further. Instead, the ground beneath Shifeng's feet had begun to fracture. At this moment, doubt began to seep into the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes. Despite its increased strength, it was still useless standing at a distance. Aqua Rose and the others were similarly slack-jawed, overcome with shock. By the time they noticed it, waves of red gas had surrounded Shifeng's body. Meanwhile, the silvery gray abyssal blade in his hand had actually stopped the claws that had contained frightening power. Moreover, Shifeng had not lost even a single HP from the collision. The Crimson Shadow Wolf bellowed angrily and began a brutal assault. 1 swipe. 3 swipes. 6 swipes. However, each successive attack only caused the ground beneath Shifeng to fracture further, filling the air with dust and debris. Seeing this, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Just as the rare lord sent another subsequent attack, Shifeng finally swung his arm, slashing his sword at the incoming popping. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's body was suddenly pinned flat against a stone pillar like a picture on a wall. In addition, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the rare lord's head. Crap! Blackie shouted in surprise. A monster as tall as a 2-story building had been thrown into the stone pillar with just one hit. The watching team was stupefied. However, Shifeng was not done. Moving his feet, he instantly appeared before the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Although the rare lord tried to retaliate, Shifeng immediately launched a series of attacks striking at its 4 limbs, breaking them. Unsatisfied, Shifeng continued to wield his 2 swords, sending a storm of blades at the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Shifeng's every attack inflicted over -2,800 damage on the Crimson Shadow Wolf, whereas a double critical hit dealt over -5,700 damage, and a triple critical hit dealt over -8,500 damage. Rapidly obliterating the rare lord's HP. Shifeng's strength had suppressed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, rendering it helpless. From beginning to end, the rare lord remained pinned to the stone pillar, never falling from its high position. However, this was only the beginning. Shifeng then began to use his skills. Chop. 3 swords of light converged at a single point, striking the Crimson Shadow Wolf for 310, -6,440, -6 for 60. Although Shifeng's damage was lower than his previous use of Chop, this attack had not achieved a critical hit. After Chop, Shifeng followed up with Phantom Kill. Shifeng's doppelganger possessed 70% of his attributes. Even so, it was still extremely powerful, and each of his attacks dealt close to -2,000 damage, following which, Shifeng activated 9 Dragon Slash. 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms devoured the Crimson Shadow Wolf, each phantom dealing over -1,000 damage. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger then used Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Wind Blade, Thunder Flame Explosion, and every other damaging skill they possessed. Watching the battle unfold from a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were dumbfounded. They had even forgotten to help Shifeng attack. How was this still a battle against a level 28 rare lord? Feng was practically bullying a weak, little monster. The pitiful Crimson Shadow Wolf could do nothing but howl with pain. It could not even move its four limbs, as Feng would immediately follow up with a slash the moment it tried. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining 300,000 HP could not withstand Feng's brutal assault. Feng only needed 10 seconds to eliminate the Rare Lord's remaining 300,000 HP. Soon, Feng abruptly stopped his frenzied assault. The Crimson Shadow Wolf also stopped its tragic howling. At this moment, its blood-red eyes revealed its fear and shock as it stared at Feng as the Crimson Shadow Wolf slowly tumbled from the cracked stone pillar. Feng revealed a calm smile as he activated Divine Providence, his luck instantly increasing by 20 points. Feng then used his Surekill skill, Flame Burst. Both the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory's Shadow suddenly released a blazing, white glow, transforming into streaks of light that struck the Crimson Shadow Wolf's body. 21 for 15, minus 43,024, minus 21,389, 21 for 25. Instantly, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, Feng's attacks had left multiple scorch marks on the stone pillar behind the Rare Lord. When the Crimson Shadow Wolf died, perhaps due to Feng's 25 points in luck, the Rare Lord dropped close to 20 items, scattering them across the ground. Rare Lords dropped the same quality of items as a High Lord, maybe better, which was why players in God's domain loved to hunt them. However, as the name suggested, Rare Lords were extremely difficult to find. Upon seeing the dropped items of the Crimson Shadow Wolf, Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief as he sheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory's Shadow. Originally, Feng had not intended to use Blade Liberation. The first reason was that the skill possessed a detrimental side effect and a long cooldown. The second reason was that the skill duration was too short, lasting only 20 seconds. If Feng could not finish off his enemy within that time, it would be game over. The third reason was that, after killing the Crimson Shadow Wolf, he did not know if another enemy would appear. If he saved Blade Liberation, he could still use the skill should the need arise. However, after seeing the Crimson Shadow Wolf's transformation, Feng knew that he had no chance against it if he relied on Heavenly Dragon's power. If he could not defeat the Crimson Shadow Wolf, he wouldn't have to worry about monsters appearing after it. When Feng looked down at the Crimson Shadow Wolf's corpse on the ground, he was overcome with emotion. A twofold berserk was simply too powerful. If it had lasted slightly longer, he could definitely solo a lord. He might even be able to challenge a High Lord guild leader. Just what is that berserk skill of yours? It was amazing. You killed Berserk Lord by yourself. How are people like us even supposed to play the game with any dignity now? Blackie joked as he walked up to Feng. If we release the video of this battle, no one will believe it is real. Of course. Slamming a Berserk Lord into the wall with a single hit, who would believe that something like that is possible? Everyone nodded in agreement. They were immensely excited. It was obvious that Feng had used a Berserk skill. Only, this Berserk skill was too frightening, and not even a Berserk Rare Lord stood a chance against him. Originally, no one had paid any attention to Berserk skills. However, they had never expected that such a skill could play such a significant role during a crucial moment. At this moment, a yearning for Berserk skills grew in everyone's hearts. They all swore to gain one for themselves after returning. Alright, let's hurry up and collect the loot. We don't know what kind of danger awaits us. Feng laughed while everyone collected the loot. Blade Liberation's duration ended suddenly. Like a deflated balloon, Feng's body shrunk. His attributes fell by 80% as well. What's going on? Feng was surprised when he saw the duration of the weakened debuff. Originally, the weakened state imposed by Blade Liberation only lasted for 3 minutes. Now, however, the debuff would last for 3 whole hours. Chapter 440, Truefire Blade. Feng's sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guild leader, why do you seem smaller? Even your aura has diminished significantly. With her refined observation skills, Fire Dance instantly noticed Feng's transformation. The rest of the team was also curious. When they took a look at Feng's HP bar, they were suddenly very afraid. Feng, who had originally possessed over 8,400 HP, now had a maximum HP of 1,700. He could not even compare to a level 20 ordinary player right. No, it's nothing, just the weakened debuff I got after going berserk. Many Lord-ranked monsters deal with the same thing. I'll be fine after some time has passed, Shifeng laughed, giving it some thought. Everyone understood the logic behind the mechanic's A skill that could render a rare lord helpless. If there were no side effects to it, it would be far too overpowered. Following which, everyone finished collecting the loot scattered across the ground. The 1,000+ Wolfman warriors before had dropped a ton of items. Although it was only the loot of elite monsters, the quantity was more valuable than even the loot from a lord. Meanwhile, Shifeng stored the loot the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped. As for weakened state's extension to 3 hours, Shifeng had some idea of why this had occurred. Dragon's power significantly increased one's attributes. Coupled with Blade Liberation's sword's power, his body could not bear the fusion of the two buffs, which resulted in his extended weakened state. It seems that twofold berserk should only be used as a last resort in the future. Shifeng could only smile bitterly at his 3-hour weakened state. If nothing special happened during these 3 hours, all would be fine. However, he did not know what sort of trouble they would encounter as they moved on. With his attributes reduced by 80%, even if his original attributes were overwhelming, he would not be a match for an ordinary player. If they encountered danger, he could only helplessly watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, they were safe for now. Guild leader, the monsters here are stingier than the monsters outside. The Wolfman warriors rarely drop weapons or equipment. Moreover, the majority of the items are common rank with a small amount of bronze equipment. Blackie was already used to grinding lord-ranked monsters. Now, he could only feel contempt when he saw the loot of elite monsters. It's actually quite good. Previously, I had never carried more than 1 gold coin. Now, I pick up more than 2 gold. There are also 37 pieces of level 25 bronze equipment and over 100 common items. If we sell them, each item could fetch at least 6 or 7 silver coins. 100 pieces is worth 6 or 7 gold coins. This was the first time Flying Shadow had joined Shifeng's party on an excursion. When he saw that the money inside his bag had exceeded 3 gold, he was elated. If he grinded monsters outside of White Fog Canyon, at most he would obtain a little EXP. Very rarely would the monsters drop weapons or equipment. Even if they did, 95% of the time the items would be common. Ranked guild leader, what did that Crimson Shadow Wolf drop? Let us have a look. Aqua Rose held little interest in the loot of the Wolfman warriors. At this point, she was only interested in the loot from lords. Not bad. We have a total of 12 weapons and pieces of equipment, 1 intermediate strength potion recipe, and the rest are materials. Shifeng had just finished appraising the drops. Smiling, he said, among the 12 weapons and equipment, 5 are dark gold rank, 3 of which are weapons, 1 is cloth armor, and 1 is leather armor. The remaining 7 items are all fine gold rank. Have a look for yourselves. Saying so, Shifeng displayed the data of all the dropped weapons and equipment. Damn. This rare lord is awesome. It even dropped such top-tier weapons. Blackie immediately grew excited upon seeing dropped items. Information guild leader, are you blessed by God? Even such weapons managed to drop. Flying Shadow's eyes bulged upon seeing the weapons of the 3 dark gold weapons. 1 was a 2-handed battle axe, and 2 were short swords. Unlike the battle axe, which had a silvery gray color, the 2 short swords were blood red. There was even a spark circulating the blades of each sword, the spark resembling a fairy of fire. Truefire blade, short sword main hand, dark gold rank. Level 25, level 30. Attack power plus 376, level 25. Strength plus 29, agility plus 36, endurance plus 20. Attack speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. 25% chance to deal double damage, 15% chance to awaken flame state, ignoring all defensive and block skills, causing 220% damage. Set effect. When both main and sub Truefire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain Truefire dance skill. Strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 40%, attack speed increased by 60%, and damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Truefire Blade, Short Sword Subhand, Dark Gold rank. Level 25, Level 30. Attack Power plus 352, Level 25. Strength plus 25, Agility plus 40, Endurance plus 21. Attack Speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. When attacking, 20% chance to activate Swift State, increasing user's attack speed by 30% for 6 seconds. 10% chance to activate Flame Guard, absorbing 1000 damage. Set effect. When both main and sub Truefire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain Truefire Dance skill. Strength increased by 30%, agility increased by 40%, attack speed increased by 60%, and damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Level 25 weapons were extremely rare in God's domain currently. Equipping a level 25 fine gold weapon was already incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, the Truefire blades were both dark gold rank, and they were a set in God's domain. Sets of weapons or equipment were usually half a rank higher than their stated rank. As a dark gold set weapon, the Truefire blades were the best quality weapons below epic rank. Moreover, the set effect of the Truefire blades as intensely powerful, they did not seem the slightest bit inferior to epic weapons. The short swords only had somewhat weaker basic attributes. Although swordsmen, rangers, and assassins can use the Truefire blades, these short swords are most suited for assassins. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, the two of you will roll for them, then. In truth, even Shurfeng was surprised that the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped such top-tier short swords. One was lucky if even one Truefire blade dropped. Now, the Rare Lord had dropped both of the set weapons. Sure enough, the 25 points of luck was incredible. After Shurfeng said so, Flying Shadow shook his head, saying, "Guild leader, forget about me. Let Sister Fire Dance have the Truefire blades." Although the Truefire blades were very attractive, he knew that he was not worthy of them. Moreover, he had done almost nothing during the battle with the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Such weapons were only suited to the number 1 assassin of Zero Wing. Only in Fire Dance could wield these weapons to their full potential. The party had killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, resulting in these items dropping. If more than one player can use them, we will roll. Don't be shy. They're just dark gold weapons, Shurfeng laughed, having long since understood Flying Shadow's personality. There is also a leather armor shirt among the dark gold equipment. The winner gets the weapons, while the loser gets the shirt. Guild leader has already told us to roll. Let's just do it, Fire Dance said as she chose to roll. After a moment of hesitation, Flying Shadow decided to roll as well. In the end, Fire Dance rolled a 91, while Flying Shadow rolled an 86. The system automatically distributed the Truefire blades to Fire Dance, whereas the level 25 dark gold ranked leather shirt went to Flying Shadow. After equipping the Truefire blades, Fire Dance's combat power abruptly soared. Moreover, the streams of light on the Truefire blades further enhanced her beauty. At this moment, Fire Dance looked like an elf standing in fire black. He successfully rolled for the level 25 dark gold cloth armor, while Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud both obtained a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. Shurfeng gained 2 pieces of level 25 fine gold plate armor. One was a pair of gauntlets, while the other was a set of leg guards. Now, the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment. After happily distributing the equipment, everyone returned to their search for the exit. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, Shurfeng's party had made a full circle around the land of the Fallen Star. Although they had not encountered a single monster, they had mined plenty of starfire ore, over 1,000 pieces in total. Just as Shurfeng began to grumble about the exit's mysterious location, the system suddenly announced an emergency notification. Before Shurfeng could react, he was thrown out of God's domain. Moreover, Shurfeng had not been the only one. Aqua Rose and the others had also been expelled from the game. Chapter 441, Second Evolution. When the system had expelled the Zero Wing party from God's domain, Feng had been automatically sent into his sleep space. He had not completely logged out and could still browse the internet. He could also communicate with his friends, calling out his system friends list. Feng discovered that every one of his friends was in a leave state, not in God's domain. They were all in their respective sleep spaces. Nobody's on God's domain? What's going on here? Feng was puzzled, as this was the first time he had encountered something like this. He had been kicked out of the game before he had a chance to read the emergency notification. Now, he couldn't log into God's domain and could not contact anyone to ask about the previous notification, following which, Feng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, hoping to gather some information. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others were in a similar situation. The system had logged them out of the game upon receiving the notification as well. I guess I can only check the official forums. Feng sighed normally. Crucial information was not available on the official forums. However, something big must have happened in God's domain if they had been forcefully expelled from the game. Sure enough, after logging into the official forums, he discovered that everyone was having a heated discussion over their expulsion for some reason. However, everyone else had received their notification 2 hours ago, whereas Feng's party had only received theirs a few seconds before the main God system started logging players out of the game 2 hours ago. Wasn't that around the time I killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf? Feng calculated the time, and it matched almost perfectly. Did killing the Shadow Wolf cause the main God system to start the second evolution of God's domain? Giving it some thought, Feng felt that it was highly possible. Previously, when his party had entered into the land of the Fallen Star, they just happened to activate the free combat system. It was likely that the main God system had used their party as an experiment. After seeing that they had easily defeated the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf, the main God system must have decided to initiate the second evolution of God's domain. Considering the situation, Feng really did not know how to express the emotions running through his heart now that God's domain began the process of the second system upgrade. Players would have to wait until the next day to log in. Many players on the forums had expressed their frustration with the new system upgrade. After the system underwent its first upgrade, the system gave its players a true taste of combat. The overall difficulty of the game had made a massive leap, affecting adventuring, grinding, and leveling for those in God's domain. Yet, just a short time after the first upgrade, the second system upgrade had already begun. After this upgrade, the difficulty of the game might shock most players. This upgrade also gave Feng a headache. The second evolution of God's domain had occurred too quickly. Based on the original timeline, it shouldn't have happened for another several months. He was not prepared for it right now. Indeed, just as he had guessed, after the second system upgrade, the free combat system would be introduced into the game. In future battles, the requirement of a player's control over their skills would become extremely demanding, and mistakes might very well lead to friendly fire. It was especially true for AoE skills. After the second evolution of God's domain, rather than dying at the hands of monsters, many players would send themselves to the graveyards with their own abilities. Due to this, many players would act conservatively when fighting in groups long after the upgrade. In addition, after the second evolution, the difficulty of dungeons had also significantly increased. However, although the second evolution had made the game more challenging and realistic, the system upgrade had also added a benefit for players, and that was the improvement to skill proficiency. After the second evolution, the combat style of players also undergone a major transformation. Players no longer needed to chant incantations or shout the name of their skills to use them. No, players would activate their skills with movement. Every skill possessed a standard set of movements. As long as players performed the corresponding movements, they could activate their desired skills. After the second evolution, players were no longer required to damage a monster with their skills to raise skill proficiency. Now, when players achieved a 50% completion rate with skills, they would gain 1 point to their skill proficiency. In addition, the awarded skill proficiency would increase with the percentage of their completion rate. That way, even if players fought monsters of the same level or 2 or 3 levels lower, they could still improve their skill proficiency. As players gained skill proficiency, their skill levels would also grow. With high-leveled skills, players would have a much easier time killing monsters. Players would undoubtedly find it challenging to adapt to such a combat style in the beginning. After adapting to the free combat system, however, players would discover that the new style allowed them to display more of their combat power. However, it would not be easy for players to adapt to this realistic combat style. Normally, one had to undergo a long period of special training to familiarize themselves with their skills. If one were not up to snuff, the skill's power would suffer. I need to hurry with the training center. Shifeng sighed softly. Shortly after the second evolution of God's domain, the training centers and martial arts dojos, which were currently declining, would become instantly popular. Having some time, Shifeng browsed the God's domain news. Other than news regarding Star Moon Kingdom, Shifeng also looked up information on the several surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. None of the empires in God's domain were to be underestimated. The competition within an empire was far more intense than the competition in a kingdom. A kingdom such as Star Moon only had around 4 or 5 competing first-rate guilds at the moment. Some smaller kingdoms might only have 1 or 2 first-rate guilds. However, empires were different. Not only did they govern massive areas, but there were also far more resident players. They also had an abundance of resources. The number of first-rate guilds residing in an empire was not something a single kingdom could compare with. Statistically, there were at least 7 first-rate guilds in an empire. There were also many second-rate guilds that rose to become first-rate guilds due to the investments of major corporations in the past. There had been a total of 9 first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The empire was many times stronger than the neighboring Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, if Shifeng wanted to carve a place for himself in God's domain, dominating Star Moon Kingdom would not be nearly good enough. After a casual glance at today's God's domain news, Shifeng felt an immense weight on his shoulders. Zero Wing had only obtained its guild residence after much difficulty, yet several first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had already established their own guild residences. In terms of development speed, these guilds were not far behind Zero Wing. Aside from these guilds establishing their own guild residences, the various large guilds had also begun purchasing prime real estate in multiple cities. These purchases included auction houses, virtual trading centers, banks, high-class restaurants, and the like. In the future, they would become a guild's main source of income. After God's domain had spent a few years developing, the world had considered it a second home for mankind. Most people around the world spent close to half their days in God's domain. Moreover, time passed slower inside God's domain than in the real world. 1 hour in reality equaled 2 hours in God's domain. Based on the amount of time one experienced, people's lives in God's domain might be even longer than their lives in the real world. In the setting of God's domain, NPC cities and player-established cities were different. If players lived in NPC cities, they would never have to fear becoming embroiled in the struggles between major powers. Player-established cities, on the other hand, could be destroyed. Hence, this had resulted in the real estate in NPC cities becoming extremely valuable. Nothing was more valuable than the real estate in NPC cities. The more Shifeng read this information, the more he realized the necessity of earning a large number of gold coins. Otherwise, how could he compete with these well-funded first-rate guilds? Inadvertently, Shifeng had spent over half a day researching the various large guilds in God's domain. Suddenly, as he exited the virtual gaming cabin, his doorbell rang. Chapter 442, New Style of Combat. Shifeng was somewhat surprised when he heard his doorbell ring. He had only recently moved into this new apartment, so not many people knew where he lived. Normally, Blackie and the others would only contact him by calling, not hunting him down so early in the morning. Who is it? Shifeng wondered as he tapped his quantum watch to display the view outside his door. Taking a close look, Shifeng jumped with fright when he saw who it was. The person currently standing outside his door was none other than the female class monitor, Zhao Ruoxi. She currently wore sportswear, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She radiated a youthful aura and looked absolutely mesmerizing. Why is she here? Shifeng recalled that Zhao Ruoxi's birthday was next month. Even if she had come to deliver an invitation, wasn't it a little too early? However, since she had already arrived, Shifeng could not pretend he wasn't home. Helpless, he quickly tidied himself up and went to the door. As soon as Shifeng opened the door, Zhao Ruoxi's almond eyes widened. With a concerned gaze, she asked, "Shifeng, did you really agree with Uncle Xiao to participate in a match? Hearing Zhao Ruoxi's question, Shi Feng understood the gist of the situation. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu were strongly connected to the Zhao family. How could the Zhaos not have heard of such a dramatic incident at the Big Dipper training center? Yeah, I agreed to an exhibition match. Shi Feng nodded. You really are laid back. Do you even know who your opponent is? Zhao Ruoxi sighed helplessly as she examined Shi Feng's leisurely appearance. No, I don't. However, Big Dipper will contact me about it ahead of time, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Do you even know how to be nervous? Zhao Ruoxi grumbled. Shi Feng's behavior left her speechless. A fighting competition was not a small matter. It was especially true for this match. To recover from its decline, Big Dipper has attempted to invite many well-known fighters to participate in this match. There are even martial arts masters among them. Even though Big Dipper has offered an impressive appearance fee, they all have their own itinerary, none of them have the time. That's especially the case for the high-ranked martial arts experts. Originally, your opponent was supposed to be last year's champion of Jianghu City's fighting competition, but... What's wrong? Shi Feng asked, suddenly curious. Shi Feng had some memory of Fang Qinghua, last year's champion of Jianghu City's fighting tournament. The man had participated in a provincial-level competition and earned a relatively impressive rank. He had become famous throughout Jianghu City. However, Shi Feng doubted that he would lose to Fang Qinghua. After all, there was a fundamental difference between those who knew internal force and those who did not. Furthermore, Shi Feng's current physique was better than ever, but your opponent was suddenly changed because someone had defeated Fang Qinghua. That someone is now your opponent. I heard that when he fought Fang Qinghua was defeated with a single punch. If it had been a normal defeat, that would not have mattered. However, when that person sent out his final punch, he had used internal force. He has even expressed great interest in becoming the head instructor at the Big Dipper Training Center, hence why he wanted to replace Fang Qinghua in this match with you. Although Zhao Ruoxi knew Shi Feng was proficient with internal force, the opponent was similarly an internal force expert. Moreover, the other party was very powerful. If the two really fought each other, no one knew what kind of result to expect. An internal force expert, huh? Interest suddenly sparked within Shi Feng. Internal force experts were not cabbages easily found in the streets. Even after a decade, such experts were extremely hard to find. Shi Feng had only mastered internal force due to luck, and he had never fought another internal force expert in the real world. However, before this, Shi Feng had never heard of there being an internal force expert in Jianghu City, let alone an internal force expert at the Big Dipper Training Center. In the past, there was no head instructor at Big Dipper. However, such a person had suddenly appeared. It was truly unexpected. Is history changing because of my reincarnation? Shi Feng pondered slightly. When he thought about the changes in God's domain, his certainty grew. After Zhao Ruoxi lectured Shi Feng for some time, she had noticed that her classmate did not seem particularly concerned about his opponent. Hence, she intensified her lecturing, hoping to dissuade Shi Feng from participating in the competition. A match between internal force experts was no laughing matter. One mistake could lead to serious injuries and could possibly have future repercussions. Shi Feng was an internal force expert, his future prospects were boundless. There was no need to risk his life for the position of Big Dipper's head instructor. In the end, however, Shi Feng refused Zhao Ruoxi's kind suggestions. He wasn't just doing it to become Big Dipper's head instructor. For the most part, he was doing this for Zero Wing's future development. The 5 virtual gaming cabins and the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids were too important to Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could nurture more experts, Shi Feng would not have to exhaust himself running left and right for the guild. He could focus on his own desires, following which, Shi Feng chatted with Zhao Ruoxi for some time. After Zhao Ruoxi left, Shi Feng started his daily training. Ever since he came into possession of a virtual gaming cabin, Shi Feng's training yielded far better results. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his mind had also become more active. If he could pair these effects with S-rank nutrient fluids, he might improve further in these areas without him realizing it. A day had passed. At 8 p.m., the system upgrade of God's domain was completed. When Shi Feng entered God's domain, his virtual body felt particularly loose. His 5 senses had also grown sharper. Guild leader, I can't use any of my skills, Flying Shadow exclaimed. Initially, he had intended to rush off to investigate what had changed with the system upgrade. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Nothing wrong here, Blackie said as he shot a dark arrow at a distant stone pillar, but after his spell struck the stone pillar, Blackie frowned. That's weird. That wasn't where I had aimed for. Everyone became flustered shortly after logging back into the game. Melee classes could not use any of their skills, whereas mages' skills had weakened and become less accurate. Shifeng did not immediately reveal the reason for this situation. Instead, he conducted a few experiments unsheathing the abyssal blade. Shifeng swung the sword, his actions resembling the movements one would use when activating chop, following which, a blade of light shot forward, slicing apart the stone pillar ahead of him just as I thought. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his attack. He could feel his improved control over his body. As for using only movement to activate skills, he was not the slightest bit surprised by it. On the contrary, he adapted to the change smoothly, following which, he used Earth Splitter, Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, and most of his other skills, Stupefying Aqua Rose and the other observers. Guild leader, how did you do that? Fire Dance had already tried to use her skills many times. However, regardless of whether she shouted or chanted the name of her skills silently, nothing worked. How was an assassin without skills supposed to kill monsters? Yeah, let us in on the secret, Guild leader. Flying Shadow was equally anxious. It's very simple. After this evolution of God's domain, you no longer activate skills with speech or incantation. Now, you have to perform the proper movements to use your skills. Go ahead and give it a try. In the skill menu, there are clips of the movements relating to the skills. Shifeng could not help but smile when he saw anticipation filling everyone's eyes. In reality, even if he had not revealed the change, everyone would have discovered it for themselves after some time. It was especially true for the players who had frequently changed their skill menus. There had not originally been video tutorials to explain how to use a skill in the skill menu. Now, however, there were. The videos were specifically meant to serve as a standard for players, teaching them how to use their skills more efficiently. After listening to Shifeng's explanation, everyone began their own experiments. In such a way, Shifeng's party of 6 tested the new mechanics as they searched for an exit in the land of the fallen star. While Shifeng's group explored, they were unaware that players throughout God's domain had descended into madness. Chapter 443, Completion Rate. After God's domain's second evolution, skill use demanded far more of players. Even experts needed a relatively long period to adapt to this new system. As Shifeng's party searched for the exit in the land of the fallen star, battles against the cavern's inhabitants were unavoidable. Fortunately, Shifeng did not have to endure this adaptation process like everyone else. Activating most of his skills was second nature to him. He had no problems dealing with a few elites and special elites. As for Aqua Rose and the others, they used these monsters to practice. It was especially true for melee classes like Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Currently, they each faced a level 27 elite-ranked Wolfman warrior, both of them activating their skills continuously as they fought. Fire Dance brandished the Truefire blades, drawing a red arc that cut across the Wolfman warrior's body. A flower of blood bloomed, and immediately, a damage of -2,749 appeared above the elite monster's head. However, to the Wolfman warrior, which possessed 42,000 HP, this damage was nothing. System eviscerate completion rate 56%, resulting in 69% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +1. Glancing at the combat notification window, Fire Dance frowned, feeling unsatisfied with her completion rate. The Wolfman warrior bellowed angrily. Lifting its war hammer, it slammed the weapon down on the assassin before it. Turning her feet slightly, Fire Dance easily evaded the war hammer. Reversing the grip on one of the Truefire blades, she spun around and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back, her movements as smooth as flowing water. Backstab. -2,523. AO, the Wolfman warrior howled with pain. System backstab completion rate 69%, resulting in 83% of skills effect. Skill proficiency plus 2 Fire Dance was far more proficient with backstab's movements than she was with eviscerates, the completion rate of the skill reaching a whole new level. However, Fire Dance was still unsatisfied. If this were the past, even without weapons such as the Truefire blades, she could easily dish out such high damage after practicing a few times on the Wolfman warriors. Fire Dance understood how difficult it would be to adapt to the new combat system. There were simply too many variables. The might of a player's skill depended on the player's completion rate. It was nothing like the previous system, where players could display 100% of the skill's effect with every use. Now, however, that was not possible. If one did not perform the skill's movements appropriately, the damage would be negligible. Moreover, it was even more difficult to move successfully during battle. Overall, combat was now 3 times as difficult as it had been. Fire Dance had previously been able to solo 1 or 2 special elites, and she even considered challenging a chieftain. Now, however, a special elite was too strong for her, much less a chieftain. Elsewhere, Flying Shadow was also sporting a serious frown. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became. After some effort, Fire Dance had managed to raise her completion rate past 50%. Her backstab had even reached a 70% completion rate. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, could only achieve 50% with backstab, one of the simplest skills he possessed, and he had just barely earned the 1 skill proficiency point for the skill. As for his other skills, their completion rates were all below 50% compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. After spending some time practicing, the mages of the party could achieve relatively high completion rates. They had all reached 60% or higher with their skills. However, this was because the two had different methods of activation. When mages used a skill, they chanted incantations and traced runes. Some skills only needed a few hand gestures and simple incantations, so they were relatively easy to cast. Only, their current casting time was much longer than it had been. It was especially true for advanced spells. While everyone practiced their skills, Shifeng, who stood ahead of the party, conducted a massacre faced with dozens of Wolfman warriors. Shifeng dashed forward and activated Thundering Flash. 1 arc. 2 arcs. 3 arcs. A total of 5 arcs of blue lightning tore through the elite monsters, a series of frightening damages appearing above their heads. Instantly, the dozens of Wolfman warriors lost close to half their HP. Some that had received critical hits fell to critical lows. In addition, due to the damage amplification debuff of Thundering Flash, they would receive an additional 30% damage from future attacks, and yet, the damages were nothing compared to Thundering Flash's completion rate system. Thundering Flash completion rate 83%, resulting in 97% of skills effect. Skill proficiency plus 3. Immediately after his attack, Shifeng leaped into the air. As he raised the abyssal blade high, the power of lightning and fire emerged from the sword. He then slammed the weapon down towards the gathering of Wolfman warriors. Boom! All of the warriors within an area of 10 by 10 yards fell into a fainted state instantly and received over -7,000 damage. Those that had received a critical hit suffered over -14,000 damage. The Wolfman warriors with low HPs crumbled. System, Thunder Flame Explosion completion rate 74%, resulting in 89% of skills effect. Skill proficiency plus 2. The moment Shifeng landed, he followed up with Chop, striking 3 Wolfman warriors and dealing over -2,800 damage to each. System, Chop completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skills effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 inches. Just a moment, Shifeng had exterminated dozens of Wolfmen standing at a distance. Aqua Rose and the others were tongue-tied after watching Shifeng's battle. Every member of the party had personally experienced how difficult it was to achieve a high skill completion rate. However, when they saw Shifeng's success, they felt nothing but shock. As for Shifeng's feat of killing dozens of Wolfman warriors, none of them really had anything to say about it. The Wolfman warriors were merely elite monsters. Everyone present could easily destroy them. Although they had trouble using their skills, their basic attacks were still very powerful thanks to their equipment. Dealing with these elites was only a matter of time. The reason for their shock was Shifeng's ability to reach a completion rate above 80%, yet after training arduously for the past 4 hours or so, they had only achieved above 50%. Moreover, even when using Thunder Flame Explosion, the skill Shifeng was least proficient with, he could perform a completion rate above 70%. However, this was still not the most noteworthy aspect. Shifeng's casual use and chaining of his skills were what impressed them the most. How could they not be shocked? Guild leader, can't you just teach us how we can improve our skill completion rates? Aqua Rose envied and admired Shifeng's super high completion rate. That's right. It's not like we're demanding much. I will be satisfied if I can reach a 70% completion rate. Blackie's completion rate had given him a headache in the beginning. Their completion rates had improved relatively quickly. Within half an hour, they had managed to achieve 50%. However, it had taken them over 3 hours to rise from 50% to 60%. Moreover, it only became more challenging to raise their completion rates the higher they went. By now, their completion rates had basically plateaued. At around 60%, they could only display roughly 60% to 70% of their skill's potential. If they could stabilize their completion rates at 70%, they could almost display their previous strength. Only when a skill achieved an 85% completion rate could it manifest 100% of its effects. If the completion rate could rise past 85%, then the skill's effect would exceed 100%. If they could raise the completion rate of all of their skills past 85%, the combat power would surpass their previous selves. Everyone eagerly looked forward to such a day. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to overcome the challenge of the new system. Do you guys really wish to know how to improve your completion rates quickly? Shifeng asked after tidying up the loot. He could not help but laugh as he looked towards his party members. Chapter 444, Path of an Expert. Aqua Rose and the rest of the Zero Wing party nodded passionately in response to Shifeng's question. If they could quickly raise their skill completion rates, their strength would also rise to the next level. Naturally, this was the goal. It's really simple, actually. Think more, train more, Shifeng said frankly. Think more, train more. The team rolled their eyes at their guild leader. They had been doing exactly that all this time. However, they had almost reached their limit. That's right. Think more, train more. There's no other way. In God's domain, every skill movement has its own purpose. First, figure out why such movements are required, then carry them out. You guys have been trying to draw a tiger by looking at a cat. You cannot improve if all you're doing is mimicking the tutorial videos. Shifeng was aware of the enthusiasm filling his companions' hearts. However, one could not become more proficient overnight. After the second evolution of God's domain, players would experience a slump for a relatively long period. Experts were no exception. Many players struggled with the sudden weakness, falling from glory. However, it was precisely because of God's domain's second evolution that the difference between ordinary players and experts had become more distinct. Previously, a player's strength relied on their equipment and techniques. After the second evolution, however, a player's strength mainly relied on their skill completion rates. With this new system, one could immediately tell whether a player was a dragon or a worm. Ordinary players' skill completion rates usually ranged between 50% and 60%, and players at this standard were considered beginners. Players with 61% to 70% completion rates were elites. Meanwhile, those who achieved 71% to 80% were experts, and 80% to 90% was the domain of top-tier experts. Players who could reach completion rates above 90% were as rare as a phoenix's feather. In the past, Shifeng's best record had been 87%. Although he was only 3% away from surpassing a top-tier expert, it was the difference between heaven and earth. The fact that Fire Dance and the others could achieve such results with just a few hours of practice was already impressive. After the second evolution of God's domain, many players had not dared to solo monsters. Many players had spent several days practicing their skills just to reach a 50% completion rate. Only players who had achieved a 50% skill completion rate were strong enough to solo. Otherwise, with inadequate completion rates, their damage was negligible. In addition, a majority of the players in God's domain relied on their skills to kill monsters. Hence, without sufficient completion rates, players would only find death if they grinded alone. Contemplate the importance of the required movements. Fire Dance pondered, must I do that to manifest the techniques of the skill? Fire Dance recalled her previous uses of backstab in battle in the past. She would always think of ways to strike her opponent from behind, never considering how she could use backstab more efficiently. However, in the tutorial video of backstab, the player would first dodge the opponent's attack, reverse the grip on his weapon, then circle behind the opponent with a spin and stab his weapon into his opponent's back. The entire process was smooth and efficient, and was much faster, more vicious, and more difficult to dodge than her previous attack method. Thinking up to this point, Fire Dance searched impatiently for another Wolfman warrior to experiment on. This time, however, Fire Dance did not enter stealth. Instead, she waltzed up to the elite monster. When the Wolfman warrior noticed Fire Dance, it howled and slashed its great sword at the assassin. Fire Dance did not immediately try to dodge the oncoming attack. Instead, she waited until the Wolfman warrior's greatsword reached its maximum speed before moving. Fire Dance took a step forward before sidestepping, dodging the greatsword at the last possible moment. Reversing her grip on the Truefire blade, she then spun and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back. Due to her body's rotational power, the radiant sword's speed had increased. Even Sherfong could not avoid such a fast attack, much less the Wolfman warrior Hua. The Truefire blade pierced the Wolfman warrior's back, a damage of -2,736 appearing above its head system, backstab completion rate 76%, resulting in 90% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency +2. Fire Dance's eyes shone upon seeing this system notification. As if she had found a path through the darkness, her confidence suddenly skyrocketed. Hence, she continued practicing backstab on the Wolfman warrior. When the skill's cooldown finished, she would begin again. In the end, the poor Wolfman warrior died after Fire Dance toyed with it for 5 minutes. Sister Fire Dance is amazing. That last one even reached 78%. Flying Shadow's admiration intensified when he saw the final backstab Fire Dance had used on the Wolfman warrior. After watching Fire Dance's performance, as if realization had dawned upon them, everyone hunted down their own targets to practice with. Meanwhile, Sherfong continued to search for the exit in silence, not bothering to comment. Excessive guidance would lead to Fire Dance and the others to believe that his way was the only way. However, everyone had their own paths and unique fighting habits. Different habits and body types would lead to different skill techniques. If they followed him blindly, although they could improve massively in a short time, it would be detrimental to their future development. Thus, he wanted them to figure things out for themselves. In the past, Sherfong had tried mimicking other experts, copying their every move in the hopes of improving his technique. Unfortunately, nobody had warned him about his actions' downsides. Although his strength had soared in a short time, in the end, he had been stuck as a top-tier expert. No matter what he did, he could not overcome that final hurdle. In the past, he had never been able to use void steps. However, after reincarnating, Sherfong discovered that only the path that suited him most was the best path. He was not other people, so how could he achieve any results if he followed a path meant for someone else? In the end, this revelation had allowed him to master void steps in this life, becoming significantly stronger. However, learning void steps was nothing more than the first step away from mimicry. He still had a long way to go and many aspects to explore before he could forge his own way. For a time, the land of the Fallen Star became a testing ground for Sherfong and his party members. Without realizing it, they had spent over 7 hours in the land of the Fallen Star, and during this period, they had killed numerous level 27 elite-ranked Wolfman warriors. Everyone's skill completion rates had constantly improved during this time. Although they could not consistently achieve 70%, they could still manage above 60%. The party had also mined over 1,300 pieces of Starfire ore, their mining far more efficient than when they were outside this crystal cavern. Now, they had accumulated over 20,000 pieces of Starfire ore. Such a large stock of Starfire ore was worth over 200 gold. Once Shifeng refined the ore into starfire essence using the Philosopher's Stone, the total value would be over 800 gold even for first-rate guilds. 800 gold was a massive sum of money. If they obtained several hundred more gold, they could purchase relatively valuable real estate. If used for forging, the value of the starfire essences would rise by several folds. The thought alone excited Shifeng guild leader. I've discovered a hidden door, Fire Dance suddenly reported. Chapter 445, Golden Stone Tablet. Silver flames engulfed a stone pillar. Everything within 10 yards of this flame had been incinerated, transformed into a field of white ash. Guild leader, the hidden door is inside this flame, Fire Dance said as she pointed towards the silver fire. Just before Shifeng moved closer to have a better look, Fire Dance held him back, saying, Guild leader, be careful. The silver fire is extremely hot. When I stepped into that scorched region, I immediately lost 2000 HP. Such high flame damage. Although Shifeng could tell that the silver flame was something extraordinary, he had not expected it to be so powerful. If it could deal -2000 damage to players every second, he would take significant damage even with his 70 points in fire resistance. Even he would die if he occupied the region too long. Violet, heal me. I'll go in and take a closer look. After giving the order, Shifeng entered the silver flame's effective area. Suddenly, a damage close to -500 points appeared above Shifeng's head. Hot. Shifeng felt as if he had dipped his feet into a hot spring the moment his boots touched the grey-white land. He was even wearing the flame boots, which lowered the temperature his feet felt. If he had equipped some other shoes, he would probably have had to skip and hop constantly while inside this scorched region. Following which, Shifeng approached the burning stone pillar. The closer he got to the stone pillar, the higher the temperature became. Similarly, the damage he received also increased. When Shifeng was roughly 2 yards from the pillar, he lost over 1000 HP every second. Even though Shifeng had long since recovered from his weakened state, his HP returning to over 8400, he would only last 9 seconds at most. Fortunately, he had a powerful healer, Violet Cloud, supporting him. After Violet Cloud cast a sacred shield on him, he could just barely cope with the high duty. Sure enough, there's a hidden door here. Shifeng noticed that there was a tightly shut door on the burning stone pillar. There was also a blue chain not far from the door. Shifeng grabbed the blue chain, searching for a connection with the door. However, the instant he touched the chain, Shifeng suddenly felt a chill wash over him. The fire damage he received suddenly reduced from over -1000 damage to just around -600 damage. This chain really is special. I wonder what it is made of. It could be useful if I could find a way to take it. Shifeng examined the blue chain, sorely tempted. If he could claim this chain, raiding flame-type dungeons or facing fire-type bosses would become much easier. Just holding the chain increased his fire resistance by at least 40 to 50 points. It was even more impressive than an intermediate fire resistance potion. Moreover, the latter only had a duration of 1 hour, whereas one only needed to hold the former to gain the buff. Just how much money could he save on fire resistance potions? As Shifeng pulled the blue chain, the stone door in the middle of the massive pillar opened slowly. A dark passage with zero visibility lay beyond the threshold. After the stone door opened, the silver flames diminished gradually until they had been extinguished. Shortly after, the scorched earth also began to cool, allowing players to traverse through the region freely. Guild leader, you're amazing. Your fire resistance is so high. No one else could reach and open the door, even if they knew about it. Blackie laughed. Although they had obtained a bounty from this land of the fallen star, it would mean nothing if they could not find their way out. Let's go. Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow as he crossed the threshold cautiously. The passage beyond the stone door was cramped, and engravings of ancient texts and drawings decorated the walls on either side. From the looks of them, these texts and drawings seemed to originate from an ancient era, and not even Shifeng, someone who was very familiar with God's domain, recognized them. The passage allowed, at most, 3 people to walk abreast, so it would be extremely challenging to coordinate their attacks. Fortunately, the party did not encounter a single monster along their entire journey. After wandering down the passage for over half an hour, the party arrived at a towering altar. Massive statues of wolf-headed men guarded each side of the altar, and the silver flame dancing on the altar was the same flame Shifeng and the others had seen outside the stone door. A short distance to the right of the altar, there was a teleportation magic array. A stone tablet emitting a golden glow sat to the left of the altar. Divine runes and drawings covered the tablet, and one could tell with a glance that the tablet was something extraordinary. As the team walked up to the altar, they suddenly felt an extraordinary pressure weighing down on them. It felt as if someone pummeled them repeatedly with a sledgehammer. Guild leader, look, over there, Blackie said as he pointed at the space above the altar, goosebumps covering his skin. Everyone shifted their gaze to where Blackie pointed. A figure hovered above the altar, but due to the poor lighting around the altar, they could not see it clearly. However, they could feel an intense threat of death emanating from this figure. Shifeng could not get a clear view of that figure either. However, he could feel this figure looking down at them. Shifeng then activated omniscient eyes and observed the figure. The results were shocking. Anubis's gatekeeper, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 10,000/10,000,000. Great Lord? Shifeng muttered. Others might not realize how powerful a Great Lord was in God's domain, but Shifeng knew full well what one was capable of. Their party of 6 would not even be enough to fill the gaps between this gatekeeper's teeth. It was especially true for such field Great Lords. Although their HPs were far lower than Great Lords in dungeons, field Great Lords were more powerful. Even a team of several thousand level 30 players would be no more than cannon fodder before this gatekeeper. He won't attack us, right? Aqua Rose asked, feeling somewhat nervous as she watched Anubis's gatekeeper. Aqua Rose wasn't the only one nervous. Even Shifeng struggled to keep his cool. Hopefully not, Shifeng said. Uncertainty. However, since he hasn't moved since we've arrived, let's not take any risks. If Anubis's gatekeeper took the initiative to attack, even Shifeng would be helpless against it. They could only try to escape. They would only throw away their lives if they tried to confront it. Attempting to find some trick against it would also be suicidal. Powerhouses such as Great Lords wouldn't afford players such a chance. According to the tiers of God's domain, a Great Lord was the equivalent of a Tier 3 class. A Tier 3 class was as powerful as the City Lord of an ordinary city. After Shifeng and the others silently examined the area, they faintly understood their situation. That gatekeeper should be a monster tasked with guarding the golden stone tablet. So long as we don't touch that thing, the gatekeeper won't attack us. Shifeng had experimented with the gatekeeper. When he approached the golden stone tablet, the gatekeeper's killing intent would intensify. As for the teleportation array on the other side, the gatekeeper had not reacted when he had approached it. Aqua, you guys activate the teleportation array. After some thought, Shifeng said, I'll grab that tablet. Guild leader, that's a Great Lord. Fire Dance said, horrified. Although none of them had ever seen a Great Lord in action, they could tell that, compared to this Great Lord, the Crimson Shadow Wolf they had previously faced was a joke. If Shifeng really tried to steal the golden stone tablet, he might die in an instant. Chapter 446, Silver Flame. Everyone promptly agreed with Fire Dance's opposition. They acknowledged that Shifeng possessed frightening combat power. He was so powerful that he even suppressed the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf in a direct confrontation. They, too, had previously thought Shifeng might be able to oppress even a Great Lord by force, and that by the time they arrived at the ruined shrine in White Fog Canyon's core, they would have a chance of defeating the level 25 Great Lord there. After all, a Great Lord's loot was simply too tempting. It was especially true for a level 25 Great Lord, as the level 25 equipment it dropped was precisely what the core strength of the various guilds needed right now. If they could obtain an epic item, both the guild strength and morale would improve significantly. However, now that they stood before Anubis's gatekeeper, they suddenly felt very teeny. A Great Lord and a High Lord were from different worlds entirely. Escaping a Great Lord's wrath would be a miracle, much less defeating it. Admittedly, a treasure hidden behind a Great Lord would be precious. However, if Shifeng tried to snatch the golden stone tablet, there was more than a 99% chance that he would be throwing his life away. This was simply not a worthwhile trade-off. Moreover, heavens knew if the teleportation array would still work after Shifeng stole the stone tablet. On the off chance that it didn't work, they would all die here. Guild leader, why don't we come back after we've grown stronger? It's not worth risking your life for an unknown treasure. Aqua Rose advised. You guys leave first. I'll try it by myself. If it really isn't possible, then we'll come back in the future, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although what Aqua Rose had said was logical, none of them knew the significance of the golden stone tablet under a great lord's protection. In his decade of adventuring in God's domain, the treasures he encountered that had been guarded by great lords were at least epic rank. Obtaining an epic item was definitely worth dying once. If he came back for it in the future, there was a possibility of someone else claiming the golden stone tablet. After all, the land of the fallen star was not particularly hidden. When everyone heard Shifeng's determination, they had no choice but to obediently head towards the teleportation array and prepare to leave the land of the fallen star. However, just as Aqua Rose was about to activate the teleportation array, her hands suddenly froze as cold sweat began to drip down her forehead. Even the others at the teleportation array with her wore grim expressions. It was as if they were preparing to welcome a great enemy. That cold and intense killing intent felt like they had been dunked in ice-cold water, and they suddenly struggled to breathe. Guild leader, if we activate the teleportation array, the gatekeeper will attack, Fire Dance whispered as she glanced at Anubis's gatekeeper hovering in the air. We really have no options. Shifeng laughed bitterly. He currently had omniscient eyes active, so he felt the gatekeeper's chilling gaze as well. As soon as Aqua Rose activated the teleportation array, Anubis's gatekeeper would strike. It usually took close to 20 seconds to activate a teleportation array. If the person activating the array moved during this period, it would automatically shut down 20 seconds. That was enough time for a level 30 Great Lord to kill hundreds of players, much less a measly party of 6. As this place was unique, they could not use return scrolls to leave, either. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they needed to survive the gatekeeper for 20 seconds. Either that, or they could level here until they died, or simply die now and lose some EXP, skill proficiency, and a piece of equipment. If they did not wish to lose any equipment, they could remove everything they currently wore. That way, none of their equipment would drop. At worst, there was an extremely small chance of an item dropping from their bags. It looks like I can only give it a try. No matter how Shifeng considered the situation, he could not think of a decent solution. He was also unable to utilize the terrain to his advantage. Although the passage they came from was narrow, Anubis's gatekeeper wasn't so large that it could not follow him. Now, the only way the team could leave safely was if he lured the gatekeeper away. Otherwise, with the strength of a great lord and his extremely wide splash range, no one would survive. Fire Dance, get ready to activate the teleportation array. If the great lord's splash damage affects you, use Vanish or Wind Steps to block it. As long as you do not move, the teleportation array will not shut down. I'll kite the gatekeeper first. Focus on your timing, you guys. With that, Shifeng activated Windwalk and dashed towards the golden stone tablet. Anubis's gatekeeper immediately shifted his sight to Shifeng. When Shifeng was only 10 yards away from the stone tablet, the gatekeeper suddenly vanished from above the altar before immediately reappearing in front of the golden stone tablet. Instantaneous movement. Aqua Rose gaped at the gatekeeper, disbelief filling her gaze. A great lord that knew instantaneous movement. Could any player escape its slaughter? Such a powerful aura. Fire Dance's expression turned grim. Anubis's gatekeeper had initially been 90 yards from the party. Now that the gatekeeper was less than 40 yards away from everyone, its ferocity was on full display. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The gatekeeper revealed his fury as he glared at Shifeng. Suddenly, the gatekeeper raised his right hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear as tall as Shifeng appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. The Great Lord then swung the spear towards Xianxia. A spear of light sliced through the air and arrived before Shifeng. Not taking any risks, Shifeng crossed his swords and used parry to block the attack. The instant the spear of light collided with the two swords, the impact forced Shifeng's hands apart and sent him flying over 20 yards away. The group standing at the teleportation array was stunned. Every Zero-Wing member present was familiar with Shifeng's strength. Even in his normal state, he could contend with a lord of the same level. Yet, now, just a touch from the spear of light, which was far weaker than the gatekeeper's black spear, had thrown Shifeng so far. Just how frightening was the gatekeeper? As expected of a great lord. Even though I have the combat power of a tier 2 class, it is not nearly enough. Shifeng smirked as he looked at his thoroughly numb hands. If not for the fact that parry could negate the gatekeeper's damage, he would have lost at least 3 to 4,000 HP. However, Shifeng had only received the gatekeeper's attack because he wished to test its strength and evaluate the great lord's combat power. Now, Shifeng had a general grasp of the Anubis's gatekeeper's combat power, tier 3 intermediate combat power. The great lord would then beat a tier 3 player like a dog. However, even after striking Shifeng, the gatekeeper showed no signs of stopping as it turned towards Fire Dance and the others trespassers of the Holy Land, die. Emitting a low growl, the gatekeeper stretched out its left hand. Suddenly, a silver flame condensed in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the originally fist-sized flame grew into a large fire the size of a house, and even Shifeng, who stood over 20 yards away, felt a stinging pain from the temperature. Chapter 447, Contest of Strength. Just as Anubis's gatekeeper was about to unleash its silver fire on Fire Dance and the others, suddenly, a black barrier appeared around the gatekeeper, containing the great lord, following which, the flames gradually dispersed. 1. Violet Cloud released a sigh of relief as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Every Zero-Wing party member shifted their gaze to Violet Cloud. Fortunately for them, Violet Cloud had managed to interrupt the gatekeeper's attack. However, before everyone could calm their pounding hearts, the tier 1 spell, Black Coffin, burst like a popped balloon. Impossible. Violet Cloud said, her voice filled with disbelief. Black Coffin was an advanced tier 1 spell. Moreover, she was a tier 1 astromancer. Black Coffin should be able to trap even a high lord for a few seconds, yet the spell had not lasted half a second against Anubis's gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The gatekeeper waved his hand once more, collecting a larger and more intense silver flame than before. The silver fire also appeared faster this time as the gatekeeper was about to bombard Aqua Rose and the others with his fire. A blood-red glow struck the great lord, dealing -5,021 damage. Although the damage was negligible to the monster, the gatekeeper froze and turned towards the attack's origin. Immediately, he discovered Shifeng, the ant that he had sent flying earlier. The tier suppression is too powerful. Shifeng grimaced. The move he had just used was the additional skill of the blazing meteor, Flame God's Fury. The skill allowed him to deal 900% damage to the first target the blazing meteor struck. Yet, even with such power, his attack had only dealt around -5,000 damage to the great lord. It was not even 1/3 of the damage the skill was usually capable of dealing. Although Shifeng possessed the combat power of a tier 2 class, his character was still a tier 1 class. A great lord was the equivalent of a tier 3 class. With a difference of 2 tiers, the damage he could deal to the gatekeeper was significantly reduced. This was also one of the reasons why Shifeng had not attempted to raid the level 25 Great Lord in the Ruined Shrine. Not only would tier suppression significantly reduce a skill's effect, but it would also significantly reduce one's potential damage. Moreover, this was in the event that the difference was only a matter of 2 tiers. Currently, Overwhelming Smile didn't have any tier 1 players. Fire Dance, activate the teleportation array now. Shifeng urgently shouted in the party chat as he returned the gatekeeper's chilling gaze. Knowing that time was of the essence, Fire Dance did as she was told. Immediately, the teleportation array Fire Dance and the others stood on shone with a dark blue glow as it started gathering mana from its surroundings. At this moment, Anubis's gatekeeper paid no attention to Fire Dance and the others. Instead, he suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Shifeng. Raising his spear high, he swung the weapon down on Shifeng. The gatekeeper's attack was different from the spears of light he had casually sent out before. Just the pressure preceding the attack turned Shifeng's movements sluggish. Shifeng hurriedly activated Defensive Blade to defend himself. However, Anubis's gatekeeper showed no intention of ending his assault after one strike. In quick succession, his spear darted towards Shifeng again and again, searching for an opening. Pang! 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 In 2 short seconds, Defensive Blade had been exhausted. Although Shifeng had tried to counter the gatekeeper's attacks during this period, the pressure from the spear was simply too immense. His sluggish body could not keep up with the black spear's speed. Aqua rose and the others were similarly shocked as they watched Shifeng fight for his life. Although they had realized that there was a difference between a lord and a great lord, they had not realized the gap between the two was this massive. Shifeng was not nearly strong enough to resist the gatekeeper. Thinking back on how the various guilds of White River City had boasted their plans to raid a great lord, the very idea was a joke. Guild leader. Anxiety filled Fire Dance's heart. She struggled with her desire to charge forward to help her guild leader, but the teleportation array was their only hope of leaving this place. If she moved, she would waste all their efforts. The others were similarly anxious. Although they wished to help, they could not. It was highly possible that their aid would lure Anubis's gatekeeper to the array. If that happened, they would all die. Moreover, even if they lent their assistance, it would not change the battle. Seeing as the black spear was about to strike at him once again, Shifeng decided that he was done holding back purgatory power. Heavenly Dragon's power. Blade liberation. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's strength reached an entirely different realm. Purgatory power increased his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30%. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his defense by 300%, HP by 300%, and strength attribute by 100%. Instantly, Shifeng's strength broke past the 800-point threshold. Blade liberation increased Shifeng's strength by 80% and agility by 120%, allowing his strength to reach close to 1,500 points. With close to 1,500 strength, even a rare lord of the same level would be beaten mercilessly. At this moment, Shifeng's body released a faint, bloody glow. Now, the black spear's pressure was ineffective against Shifeng. Immediately, Shifeng swung the abyssal blade upward, meeting the gatekeeper's attack head-on. Boom. The collision instantly created a storm in front of the altar. Shifeng's teammates nearly lost their balance due to the resulting shockwave. This shockwave is so powerful. Blackie exclaimed. Nothing will happen to guild leader, right? Flying Shadow was thoroughly shocked. Despite standing over 30 yards from the battle, the intense shockwave still reached them, rocking them back. One could just imagine how horrific the combatant's strength was. Guild leader had overpowered a rare lord easily with the strength he's using now. He should be able to hold the gatekeeper off for some time, Fire Dance said, uncertainty coloring her voice. The others also nodded in agreement. With strength capable of suppressing a rare lord, Shifeng should have a fighting chance even against a great lord. If not, then a great lord was truly a heaven-defying existence. When the dust settled, everyone could finally see the conclusion of the exchange. They were all stupefied. Cracks spreading out as far as 10 yards away covered the ground beneath Shifeng's feet. A damage close to -600 points had also appeared above Shifeng's head. On the other hand, the gatekeeper of Anubis was completely unharmed. The great lord had not received a single point of damagites over. The gap between them is just too wide, Fire Dance muttered in despair. Flying Shadow silently agreed with Fire Dance. Shifeng had received nearly -600 damage doing nothing more than defending himself with his own weapon. Mages might not understand what this meant, but as melee classes, they knew full well the significance of the gap between Shifeng and Anubis's gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The gatekeeper growled once more as it continued brandishing its black spear. The great lord thrust his spear toward Shifeng in an unending barrage. Although Shifeng tried to avoid the oncoming attacks, both the spear's speed and angle of attack were extremely precise. He could not dodge the attacks. He could only counter with his swords. However, every time he blocked an attack, the impact would force him backward. The gatekeeper sent over a dozen strikes at Shifeng in quick succession, forcing Shifeng into a constant retreat and disrupting his balance. Meanwhile, Shifeng had lost close to 10,000 HP during this brief assault. Fortunately, Dragon's power increased his HP by 300%, granting him a total of over 25,000 HP. The 300% increase in defense also allowed him to survive the brutal onslaught. If any other player stood in his place right now, they would have died long ago. Meanwhile, when Anubis's gatekeeper saw that his opponent had yet to fall despite receiving so many attacks, he suddenly flew into a rage. In the next moment, silver flames emerged around the gatekeeper's spear, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The gatekeeper then jumped into the air, and gripping his spear with both hands, he slammed the weapon down at Shifeng. The black spear was like a giant flame serpent as it spread its jaws, intending to swallow Shifeng with a single bite. Chapter 448, Close Call. As the giant flame serpent was about to devour Shifeng, suddenly, Shifeng raised his head and glared at the serpent before opening his mouth and activating Dragon's Breath. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the surroundings, and a shockwave slammed into the flame serpent when the two collided. Both attacks dispersed. However, the gatekeeper was not done. Tightening his grip on the black spear, the gatekeeper thrust it towards Shifeng's heart. Shifeng immediately activated Flame Rush, his movement speed increasing by 100% for 10 seconds. As his speed soared, Shifeng launched himself backward, barely avoiding the spear as expected. It really is pushing it too much to challenge a great lord with the combat power of a Tier 2 class. After Shifeng landed, he focused on Anubis's gatekeeper, having no intention of initiating an attack. Survival was his main priority. He would delay as long as possible. Despite using his twofold berserk technique and pushing his combat power to the max, he had still lost close to half of his HP after a few seconds. If not for the fact that he was a Blade Saint and that he owned a fragmented legendary item, the gatekeeper's spear would have long since claimed his life. However, Anubis's gatekeeper clearly had no intention of letting Shifeng delay for time as he raised his spear and slammed it into the ground. Suddenly, the Great Lord split into 3 copies of himself, each copy having a maximum HP of 6,000,000 crap. Shifeng could not help but curse. Although the gatekeeper had split his strength by 3, with each copy significantly weaker than the original, they still possessed the combat power of a Tier 3 class. Even if Shifeng faced one of the copies one-on-one, he would not find his opponent any easier to deal with. On the other hand, Shifeng now had to deal with 3 gatekeepers simultaneously. The danger he currently faced was far from just 3 times greater. Having no other option, Shifeng used Phantom Kill, his doppelganger appearing by his side. Although his doppelganger only possessed 70% of his attributes, it could still relieve some of the pressure. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The 3 gatekeepers charged at Shifeng, launching a barrage of attacks without hesitation. Shifeng used 9 Dragon's Slash to pin down the middle copy. Both he and his doppelganger then turned and fled in opposite directions. Even if he were a Tier 3 class, he still could not take on 3 great lords at once. When the 2 unrestricted gatekeepers saw the identical Shifengs running off in different directions, they split up from each other to chase both the original and the doppelganger. As for the gatekeeper pinned down by 9 Dragon's Slash, he remained where he was for a time. A game of cat and mouse transpired. Although the gatekeeper's ability to split himself into 3 copies had greatly increased the danger Shifeng faced, the situation had also given Shifeng a lifeline. The 3 gatekeepers' attributes could not compare with the original Great Lords. Initially, Shifeng had been far slower than his adversary. Now, however, their speeds were almost equal. Moreover, after Anubis's gatekeeper split himself, his copies could no longer use instantaneous movement. His copies were only capable of chasing Shifeng on foot, and this allowed Shifeng to catch a breather. The seconds ticked by slowly. To Shifeng, the seconds felt like hours. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger lost HP rapidly as time passed. As for Violet Cloud at the teleportation array, she refrained from healing her guild leader even once. It was not because she did not want to or that she couldn't, but because it was likely that she would pull the aggro of one of the gatekeepers if she did. If that happened, none of them would leave this place alive. Hence, Shifeng had to rely on regeneration potions to recover his HP. 15 seconds into channeling the teleportation array, Shifeng's doppelganger died. Now, Shifeng had to deal with 2 gatekeepers alone. Realizing that the situation had become unfavorable, Shifeng immediately retrieved a speed scroll from his bag. After using the scroll, he dashed into the narrow passage. Their party had come from. All 3 gatekeepers instantly took up the chase. In less than 3 seconds, the gatekeepers had caught with to Shifeng. However, Shifeng suddenly turned to smirk at the 3 great lords goodbye. Shifeng smiled faintly as he activated space movement. He then jumped into the black hole that appeared before him and disappeared from the narrow passage, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded gatekeepers. Although the land of the fallen star prohibited the use of return scrolls, he could still use space movement. Only, the skill's range was limited to the area within the land of the fallen star. He could not use the skill to leave. When Shifeng had approached the golden stone tablet for the first time, he had marked its coordinates. Now that he had lured the gatekeepers away, he used space movement to arrive before the golden stone tablet. Shifeng dashed up to the golden stone tablet and stored it in his bag space. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had channeled the teleportation array for 18 seconds. Shifeng was currently close to 30 yards from the array. Just as he was about to rush over to his party, Anubis's gatekeeper suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, an extraordinarily grim expression on the Great Lord's face. At this moment, silver flame surrounded the gatekeeper's entire body. They even encased the black spear he carried. The instant he appeared, the gatekeeper used Thousand Sweep against Shifeng. In the face of the gatekeeper's spear, even space tore. The black spear was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. The weapon slammed into Shifeng. Boom. An explosion shook the altar. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. Although the gatekeeper of Anubis had struck Shifeng with his spear, the rage in his heart had only grown, not lessened. The gatekeeper had struck only Shifeng's Afterimage Guild leader. Fire Dance called out with surprise when she saw Shifeng appear beside her. Everyone had lost hope the moment they saw the Great Lord's attack. That final strike had simply been too fast. Blocking the attack would have been impossible, much less dodging it. Yet, Shifeng had successfully avoided the attack. Moreover, he even appeared right beside them. It was astonishing. However, only Shifeng had known how much danger he had been in just now. The instant the gatekeeper appeared before him, he had immediately used silent steps on Fire Dance. Had he hesitated in the slightest, he would have definitely lost his life. All of you shall die. Anubis's gatekeeper bellowed as he glared at Shifeng. He then threw his black spear towards Shifeng's group. The weapon was extremely fast, none of them had time to respond to the oncoming attack. Meanwhile, there was still slightly over 1 second before the teleportation array would activate. That 1 second was more than enough time for the spear to annihilate them all. Suddenly, Shifeng moved and stood in front of everyone, prepared to receive the attack. Just as the black spear covered in silver flames was about to reach its target, Shifeng switched the aura of space for the aura of illusion, instantly increasing all of his attributes by 30%. He also activated Fantasy World. Immunity to all magic damage and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. The instant the black spear collided with its target, Shifeng instantly recovered close to 5,000 HP. However, before Shifeng could celebrate, the immense impact from the collision between the black spear and his 2 swords eliminated 7,000 HP. As a result, he had still lost 2,000 HP. What a powerful skill. Although Shifeng had blocked the black spear, both of his hands were completely numb. He couldn't move them at all now. If he had not activated Fantasy World, the flames surrounding the black spear would have extinguished his life in an instant. The might of the spear itself was even more frightening. After switching to the aura of illusion, all his attributes had increased by 30%. His strength had exceeded the 1,900-point threshold. Yet, when defending against the black spear's physical attack, Shifeng had received -7,000 damage. Despicable trespassers. I will not let you off. You will receive the punishment you deserve. The gatekeeper bellowed as he snarled at Shifeng. However, no matter how angry the gatekeeper was, he could not change the fact that the teleportation array had activated. The Great Lord did not have enough time to launch another attack, and it could only watch helplessly as Shifeng and the others transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing from the land of the fallen star. Chapter 449, Changes in White Fog Canyon. After its discovery, only a few elite players had willingly explored White Fog Canyon's outer region. At this moment, however, players had flooded the area. The Warfire set equipment's appearance had even attracted players from other countries, and they all had rushed to the canyon to grind for the set, causing a sharp decrease in Battle Monkey's numbers in the outer region. As a result, the danger had also greatly decreased. Moreover, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys in the outer area were only level 22. By now, many players in White River City had already reached level 20, while elite players had reached level 22 or higher. Hence, White River City's players had also come to the canyon to grind for the Warfire set equipment. Although the Warfire set equipment had an extremely low drop rate, to the degree that only a few pieces had dropped thus far, everyone was still determined to grind in White Fog Canyon. Their first reason was that of the high EXP from the canyon's monsters. As a result, they leveled much faster in the canyon than if they grinded monsters elsewhere. The second reason was that all monsters within the canyon possessed a fixed chance to drop the Warfire set equipment. Both the high EXP and the top-tier set equipment were sorely tempting to players. Even though the risk of grinding in White Fog Canyon was very high, players still rushed to the canyon in droves. Cloud, you really have a lucky touch. Other parties have not obtained anything over these past few days, yet, we have 2 Warfire set pieces, a thinly built male ranger said as he looked at the red-haired beauty beside him. Laughing, he continued, I heard that the set's price has increased again. Now, someone's offering to buy individual pieces for 8 gold per piece. We can get 16 gold with the 2 we have. If we trade that for credits, that'll be 170,000 to 180,000. If we sell the set pieces for 180,000, we could get 30,000 each. That's more than 6 months of my salary. God's domain really is the best place to make money, another middle-aged cleric wearing mage robes exclaimed. You guys. All you can think of is credits. God's domain only launched recently. Things will get even more intense later on. If we convert the gold coins into credits, we will suffer a huge loss. Even if we plan to convert them into credits, haven't you guys seen the messages on the forums? There are people who are willing to buy each Warfire set piece for 100,000 credits, 2 pieces mean 200,000, the Shield Warrior, Virtuous Cloud, laughed faintly. At this moment, she, too, was excited. During this period, many parties spent their time grinding monsters in White Fog Canyon. Even so, the Warfire set equipment rarely dropped. From the news they had heard, only 1 or 2 pieces dropped each day originally. Their party was on the brink of despair. However, after killing a level 24 special elite ranked armored battle monkey, a Warfire set piece dropped. The following day, after killing a group of crimson-eyed battle monkeys, another piece dropped. Instantly, they rose from the pits of hell to heaven. 1 piece was sufficient to recover their initial costs. With 2 pieces, they could make a fortune. With the gold coins they could earn, they could upgrade equipment. They could replace what they currently wore with some secret silver equipment. At that time, they could grind for the Warfire set equipment more efficiently. The new system upgrade is really a bastard. If the new combat system had not reduced our strength, we might have had a chance of claiming another set piece given a little time, the middle-aged cleric said. The other party members nodded, agreeing with the man's words. It was extremely difficult to use combat skills at the moment. Moreover, the newly implemented skill completion rate had left them speechless. Other than 1 or 2, their skills were all below 50%. They could only display less than 60% of their previous strength. Fortunately, White Fog Canyon was not as dangerous as it had been. Otherwise, they would have been in a lot of trouble. We can't do anything about the game's system upgrade. Moreover, everyone else is in a similar situation, Virtuous Cloud consoled. Now that we have obtained 2 Warfire set pieces, as long as we sell them, we can replace our equipment with a few pieces of secret silver equipment. Everything will be fine, once we upgrade our combat power. That's right. White River City is a good place to do that. Compared to our city, there is more high-quality equipment available here. I heard that the Starstreak trading firm is even selling secret silver equipment. There are also the mana armor kits that can raise one's attributes significantly. While Virtuous Cloud's party chatted with each other, a team of roughly 20 to 30 players appeared on the small path leading to White Fog Canyon's entrance. These players all wore sneers, and the IDs they displayed were crimson, proof they had already killed many players. Seeing your joy, you guys must have had a bountiful harvest, right? Why not share it with us? The level 24 berserker leading this team of red names asked mockingly. The man was Cold Laughter, and he sported a wide grin as he focused on Virtuous Cloud's party. Virtuous Cloud and her party members immediately readied their weapons, their expressions turning grave due to their previous excitement. They had forgotten about the horrors in White Fog Canyon. Although the danger of monsters had decreased, the danger from other players had skyrocketed. Monsters' drop rates in White Fog Canyon were a lot higher than the outside world. Even if players did not obtain the Warfire set equipment, they could still make a hefty profit from selling the other equipment that dropped. Hence, many elite players had come to grind. As elite players, their equipment was definitely high quality compared to grinding monsters. It was far more profitable to kill elite players. If one were lucky, high-quality equipment might even drop from the dead player's bog. As a result, the number of players dying in White Fog Canyon was terrifying. Just as Virtuous Cloud's party thought about turning to escape, another several dozen players emerged from behind them. Virtuous Cloud's team was immediately flustered. If the other side only had a dozen or so players, they could attempt to take them on. After all, they, too, were elite players. However, their enemies had over 50 players on their side. With just the 6 of them, they were outmatched. It isn't easy for us to guard this road. I won't mince words. I will let you guys pass if each of you hand over the best piece of equipment you have and 20 silver coins. If not, you will all die here. Cold Laughter grinned as he fiddled with the great sword in his hand. After Cold Laughter spoke, the red names blocking the road promptly unsheathed their weapons. If Virtuous Cloud's party refused, they would burst into action. Currently, most players were around level 20. Elite players, in particular, had higher levels. If they died, not only would they lose a piece of equipment, but they would also have to spend several days recovering their losses. Nobody wanted to deal with that. Hence, Cold Laughter had proposed a suitable condition. Although you outnumber us, don't forget that you are all red names. Even if you wipe us out, with our strength, we will take 1 or 2 down with us, Virtuous Cloud said, unfazed. At most, we will lose 1 level and 1 piece of equipment. However, if a red name dies, they will lose 2 or 3 levels, maybe even 3 or 4, and a majority of the equipment they are wearing. Virtuous Cloud's words had undoubtedly generated some hesitation among the red names. After all, nobody could guarantee that they wouldn't be the pitiful player who Virtuous Cloud's party killed. However, none of the red names were shaken. On the contrary, they smirked arrogantly at the smaller party. Their expression somewhat surprised Virtuous Cloud. Before Virtuous Cloud could figure out what was going on, Cold Laughter sneered and said, "Stop trying to play tricks. I'll count to 5. If you don't hand over the equipment and money, we'll take it ourselves. Everyone, be careful. In a moment, I'll clear a path towards the forest to our left. If we can reach the forest, we should be able to shake them off once inside," Virtuous Cloud hurriedly said just as both sides prepared to take action. A black hole suddenly appeared in the air. In the next moment, 6 people fell from the black hole, landing between Virtuous Cloud's and Cold Laughter's groups. Chapter 450, Don't Fight. Virtuous Cloud's and Cold Laughter's groups were both stunned by the 6 who suddenly fell out of thin air. Boss Cold, check out their levels. The lowest among them is level 25. It doesn't seem like a good idea to provoke them, a level 23 ranger said. Slightly breathless elite players at this stage of the game were mostly around level 22, while experts were around level 24 inches. Virtuous Cloud's party, only she was level 23, while the others were level 22. As for the red names, the highest leveled player was Cold Laughter, who was currently level 24, while everyone else ranged between level 21 and level 23. On the other hand, the 6 players that had suddenly appeared ranged between 25 and 27. It was common knowledge that each level demanded more EXP than the last. Disregarding their equipment, just the fact that some of them were level 27 was terrifying enough. Why do these people seem somewhat familiar? Cold Laughter was no fool. After taking a careful look at the newcomers, he used an identification skill. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, it's him. Boss Cold, who is it? The ranger asked. Don't you remember the bounty? Overwhelming smile has offered. Cold Laughter said excitedly as he grinned at the level 25 swordsman wearing a black cloak. The ranger then followed Cold Laughter's gaze and used an identification skill on that level 25 swordsman as well. Immediately, he discovered that the swordsman's name was Black Flame. Black Flame? That's right. He's the same Black Flame who has the title of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. A few days ago, Overwhelming Smile posted a bounty on his head. If we report his location, they will reward us with 10,000 credits. If he's still here when they arrive, they will give us another 300,000 credits. If we kill Black Flame, Overwhelming Smile is willing to pay 2 million credits. Many experts have found the offer tempting, and everyone's been looking for him. I never thought that I would find him here. But, Boss Cold, I heard that Black Flame is ridiculously powerful. With our numbers, I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Now that God's domain has undergone its second system upgrade, everyone's strength has decreased significantly. Even if Black Flame is the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, he is a tiger that has lost its claws and fangs. Does he think he can do whatever he wants in my turf? Contact Overwhelming Smile immediately. Tell them that we have found Black Flame and to prepare the money for his corpse. Saying so, Cold Laughter waved his hand. Suddenly, all 50 red names closed in on both Virtuous Cloud's and Black Flame's parties, leaving no opportunities for escape. Why are you here? Virtuous Cloud asked Shifeng, surprised to see him. Shifeng was a godlike tycoon. She had initially prepared to sell the 2 Warfire set pieces to Shifeng after they returned to White River City. She never expected to meet Shifeng here, and in such a predicament you are. Shifeng looked at Virtuous Cloud. Suddenly, the figure of the red-haired beauty he met a few days ago popped into his mind. Unable to help his laughter, he said, "How has your luck been these last few days?" "Not bad. We were just about to head back to the city and look for you." Laughing bitterly, Virtuous Cloud continued, "However, now that we have encountered them, I'm not sure whether we will profit or suffer from our trip to White Fog Canyon." "Enemies?" Shifeng asked as he examined his surroundings. These red names all had relatively high levels and good equipment, especially the level 24 Berserker standing in the lead. They were all independent players. Anyone who could reach level 24 at this stage of the game was definitely an expert. Virtuous Cloud was left speechless by Shifeng's leisurely behavior. However, when she looked at the other 5 players beside Shifeng, they, too, did not seem particularly concerned about the 50 red names surrounding them. This situation only served to surprise Virtuous Cloud further. Were all of these players godlike tycoons as well? Have none of them ever encountered a player interception before? They were actually able to remain calm in such a situation. Sighing, Virtuous Cloud chose to explain patiently, saying, "No. They're red names who are blocking the road and are trying to rob us. Judging by their expressions, it doesn't seem that they intend to let you guys go, either. I suggest we join hands. If we face their 50 with our 12, some of us might get out of here alive. So, it's a robbery. Seems that quite a lot of players have come to White Fog Canyon recently." Although Shifeng had anticipated such a situation, he had not expected PvP to begin so soon. In the past, White Fog Canyon had become a gruesome war zone because everyone had discovered the value of Starfire. Oregon teams of several hundred players, even some with over 1,000, would gang up on innocent players to steal what they could. 50? Blackie looked at the 50 red names surrounding them before excitedly saying, "I claim half of them. You guys can share the rest." "Oh, that level 24 Berserker looks like fun, I want him as well." "Don't even think about it. I still need to practice skills on someone," Fire Dance said, shaking her head. "Brother Black, how can you claim half for yourself? If Sister Fire Dance and Sister Aqua split the remainder, there won't be anyone left for me," Flying Shadow complained. "I also disagree." Aqua Rose nodded. Since the update, they had only practiced their skills on monsters. At the end of the day, monsters were only AI. They were far inferior to players. It was especially true for experts. However, as the land of the fallen star was such a dangerous location, they didn't dare duel each other now. A perfect opportunity for them to test their skills against players had arrived. Moreover, these 50 red names were elite players watching Fire dance and the others argue. Shifeng stepped forward and said, "Don't fight. Use your strength to compete. You will only have yourself to blame if you're not strong enough." Contempt filled Virtuous Cloud's heart as she watched the team bicker. What did these people consider the surrounding red names? Monsters to be easily slaughtered? In such a crucial moment, they still had the gall to joke around. As for the party members standing beside Virtuous Cloud, they became increasingly nervous under the red names' gazes, which grew colder with each passing second. Previously, these red names had expressed their ridicule. Now, however, there was only rage. Before Shifeng's party had arrived, these red names would have held back. After all, nobody wanted to die. It was especially true for red names. Now, however, this situation was all thanks to Shifeng and his party successfully angering these red names. How were they supposed to deal with these enraged red names now? "You guys sure have guts. Even in the face of death, you still have the heart to joke around." Cold Laughter's expression turned grim as his eyebrows twitched. Throughout the many days he had hunted players in White Fog Canyon, this was the first time he had met anyone who dared to look down on them. "Brothers, get rid of them." Chapter 451, Massacre. At Cold Laughter's command, the other red names exploded into action. Elementalists and Cursemancers started chanting, Rangers knocked their arrows, and Shield Warriors, Guardian Knights, and the other melee classes prepared to intercept any escape attempts. "Black Flame, both our parties will open a path to our left. There's a forest in that direction, so it will be easy to lose them once we're inside," Virtuous Cloud hurriedly said as she raised her shield in preparation to take damage. Seeing that Black Flame's party members had such high levels, it was very unlikely that they would be weak. Although they were still outnumbered, 12 on 50 was still a lot better than 6 on 50. Not to mention, Black Flame's party was clearly stronger than her party. There was still a chance for them to break through the encirclement. However, before Virtuous Cloud had finished speaking, Fire Dance had already taken action using shadow steps. Fire Dance immediately appeared behind Cold Laughter. In an instant, her blood-red short sword slashed across the back of Cold Laughter's head. Cold Laughter had no hope against Fire Dance's speed. Before he knew it, a damage of -1,106 points appeared above his head, his HP instantly falling by 1/3. When Cold Laughter saw the other Truefire blade coming in for another attack, he was instantly afraid. Scram. Cold Laughter urgently used Whirlwind Slash, slashing his greatsword horizontally towards Fire Dance. Berserkers were known for their strength. In addition, Whirlwind Slash greatly increased the might of an attack by utilizing momentum. Even if Fire Dance had a higher strength, she couldn't defend against his attack. Dang. However, as if his great sword had struck an immovable wall, the weapon stopped right beside Fire Dance, unable to advance. For a moment, Cold Laughter even felt his hands go numb. How? When Cold Laughter saw the blood-red short sword in Fire Dance's hand block his greatsword effortlessly, he could no longer hide his fear. Was this an assassin? This question echoed through Cold Laughter's mind. During Cold Laughter's brief moment of shock, Fire Dance twisted the Truefire blade in her hand, disengaging from Cold Laughter's greatsword and forcing the Berserker to retreat by a few steps. Fire Dance then swung her other arm, sliding the other Truefire blade smoothly into Cold Laughter's chest. Although Berserkers focused on strength, with the difference in equipment, Fire Dance's strength left Cold Laughter's in the dust. Despite her agility-focused class, this was the cruel reality of God's domain. Equipment spoke volumes. Class advantage was meaningless in the face of powerful equipment. Cold Laughter hurriedly tried to defend against Fire Dance's sword. However, the latter gave him no opportunity to do so. Shadow Strike. Suddenly, Fire Dance disappeared, her entire person passing through Cold Laughter and appearing behind the Berserker. Although Cold Laughter tried to turn towards the assassin, the damage of -3,426 points that appeared above his head had emptied his remaining HP. Immediately, Cold Laughter's vision began to gray. The battle had ended before it had even started from beginning to end. Cold Laughter had not known what was happening. Wasn't she just an assassin who was 2 levels higher than him? Yet, he couldn't even put up a fight. Is the gap between players really that intense? Cold Laughter didn't understand. Fire Dance's appearance had shattered his past preconceptions. However, even if doubt filled the berserker's mind, his body still fell to the ground. Only an instant had passed from the moment Fire Dance had taken action. The surrounding red names had only noticed Fire Dance's disappearance before she suddenly reappeared in front of Cold Laughter. In the next moment, Cold Laughter's body hit the ground. Their boss and the only expert in their team had died, just like that. The consequences of death for a red name spoke for themselves. Not only had Cold Laughter dropped a majority of his equipment, but he would also lose at least 3 levels. Seeing this, the surrounding red names were scared stiff. So fast. Admiration filled Virtuous Cloud's gaze as she watched Fire Dance. No matter how one viewed Cold Laughter, he was not an ordinary player. The fact that he was level 24 and the leader of these elite players proved it. His dark red name also spoke of his countless player kills. He could not be underestimated, and she wasn't even confident of defeating the berserker. Yet, Fire Dance had killed the red name in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, after killing Cold Laughter, Fire Dance had not stopped. Spinning around, she dashed towards the enemy magical classes. Currently, the stunned crowd was like a herd of frightened sheep. Fire Dance reached the magical classes easily, and killing each with a single hit, she instantly eliminated another 3 players. Unwilling to fall behind, Blackie also began to wave his staff and cast Hell Flame. Green pillars of fire suddenly rose among the crowd, and any players the flames touched received multiple damages of over -2,000 points. Before these players could escape Hell Flame's range, they died. In an instant, another dozen or so players had lost their lives. Aqua Rose joined the fray, casting Flame Barrage and downing another 6 players. Flying Shadow had long since charged into the crowd as well, massacring the red names. Even though many tried to resist, Flying Shadow dealt with all of them easily. The male assassin was like a ghost, his movements erratic. None of the red names could even catch sight of the man, let alone damage him. On the contrary, due to friendly fire, they even killed some of their own. By the time the red names realized the situation, they had lost over half of their numbers run. With less than half of their original army remaining, these red names no longer had the confidence to face Fire Dance and the others. Don't you think that it is a little too late to escape now? Shifeng could not help but sigh as he watched the scattering red names. Even if Shifeng's party and these red names were on the same level regarding attributes, which they certainly were not, Fire Dance and the others would still have annihilated them easily in a moment's time. Fire Dance's group of 5 had devastated the 50 red names. Equipment and corpses littered the ground. With a rough estimate, the red names dropped close to 300 pieces of equipment. Furthermore, the lowest quality was bronze ranked. If sold, they could make a fortune from the loot. Virtuous Cloud, who stood beside Shifeng all this time, was utterly shocked. Only now did she realize why Black Flame's party members had been so calm. So they weren't putting on an act at all. Virtuous Cloud glanced at Shifeng, a hint of shame surfacing on her face. Originally, she thought that Shifeng's group was simply a bunch of rich tycoons who were ignorant about worldly affairs. Now, however, it would seem that she had been greatly mistaken. With such frightening strength, it was no wonder they paid no attention to these red names. Thank you for saving our lives, Virtuous Cloud said as she took out a Warfire set piece from her bag, intending to give it to Shifeng. I don't have anything else on me that I can offer, so please accept these Warfire bracers. When Virtuous Cloud's party members saw her use a Warfire set piece as payment for their rescue, although their hearts ached at the sight, none of them tried to hinder their party leader's actions. It had not been easy to reach their current levels. If they died, not only would they lose a level, but every one of them would also have to lose a piece of equipment. Losing the Warfire bracers was more affordable. Moreover, Virtuous Cloud's decision could also allow them to forge a connection with an expert. This was a welcomed opportunity for all of them. Warfire bracers? Shifeng had plenty of Warfire set pieces in his bag, enough to form 3 sets and more. He only lacked the Warfire bracers. Thanks, but you don't have to. Why not sell it to me instead? As we had previously agreed, I'll buy it for 10 gold coins. Saying so, Shifeng traded 10 gold coins to Virtuous Cloud. He then added the Warfire bracers to his bag finally, a complete Warfire set equipment. When Shifeng looked at the completed Warfire set equipment in his bag, an indescribable sense of joy filling his heart. Chapter 452, Warfire. In White Fog Canyon's inner region, a large group of players currently faced a level 27 Lord. Although these players only inflicted around -100 damage with each attack, there were over 2,000 players attacking simultaneously. In the end, the Lord died, unable to withstand the barrage of attacks. Haha. What good luck. A level 25 fine gold weapon dropped. Lone Tyrant laughed after he finished organizing the loot. During this period, aside from searching for Black Flame's whereabouts, they had also searched for and killed Lord-ranked monsters. After such a long time, they had managed to kill over a dozen Lords. However, the drop rate of level 25 fine gold ranked weapons and equipment was very low. They had only obtained 2 pieces, one was a cloth armor, while the other was the weapon that had just dropped. Everything else they obtained was mainly secret silver ranked. When the overwhelming Smile elites saw the level 25 fine gold weapon in Lone Tyrant's hand, they nearly failed to contain their drool. A level 25 fine gold weapon was the equivalent of a level 20 dark gold weapon. The former's attributes were even slightly better than the latter. One could even say that level 25 fine gold weapons were the best weapons currently available in God's domain. Aside from Zero Wing, there was no news of other guilds in White River City possessing level 25 fine gold weapons. Now, however, Overwhelming Smile had finally obtained one of their very own. Although they possessed far fewer level 25 fine gold weapons than Zero Wing, it was still proof of Overwhelming Smile's strength. Unfortunately, the elite members of Overwhelming Smile could only look at the level 25 fine gold weapon. They would have to wait a long time before they could obtain one for themselves. In order to kill the dozen or so Lords, Overwhelming Smile had sacrificed many members. The price they had paid was simply unimaginable at this moment. However, Lone Tyrant handed the level 25 fine gold dagger to Summer Sunshine. Everyone's hearts ached when they saw the exchange. They had only obtained this level 25 fine gold dagger after killing over a dozen Lords with great difficulty, yet they actually gave it to an outsider without batting an eye. Oh, this dagger is quite good. It's slightly better than my level 20 dark gold dagger, Summer Sunshine said after he gave the level 25 fine gold dagger a few swings. Nodding with satisfaction, he said, "Alright, let's search for another Lord, then." "Wait a minute, Youlan," suddenly said, "is there a problem?" Summer Sunshine asked as he turned to Youlan. "Big brother Summer, I've just received information that someone has spotted Black Flame. He is currently in the outer region of White Fog Canyon. If we hurry, we can still catch him," Youlan said after Black Flame had killed Overwhelming Smile's expert, Oriental Sword. All traces of the man had vanished. To avoid letting Black Flame escape, Youlan had prohibited Overwhelming Smile's members from acting rashly and alerting the enemy, giving Black Flame the chance to take preventive measures. All this time, they had searched for Black Flame in secret and had posted a bounty for the man. Unfortunately, even after so much time, nobody had seen the swordsman. Now that they had received news of Black Flame, they could not let him go. Black Flame was too famous. At this rate, Zero Wing would become increasingly difficult to deal with, and it would become very difficult for Overwhelming Smile to take control of White River City. He has finally shown himself. Good. Let's head over there immediately. I want to see just how strong the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom is, Summer Sunshine said as he sheathed the dagger he had just received, anticipation filling his eyes. "I'll have to trouble Big Brother Summer, then." Youlan smiled faintly. Although she had constantly searched for ways to deal with Black Flame, she was still not confident of killing him. Now, however, they had an expert like Summer Sunshine on their side. Moreover, Summer Sunshine had just received a new weapon. Combined with the plans she had prepared, she was 90% certain that they could take Black Flame's life this time. Even if Black Flame were as strong as a Lord, he would still die at her hands. Elsewhere, after Shifeng had obtained the Warfire bracers and completed the Warfire set equipment, he had not equipped the set himself. Instead, he passed it to Fire Dance from the side. Virtuous Cloud and the others widened their eyes in shock when they saw Shifeng reveal the completed Warfire set equipment. "Cloud, is that the Warfire set equipment?" One of Virtuous Cloud's party members secretly asked through the party chat. For a moment, he had even doubted his own eyes. It should be possible. I think, even when Virtuous Cloud saw the flowing purple light unique to the Warfire set equipment, she still found it hard to believe what she saw. Someone had actually completed the Warfire set equipment. Just how difficult was it to collect each piece of the set? Since the discovery of the Warfire set equipment in White Fog Canyon, less than 10 pieces of the Warfire set had dropped. Various guilds and tycoons had purchased these pieces. Moreover, based the information she had obtained, many of the pieces obtained were duplicates. Even with all 10 pieces, a full set had still not dropped. However, Shifeng had retrieved 7 Warfire set pieces from his back without a single duplicate. Virtuous Cloud could not fathom how Shifeng had accomplished such a feat. She had grinded for the set pieces for several days now, so she knew full well just how difficult it was to obtain even one. Just how powerful was Shifeng's backing for him to gather a complete set? Guild leader? Fire Dance was astonished when she looked at the Warfire set equipment inside her bag. She had personally seen the Warfire set equipment's attributes before. It was definitely top-tier equipment. Only, the set required a lot of EXP to upgrade. However, if someone upgraded the Warfire set equipment to fine gold rank, below level 30, it was one of the best sets available in the game yet. Instead of using it himself, Shifeng had actually given her the first set. Shifeng's actions confused her. Black Flame was famous throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. If Zero Wing wished to continue flourishing, Black Flame needed to continue improving. Hence, all equipment should naturally be prioritized for Black Flame. However, leveling up is my priority right now. Even if I equip the set, the bronze rank set effects are not particularly useful. If I sacrifice my EXP to raise the set's quality, it will do me more harm than good. Moreover, with Zero Wing's current situation, what the guild lacks isn't top-tier experts but experts with overwhelming might. Don't reject it. I still have Warfire set pieces, so don't worry about it, Shifeng laughed. Fire Dance understood Shifeng's intentions. Zero Wing had no lack of top-tier experts. Facing so many powerful guilds, what Zero Wing needed most was an expert capable of turning the tides of battle by themselves, following which, Fire Dance replaced her equipment with the Warfire set equipment immediately. Fire Dance started upgrading the set's quality. After her level fell from level 26 to level 25, the Warfire set equipment had reached Mysterious Iron rank. The basic attributes of the set had increased significantly. Warfire set equipment, Mysterious Iron rank, can be evolved. Level 20, level 30. Can be equipped by any classes. Set consists of 7 parts: head, chest, belt, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect, Mysterious Iron rank. 2-piece effect, all attributes plus 15. 4-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Obtain free will skill, able to remove all control effects for 7 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 7-piece effect, main attribute increased by 12%. Skill cooldown decreased by 35%. Obtain Warfire Berserk skill, damage increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%, and movement speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 4 minutes. Chapter 453, Favor. Sister Fire Dance, you look so beautiful in that set. Violet Cloud said enviously. The rest of the party promptly nodded in agreement. One had to admit that the Warfire set equipment was indeed exquisite. The set Fire Dance wore a mix of red and black leather, coupled with the 2 dazzling Truefire blades hanging from her waist. Without a doubt, the set had enhanced the assassin's allure. A hint of awe moved her teammates' hearts after Fire Dance had equipped the Warfire set. Although her attributes had fallen slightly, no one present viewed her as any weaker. It had been some time since God's Domain had launched. Even if one were only an ordinary player, their natural instincts had sharpened previously. No one had felt any particular way when they saw Fire Dance. Now, however, she gave off the same sense as a thorned rose, beautiful and deadly, and any who approached her would very likely pay with their lives. Previously, Fire Dance had a total of 4,960 HP. After equipping the Warfire set equipment, however, her maximum HP had fallen to 4,380. Her other attributes had similarly decreased. One of the main reasons was that the Warfire set was still Mysterious Iron rank right now. The set's basic attributes could not compare to the level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment she had worn before, though it did possess set effects that the individual pieces of equipment had not. Among the set effects, the skill, Free Will, was extremely useful. When used against an enemy with powerful control skills, Free Will could instantly turn the tide of battle. Moreover, unlike her other attributes that had decreased, her agility had increased. As a result, she was now far more nimble. The 35% cooldown reduction she received for all her skills also increased the variety of skill combinations she could implement. Most importantly was the Warfire Berserk, a Berserk skill. Although Warfire Berserk was not as powerful as the Berserk skills Shifeng possessed, a player with a Berserk skill was still superior to a player without one. Because of this, envy blossomed in Fire Dance's friends when they saw her in her new armor. After Virtuous Cloud recovered from her daze, she pulled her gaze from Fire Dance and turned to Shifeng. She was no longer as relaxed as she had been, growing far more cautious. Originally, she had intended to sell the remaining Warfire set piece to Shifeng as well. However, she now dismissed this idea. Even a fool could tell that Shifeng was a powerful character. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others had referred to Black Flame as their guild leader. Compared to minor existences like themselves, he was in an entirely different world. Not only had Shifeng saved their lives, but he had also purchased the Warfire bracers they had for more than the market price. They already owed Shifeng a huge favor. If she tried to sell the second Warfire set piece to Shifeng at a high price, she would be ashamed herself. Virtuous Cloud disliked owing other people favors. She was not comfortable until she repaid what she owed. Hence, she looked towards Shifeng and asked softly, "Guild leader Black Flame, I have something I wish to seek your help with." "Sure," Shifeng replied in a carefree manner. It was thanks to Virtuous Cloud that he had been able to complete the Warfire set equipment. He had no issues with helping her with a small request. Our party consists of only independent players, so it isn't easy for us to obtain equipment for ourselves. I still have another Warfire set piece with me. Would it be possible to trade it for 6 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment? Virtuous Cloud asked, slightly embarrassed. The market price for the Warfire set was 8 gold per piece. As for level 20 secret silver equipment, a few days ago, each was worth roughly 1 or 2 gold. However, as players' levels increased and teams successfully raided more level 20 team dungeons, the value of secret silver equipment fell sharply. Currently, 1 piece of level 20 secret silver equipment was only worth around 90 silver, 6 pieces would cost around 5 gold at most. Listening to Virtuous Cloud's request, Shifeng immediately understood her intentions. She obviously did not wish to owe him a favor. No problem. However, I don't have that many level 20 secret silver equipment on me, though there are plenty back in our warehouse. I'm just about to head back to the city anyway. Will one of you follow me to pick out the equipment? Shifeng tried not to be a hypocrite. Since Virtuous Cloud wanted to avoid owing him a favor, he would not try to force her to accept his goodwill. "I'll pass you the Warfire set piece first, then," Virtuous Cloud said as she happily traded a pair of Warfire boots to Shifeng. When Shifeng agreed to her request, she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. When Shifeng saw that it was a pair of boots, he was somewhat disappointed, but in the end, it was still another piece of the Warfire set. He'd rather have duplicates than none at all. After they had concluded their trade, Shifeng and the others wandered down the main road, heading towards the exit of White Fog Canyon. Players could not use return scrolls inside White Fog Canyon. Hence, Shifeng and the others needed to leave the canyon on foot before they could teleport back to the city. Shifeng had reaped a massive harvest from his trip to White Fog Canyon. This time not only had he obtained a large stock of Starfire ore, but he had also gained many Warfire set pieces. Most importantly, he had managed to snatch the Golden Stone Tablet. Seeing as the Golden Stone Tablet warranted even a Great Lord's protection, it had to be incredibly precious. Shifeng suspected it was just as valuable as an epic item, if not more initially, Shi Feng had planned to begin researching the Golden Stone Tablet as soon as possible. However, when he thought about how he was still in White Fog Canyon and that Anubis's gatekeeper was still alive, he immediately suppressed his excitement. After all, there was no guarantee that the Great Lord would not follow him. Hence, Shi Feng intended to return to White River City before studying the stone tablet. Even if the gatekeeper showed up in White River City, it would not be a threat. Shi Feng might even take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the gatekeeper. After all, White River City was under Weissman's protection, a Tier 4 Great Wizard. With just the strength of a Tier 3 class, the Anubis's gatekeeper could not run rampant in the city. Just as Shi Feng and the others were about to reach White Fog Canyon's exit, a group suddenly blocked their way. Virtuous Cloud and her team turned grim at the sight. There sure are a lot of people. Shi Feng could not help but laugh as he surveyed the surrounding forest. Several thousand players had hidden in the forest on either side of the road. Even with dulled senses, Shi Feng could still detect them. Guild leader Black Flame, Youlan greeted as she slowly walked out of the forest, smiling faintly at Shi Feng. Since you've discovered us, I guess we don't need to hide anymore. Everyone, come out. Following which, swarms of players emerged from the surrounding cover, their numbers exceeding 2,000. Every player was an elite of overwhelming smile. These 2,000 elite players had blocked off the road leading out of White Fog Canyon, and they all emitted a cold killing intent as they glowered at Shi Feng's group. Compared to the red names who had assaulted them previously, these elite players had far better equipment. I wonder what business Overwhelming Smile has with me today. Shi Feng pondered aloud as he observed his surroundings, searching for a gap that he could take advantage of. In his current weakened state, it would be somewhat difficult to escape the encirclement of 2,000 elite players. Furthermore, he had his team to consider. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking, Youlan said as she watched her target carefully, finding the man truly interesting. Even against 2,000 Overwhelming Smile elites, his expression had not changed in the slightest. Previously, you killed over 100 of our guild members. If word of that gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. I've specifically sought out guild leader Black Flame today to seek reparations. Chapter 454, Bloody Battle. Listening to Youlan's words, even a fool could tell that Overwhelming Smile had come to redeem their reputation. Miss Youlan, are you suggesting that we start an all-out war? Shi Feng blatantly asked regarding the matter with Oriental Sword. If Overwhelming Smile had not been the one to take action first, Shi Feng would not have bothered with killing him. After all, Zero Wing currently wielded a relatively significant advantage in White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile's financial attack had been considerably powerful, it would not last too long. Even if Shi Feng ignored it, Overwhelming Smile would soon self-destruct. The opposing guild understood the situation quite well. Their current goal was only to delay Zero Wing's development and cause some trouble. Their true aim was to consolidate the strength of the 5 cities surrounding White River City. After Underworld secured full control of those 5 cities, taking Zero Wing out would be effortless. Guild leader, Black Flame, why must you put it like that? I have only come to demand justice for our guild's brethren. Why would I start an all-out war between our 2 guilds? Youlan said, chuckling. Demand justice? Shi Feng could not help but laugh. You must think highly of me. You've actually brought 2,000 people to deal with me. Am I really that scary? I don't know about others, but I know full well what you are capable of. If I don't have this many allies around me, how could I possibly stand before you, the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom? Youlan said as she shook her head. If Shi Feng had been alone, Youlan would have been certain that Shi Feng could escape. He might even kill her before he fled. After all, he had done just that with Lone Tyrant. Now that so much time had passed, Youlan refused to believe that Shi Feng had not grown stronger. Since Zero Wing was capable of offering top-tier equipment to even its ordinary members, as the leader of the guild, how could Shi Feng's equipment be inferior? What are your intentions, then? Shi Feng asked. As long as you let us kill you once, we will forget about this matter altogether. How about it? Youlan said. Neither of our guilds stand to benefit from an all-out war. In fact, such a situation will only allow other guilds to take advantage of us. I hope that you will consider your options carefully. Bah! Don't even think about it. Even if we die, we will not let our guild leader suffer such humiliation. Blackie and the others stepped forward in retaliation. Facing their current predicament, they had already prepared to fight to the death if news about Zero Wing's guild leader becoming a martyr spread. Zero Wing would become the laughingstock of God's domain. How was Zero Wing supposed to continue developing in God's domain then? I'll open a path in a moment. Escape if you can, Shifeng ordered his party as he unsheathed the Abyssal blade and the Purgatory's shadow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Virtuous Cloud. Apologizing, he said, I really am sorry for dragging you into our guild struggles. However, if you are to clarify things with Overwhelming Smile, they should not touch you. After all, this is a matter between guilds, independent players are innocent. Currently, Shifeng was still in a weakened state with all of his attributes reduced by 80%. Although he did not know what the outcome of today's battle would be, he swore that he would repay this debt of blood tenfold in the future guild leader, Black Flame. Don't worry about it. Those red names should have killed us. How can we sit by and do nothing when you've been cornered? Virtuous Cloud stated as she raised her secret silver shield and walked to the forefront of the team. Virtuous Cloud's party members nodded in agreement as they readied their weapons. They were prepared to face the 2,000 elite players alongside Shifeng, an army of 2,000 elite players. Their silent stance in the distance was enough to frighten any ordinary player, much less the killing intent they emitted. When Virtuous Cloud and her party members saw Overwhelming Smile's battle formations, they paled. The pressure they felt from this army was far greater than any they had felt from red names in the past. Virtuous Cloud suddenly thought of the red names they had faced as nothing more than cute dolls. Against 50 players, they still had a chance to flee. However, against 2,000 players, only death awaited them. Since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Youlan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile when she saw the stern expressions of Shifeng's team. Immediately, she made a wave with her hand. Kill them. Suddenly, the 2,000 elite players approached Shifeng and his allies slowly and orderly. Simultaneously, a gigantic black magic array emerged in the sky. Suddenly, the magic array released a black light that covered the sky before enveloping every player on the battlefield. Everyone's vision suddenly turned black, unable to see anything at all. After a brief moment of darkness, however, the players regained their sight and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Shifeng was suddenly shocked. This is the effect of the Tier 3 magic scroll, Dead Zone. Any lifeforms exposed to the black light are silenced for 5 minutes. The scroll's effects also prohibit the usage of any tools. The players tensed when they heard the word silenced. Although it seemed as if Overwhelming Smile would suffer more from the silenced state than Shifeng, his team still had skills such as Blackie's Stars of Light and Shifeng's Firestorm. With these two skills, they could obliterate waves of enemies. Not to mention, Shifeng's group also had many AoE attack magic scrolls now. However, they couldn't use any of them. Ha ha ha. Black Flame is dead for sure this time. Let's see if he can escape without skills or scrolls. Lone Tyrant rejoiced as he watched his guildmates slowly surround Shifeng. What a pity. I had originally thought I would get a chance to solo that Black Flame. However, I never expected that you still had such a trump card hidden, Youlan. No wonder you are known as the female Zhuge. It seems that I won't have a chance to take him on. Summer Sunshine sighed as he shook his head. Big brother Summer, Black Flame is not so simple. In a moment, we will still have to rely on you to get rid of him, Youlan said. She was not rash like Lone Tyrant. Before dealing with an enemy, she would always investigate them thoroughly and prepare for the worst possible scenarios. Although the situation seemed in Overwhelming Smile's favor, melee combat experts such as Shifeng excelled in situations in which both sides were silenced. If not for the fact that Youlan had her own melee genius, Summer Sunshine, she wouldn't have been as certain of Shifeng's defeat in that case. Let me have a go at him. Hearing Youlan's words, passion and excitement filled Summer Sunshine's gaze as he watched his opponent. Finished speaking, he took a step forward before dashing towards the battlefield. Chapter 455, There Isn't Only One Expert. After everyone had been silenced, only the physical classes could display any considerable combat power. The magical classes could only watch from the sidelines. Youlan had long since prepared for this. Among the 2,000 players from Overwhelming Smile, close to two-thirds were physical classes. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile's attack formation was well organized. Shield warriors and guardian knights led the attack, closely followed by the berserkers, swordsmen, and assassins. Rangers stood the furthest behind, launching a ranged attack. The road leading out of White Fog Canyon had suddenly transformed into an ancient battlefield. Advance towards the left, Shifeng took the lead and charged towards thinnest concentration of enemies. His and Virtuous Cloud's teams promptly followed. However, before Shifeng and the others had taken even a few steps, hundreds of arrows suddenly blotted out the sky. Virtuous Cloud's 3 magical class members were simply too weak in terms of agility and strength. Moreover, magical classes were usually not adept at dodging attacks, as they usually dealt damage from a safe distance. Hence, when the first wave of arrows rained down on them, the 3 party members immediately died and dropped a piece of their equipment. Stranger. Mouse. Roach. Virtuous Cloud's vision turned red after she watched her party members die. Glaring at the Overwhelming Smile members in front of her, she gripped her shield and charged forward. Die. Unfortunately, although Virtuous Cloud's equipment and level were considerably good, she could not hold her own against 5 shield warriors and guardians knights of the same caliber. The Overwhelming Smile elites forced Virtuous Cloud back, preventing her from reaching the rear rangers. Virtuous Cloud's other 2 party members faced a similar situation. No matter how hard they tried to attack, the enemy held them off. In the end, Virtuous Cloud's party was forced into a constant retreat. In the next moment, however, 2 figures suddenly brushed past Virtuous Cloud's party, slamming into Overwhelming Smile's MTS. Among the 2 figures, the most dazzling was Fire Dance. Brandishing her Truefire blades, she sent a blazing arc smashing into a level 23 MT's shield. In the next moment, the assassin forced the MT back by over a dozen steps, and even the players behind said MT had to back up. Immediately after, Fire Dance swung one of her swords at a guardian knight beside her. She flung that guardian knight back by half a dozen yards as well, his body slamming into his fellow guild members. Her strength was astonishing. With a single attack, Fire Dance had shattered Overwhelming Smile's formation. Her strength was overwhelming. She fought like a war goddess. Everyone from Overwhelming Smile was left utterly speechless, while the crowd from Overwhelming Smile was dazed. Fire Dance continued to brandish her short swords as she weaved her way across the enemy front lines. Every time she swung the Truefire blades, red streaks of light would follow. And wherever those red streaks of light passed, the members of Overwhelming Smile would be blown off their feet. No one could block Fire Dance's swords. In a short moment, the assassin had shattered Overwhelming Smile's interception. Although Overwhelming Smile's members had tried to attack Fire Dance, the woman was too fast. Before they even swung their weapons, Fire Dance had already run off. She never focused on a single location, giving Overwhelming Smile no opportunities to surround her. On the other hand, although Overwhelming Smile's members could not attack Fire Dance, she could bombard them easily. Against level 23 MTs, her casual strike could deal close to -1,000 damage. If she was lucky and triggered a critical hit or flame state, one attack could deal over -2,000 damage. The elite MTs of Overwhelming Smile usually had around 4,300 HP, whereas those with better equipment had around 4,500 HP. Fire Dance only needed around 4 or 5 attacks to kill one of them. Flying Shadow also fared quite well. Although his attacks were not as frightening as Fire Dance's, against MTs, he could still deal around -700 damage with each hit. As if they were in a world of their own, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow started a bloodied massacre within Overwhelming Smile's frontlines. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile's players found it difficult to catch either of them, much less deal damage. A Tier 1 class was significantly stronger than a Tier 0 class. Even without skills, a Tier 1 class could still overwhelm and suppress a Tier 0 class with their attributes. Furthermore, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow both possessed equipment that was far superior to the enemy elites by this time. Shifeng had also activated the 7 Luminaries Rings Aura of Time. Although silence prevented the usage of skills and spells, it did not impact passive effects. Immediately, enemies within a 150-yard radius of Shifeng had their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%. This debuff weakened Overwhelming Smile further in close-quarters combat. In the meantime, Shifeng was responsible for protecting Aqua Rose and the other magical classes as they slowly advanced. Realistically, this task should have fallen to Flying Shadow. However, Shifeng's attributes were currently reduced by 80%, he was about on par with a level 20 ordinary player right now. On top of that, he couldn't use any skills. Melee combat was a competition of attributes and techniques. Compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, the power he could display was significantly inferior. Hence, it was better if he focused on deflecting arrows for the others. In a few moments, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had carved out a path of blood, allowing Shifeng and the others to pass safely. How did that Fire Dance become so strong? Lone Tyrant, who observed the battle from afar, was dumbfounded as he watched the unstoppable assassin, his fists clenching. He refused to believe this scene was real. He had personally witnessed Fire Dance's strength before. Although she was certainly a top-tier expert, she had not been unstoppable. Moreover, Fire Dance was an assassin, not a strength-based class. Yet, her attacks could even overwhelm berserkers. Against MTs, Fire Dance still required 4 or 5 hits to finish them off. Against other assassins, however, one of her attacks devoured their HP. If she achieved a critical hit, they would die instantly. This scene had frightened Overwhelming Smile's assassins to a standstill. Sure enough, Zero Wing is trouble. Youlan frowned as she watched Fire Dance's performance. When she had planned this assault, she had not considered Fire Dance and the others as forces to be reckoned with. Facing 2,000 players in a melee battle, a top-tier expert was limited in what they could accomplish. However, Youlan never expected such a performance from both Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Kill them. Those in the back, keep up. Do not let them escape. Youlan shouted anxiously. Originally, one black flame was enough trouble. Now, however, there were Fire Dance and the slightly weaker Flying Shadow. If Overwhelming Smile did not kill these 3 people today and hinder their growth, they would only become more dangerous in the future. The longer Youlan watched Fire Dance and Flying Shadow slaughter her people, the more she felt that God's domain was completely different from past virtual reality games. It was far more beneficial to have individuals with overwhelming combat power than it was to rely on the strength of numbers. Overwhelming Smile members began to converge on Shifeng's group faster. However, due to the Aura of Time's effect, the army could not keep up with Shifeng and his team's movement speed. As a result, the distance between them only increased as time passed. Meanwhile, the number of enemies between Shifeng's group and Freedom continued to decrease just as the Zero Wing members and their surviving allies were about to break free from the encirclement. A dark figure emerged from the crowd and dashed toward Shifeng. This was none other than the level 26 assassin, Summer Sunshine. Even with the movement speed reduction effect of the Aura of Time, Summer Sunshine was still frighteningly fast. He quickly caught up with Shifeng, who covered Aqua Rose and the others. Retreat, you should just stay behind. Summer Sunshine chuckled as he stood in front of Shifeng, blocking his path. Chapter 456, Death God. And just who are you, brat? What a big mouth you have. Believe it or not, if I wasn't silenced right now, I could wipe the floor with you at any given second. Due to having been silenced, Blackie had been disappointed that he could not display his strength. With Summer Sunshine's sudden appearance and his arrogant tone when he spoke to Shifeng, Blackie was instantly enraged. So fast. Looking at the youth in front of them, Aqua Rose discovered that he was actually level 26, the same level as her. She also felt an intensity radiate from this assassin. This intensity was heavier and more chilling than that from a Lord-ranked monster. In particular, with confidence and arrogance, he looked at them as if they weren't even the same species, but some lower life forms. He looked down on them like a god over mortals. Just who is this person? Aqua Rose was stunned and confused. Currently, her intuition warned her to flee from this man. This was the first time since she had begun playing God's Domain that she had ever experienced such a feeling. Standing beside Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud was similarly on high alert. After participating in Ouroboros's internal competition with Shifeng, she had some understanding of monster-like experts. Compared to Aqua Rose, she knew how frightening these kind of people could be. Immediately, she pulled Blackie, who was prepared to throw himself to Shifeng's defense, back, warning him, "Brother Blackie, be careful. That man isn't as simple as he looks. He's on an entirely different level than we are." Violet Cloud's caution calmed Blackie immediately. When he examined Summer Sunshine again, cold sweat suddenly dripped down his forehead. Previously, the frustration of being silenced had clouded his mind, so he had failed to detect the powerful aura or the boundless killing intent that emanated from the cocky assassin. "Oh? You guys aren't too shabby after all. You're only the second group of players that I've met since I arrived in Star Moon Kingdom to possess such sharp senses. White River City really is an interesting place." Summer Sunshine could not help his surprise when he saw Aqua Rose and the others' reactions. Not even Underworld's so-called great expert, Ming Sha, had sensed how powerful he was. Yet, Aqua Rose and the others had managed to do so. At least, this showed that they were slightly stronger than Ming Sha. Unfortunately, they were only slightly stronger. Summer Sunshine then pointed toward Shifeng, saying, "I'm not interested in you guys, so you can leave. He, however, has to stay." "You." Though Blackie wanted to sling a flurry of curses, Shifeng quickly stopped him. "You guys can take off," Shifeng said, but Blackie understood Shifeng's current situation. To face the Great Lord ranked Anubis's gatekeeper, Shifeng had used a berserk skill. He was still in a weakened state at the moment, and his strength had been significantly reduced. Nothing good would come from soloing Summer Sunshine right now. "Can we not defeat him even though we outnumber him?" Virtuous Cloud asked with astonishment. She could not understand the Shifeng's party's current performance. They were experts who were capable of defeating 50 red names single-handedly. Yet, now, a single assassin had stopped them in their tracks. Even if the magical classes could not join the fray, the three of them were still elite players. They could defeat a level 26 assassin easily if they worked with Black Flame. "You guys need to get going. If you waste any more time, the enemy will catch up." Shifeng waved his hand, rejecting Virtuous Cloud's proposal. Virtuous Cloud and the others had yet to reach that level, so they did not understand how frightening the youth before them was. Aqua Rose was also helpless. If they had not been silenced, they could have helped in this fight. In their current condition, however, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder to the assassin. Hence, taking the initiative, Aqua Rose said, "Let's go." Following which, Aqua Rose led her party members away. "Guild leader, I'll help you," Fire Dance said through the party chat when she noticed Summer Sunshine. "No need. Led Aqua Rose and the others away from here quickly. If anyone catches up, it will be very difficult to escape." Shifeng immediately rejected the offer. It was not because Shifeng did not believe in Fire Dance's strength. However, the youth named Summer Sunshine was not an ordinary expert. Rather, he was someone who stood at the peak of all assassins in God's domain, Death God Summer Sunshine. The reason he had the title of Death God was that Summer Sunshine had successfully become a Tier 6 class in the past. He was an existence that stood at the peak of God's domain. Summer Sunshine and Violet Cloud were different. Unlike the former, Violet Cloud had only begun to shine during the later stages of God's domain, eventually becoming a god and standing at the peak of God's domain. However, Summer Sunshine had stood at that apex since God's domain had launched. He was one of the few OP players initially. Shifeng had not believed the rumor about Summer Sunshine. Now that he saw the man in person, however, he believed it. Why is he participating in a battle between guilds? Based on the information Shifeng had obtained about Summer Sunshine in the past, the man had always been an independent player. He had never joined any powers and had never participated in struggles between powers. Now, however, he was actually helping Underworld. However, there was no point wasting his thoughts. The thing he needed to do right now was to escape. My attributes have been reduced by too much. Even though he is affected by the movement speed reduction of the aura of time, my speed should still be inferior to his. I need to figure out a way to shake him off. Shifeng had no intentions of fighting it out with Summer Sunshine right now. He was simply at too much of a disadvantage. If the fight dragged on for too long, the crowd of players from Overwhelming Smile would catch up. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold back the attacks of Summer Sunshine and the elite players. While Shifeng was thinking up of a plan to escape, Summer Sunshine suddenly asked, "What? Trying to think of a way to avoid me in battle? I advise you to give up that idea and focus on our fight. I can tell that you are an expert who has also broken through that level. However, it will not be possible for you to throw me off." Saying so, Summer Sunshine took a step forward before abruptly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Shifeng, and before anyone knew it, his snow-bright dagger was just several centimeters away from reaching Shifeng's chest. The entire process was simply too fast. How can he be so fast? Although Fire Dance was currently massacring the members of Overwhelming Smile, she had placed most of her attention on Shifeng's battle. When she saw Summer Sunshine's attack, her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of shock. Summer Sunshine's swiftness was different from ordinary swiftness. He used an attack method that allowed his speed to become extremely fast by abandoning all unnecessary actions. However, when Summer Sunshine's dagger was about to pierce Shifeng's chest, the latter suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Where is he? Lone Tyrant, who was watching the battle from afar, asked in astonishment when he saw Shifeng suddenly disappear. Shifeng was definitely silenced. Thus, he was unable to use any skills or tools. Yet, he had still vanished from Lone Tyrant's eyes. This was simply inconceivable. What's going on? Youlan similarly widened her eyes, her complexion turning extremely gloomy. Did he get away, just like that? In reality, it wasn't just Youlan and Lone Tyrant who were shocked. Everyone on the battlefield was also shocked. While stuck in a situation where neither skills nor tools could be used, a living, breathing human being had actually vanished. No matter how one looked at it, this scene defied all common sense. Chapter 457, Fighting Against an Apex Expert. This, Aqua Rose also could not help her surprise when she saw Shifeng disappear. It wasn't just Aqua Rose who was confused. Even Blackie, who was standing beside her, was stupefied, not to mention Virtuous Cloud and her party, who had little knowledge regarding Shifeng. Everyone present couldn't use any of their skills, and the same went for their tools as well. Just what sort of method did Shifeng use to disappear from everyone's eyes? Moreover, unlike assassins who had to go through a short process before vanishing, Shifeng had taken only an instant to disappear completely. How could I forget that guild leader has this move? At this moment, Fire Dance suddenly recalled that Shifeng knew Void Steps. Aqua Rose and the others had never seen Shifeng use Void Steps before, so they did not know that Shifeng possessed such a card. As for Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Violet Cloud, they had personally seen Shifeng use Void Steps before, so they knew how powerful this technique was. Even if Summer Sunshine was incredible, he would be rendered helpless in the face of this move. After all, an enemy that one could not see was quite frightening. Moreover, the attack method gave one no time to react at all. Even if Summer Sunshine removed all excess movements and increased his body's speed to the maximum, he still could not block Shifeng's sword. Meanwhile, traces of shock appeared on Summer Sunshine's face as he failed to locate Shifeng's figure. Even after he searched his surroundings, suddenly, Shifeng appeared beside Summer Sunshine. The silvery gray abyssal blade also abruptly appeared at the assassin's waist, cutting across it. Although Summer Sunshine used everything he had to dodge and block Shifeng's attack, the time the abyssal blade had taken to cut him was simply too short. The abyssal blade had already struck him before he could even dodge or block, and damage of over -400 points subsequently appeared above his head. In just an instant, Summer Sunshine had lost close to 1/10 of his HP. However, Summer Sunshine had quick reactions. After being attacked, he counterattacked, his dagger suddenly striking at Shifeng's back with even greater speed. With the distance between them so close, there was simply not enough time for Shifeng to withdraw his sword and defend himself. In addition, Summer Sunshine's attack had no unnecessary actions, so his dagger moved at an extremely fast speed. Let alone now, even if Shifeng was not in a weakened state, he would still have great difficulty defending against this strike. In Shifeng's desperate attempt at dodging, the dagger missed its mark and only managed to scrape Shifeng's shoulder. Still, this single attack dealt over -800 damage to Shifeng, taking close to half his HP away. Yuri, quite good. You've actually managed to damage me. However, it seems that your attributes have been greatly weakened. I just attacked you once, and you already lost close to half of your HP, Summer Sunshine stated in a carefree manner as he looked at his injured waist. That footwork of yours is amazing. However, you are bound to reveal yourself when you attack. Your one strike took away only around a tenth of my HP. Even if I just exchange damage for damage, it will still be your loss 3 moves later, but since you were able to harm me, as a reward, I won't suppress you using my attributes. I'll let you see what real strength is. Summer Sunshine spoke in a very casual and overbearing tone. However, Shifeng did not think that Summer Sunshine was bluffing, because the moment the assassin finished speaking, the aura surrounding him underwent a complete change. Previously, he had still leaked out a little killing intent. Now, however, he completely sheathed it. The gaze in his eyes no longer focused on a single point. Instead, it was a gaze that took in everything in the surroundings, looking at everything objectively. This move was none other than omnivision. However, compared to when Soaring Snake and the other amateurs used it, Summer Sunshine had mastered it to the realm of perfection as expected of the death god of God's domain. It seems he won't be that easy to deal with. Shifeng had never fought against such a powerful character in the past. To be precise, he had not had the qualifications to do so. Although a Tier 3 Sword King was similarly very amazing in the eyes of ordinary players, in front of God-tier players, he was no different from an ant in the past. There was a saying that went around in God's domain: everyone beneath God tier was an ant. Without becoming a Tier 6 class, one would never know how frightening Tier 6 players truly were. The assassin standing before him was an expert that had always stood at the very peak of God's domain. Shifeng had never expected to fight such an expert. However, the past and the present were different. First and foremost, the Summer Sunshine before him right now had yet to become a God-tier expert. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself knew void steps, an advanced footwork. Defeating Summer Sunshine and escaping was not necessarily impossible. As for escaping, looking at Summer Sunshine's speed, Shifeng knew escaping was not an option unless he defeated the assassin. In reality, there was another method he could use, and that was to execute void steps continuously. However, due to his attributes being reduced, the distance he could move each time was also greatly reduced. Moreover, using void steps multiple times in quick succession was mentally taxing. He would most likely lose consciousness before he could even run 100 or 200 yards away. It seems that I can only try to take care of him by continuously using void steps. Shifeng really could not think of a better idea right now. Melee combat relied on attributes and techniques. In terms of attributes, Shifeng was no match for Summer Sunshine at all. Hence, he could only try to gain victory through technique. Since using void steps only once was not enough, then he would use void steps twice in a row, once for attacking, and once for dodging. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately used void steps and dashed towards Summer Sunshine. Suddenly, Shifeng disappeared from everyone's eyes once more. A short moment later, Shifeng appeared beside Summer Sunshine once more, and the Abyssal blade was also sweeping towards the assassins. Abdomen dang. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, a dazzling spark appearing around Summer Sunshine's abdomen. Instead of landing on the assassin's abdomen, the Abyssal blade was actually blocked by his dagger. Immediately after, Summer Sunshine used his other dagger to strike at Shifeng's blind spot. Shifeng was shocked. However, with equally fast speed, he promptly used void steps and just barely dodged the dagger's attack. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Shifeng and Summer Sunshine exchanging moves he couldn't have possibly seen through guild leader's footwork, right? Fire Dance could not help but be shocked. Void Steps was an advanced technique that allowed Shifeng to easily defeat a chieftain. Yet, Summer Sunshine had seen through it after just 2 uses. Your footwork really is mysterious, Summer Sunshine chuckled lightly as he looked indifferently at Shifeng standing 4 yards away from him. Originally, when I first saw that footwork, I really did think that you had disappeared. However, when you used it the second time, I can say with certainty that you did not disappear. Only, that footwork of yours forces my eyes to automatically ignore all information relating to your existence, which is why you seem to suddenly disappear from my eyes. Unfortunately, you've met me. If it were anyone else, they would really be rendered utterly helpless against you, without undergoing special training. That's right. Shifeng nodded, having no intention of hiding the mechanics of Void Steps. Although Void Steps was an advanced footwork, it was not invincible. In the face of a god-tier expert, it was nothing but a joke. Only, Shifeng had not thought that Summer Sunshine would see through it so quickly. Sure enough, Summer Sunshine's title of Death God was not undeserved. He really was as strong as a monster. Just as Shifeng was thinking of how he should deal with Summer Sunshine, the latter took a step forward, then abruptly dashed toward Shifeng. Chapter 458, Fleeting Sword. Straight-line attacks were very easily seen through, yet Summer Sunshine did not seem to care about using them at all. With Omnivision, Shifeng's every action was being scrutinized by Summer Sunshine. Even if Shifeng thought about his next move, Summer Sunshine could immediately see through it and react appropriately. He was not afraid of his attack being seen through at all. Moreover, unlike Summer Sunshine's previous assault, this time, whether it was his movements or the dagger he was swinging at Shifeng, neither made any noise. His attack was both quick and silent, and it simply gave one no time to react at all. When an ordinary person was moving or attacking, they would always produce some form of sound. A sound would be produced because vibrations would form when an object moved through the air. These vibrations were caused due to energy dispersing from unnecessary actions, and the larger the vibrations, the louder the sound. Although attacks that generated thundering sounds looked very imposing, a lot of energy was wasted. In contrast, the less vibrations one produced when they attacked, the more concentrated the energy behind the attack would be. Naturally, the might of one's attack would also become greater during a battle. Other than sense of sight, a player also heavily relied on their sense of hearing and touch. Through listening to the noise produced by an attack, players could predict the general trajectory of the attack. The vibrations generated when an attack collided with air would also produce an impact, and by feeling this impact with their bodies, players could then take appropriate measures. However, Summer Sunshine's soundless attack was extremely hard to defend against. Originally, launching a soundless attack was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. However, Summer Sunshine's every single action was actually soundless. His movements dispersed practically no energy at all. This was already a realm that could not be reached by humans. Just who is he? At a distance, Fire Dance, who was battling while watching Shifeng's battle at the same time, was inwardly shocked when she saw Summer Sunshine's attack. She felt that it was simply inconceivable. Summer Sunshine fully embodied the class known as Assassin, and this was exactly what Fire Dance had been pursuing all along. Originally, Fire Dance had thought Shifeng was belittling her strength too much, which was why he had barred her from fighting against Summer Sunshine. Now, however, it would seem that Shifeng's decision was indeed correct. The gap between Fire Dance and Summer Sunshine was simply unimaginable. If they fought, she did not possess even the slightest chance at securing victory. Sure enough, he really is a monster. Shifeng inwardly sighed when he saw Summer Sunshine charging at him. He finally understood why Summer Sunshine was capable of standing at the peak of God's domain. After experiencing a decade of battles, Shifeng had only managed to achieve a soundless attack after much difficulty. Even so, not every move of his could achieve such a state of soundlessness. Yet, every single action of the assassin before him was actually soundless. The gap between them was simply unfathomable. Shifeng knew that he was currently not a match for Summer Sunshine at all. If he was not silenced nor in a weakened state, he might possess a chance of contending against Summer Sunshine. If he had to rely on pure techniques, however, there was simply no chance for him to win. If this fight took place in reality, it was highly possible that Shifeng would have been defeated by Summer Sunshine in just a single move. Although Shifeng knew that he was not a match for Summer Sunshine, for reasons unknown, there was a sense of joy filling Shifeng's heart right now. Shifeng no longer held back. He used Void Steps again and charged at Summer Sunshine. Void Steps placed a severe burden on its user's mental power. At this moment, however, Shifeng couldn't care less. If he did not use Void Steps, then he would only last a few moves against Summer Sunshine. Since he was going to lose either way, he might as well take the final plunge. After Shifeng disappeared, even though Summer Sunshine hesitated for a slight moment, he still responded very quickly. With a twist of his feet, he suddenly swept the dagger in his hand to his side. Everyone was greatly surprised, confused at just what the assassin was trying to do. However, when the dagger was halfway through its course, sparks were generated as the weapon was abruptly stopped in its path. Immediately after, Shifeng's figure was revealed. Before anyone could react, Shifeng used Void Steps and disappeared from everyone's sight once more. For a time, everyone watched as Summer Sunshine continuously brandished his daggers, creating dazzling sparks with every swing he made. Those who were ill-informed would think that Summer Sunshine had gone insane. However, everyone present knew that the assassin was currently fighting Shifeng. Moreover, it was obvious that the Summer Sunshine currently held the upper hand in this fight. A battle of such level thoroughly stunned everyone present. Compared to this battle happening right before them, the videos spread on the forums showing the battles of experts were just complete and utter garbage. Presently, everyone had even forgotten about their own battles. All their attention was focused on the battle between Summer Sunshine and Shifeng. This is bad. Fire Dance grew anxious when she looked at Shifeng, who was currently in battle. The strain Void Steps put on its user's mental power was no laughing matter. Previously, when Shifeng had used Void Steps multiple times against a chieftain-ranked monster, his spirit ended up in an exhausted state. Despite his HP still being full back then, he did not have the energy to even move his body. As the battle continued to drag on, Shifeng could feel himself almost reaching his limit. Suddenly, he pulled a distance away from Summer Sunshine. "You're really good. You are the first person capable of fighting against me for such a long amount of time. However, that move of yours should be placing a huge burden on your mental power, right? I wonder just how many more moves you can handle." Despite having gone through such an intense battle, Summer Sunshine still displayed a calm and indifferent expression on his face. Shifeng did not give a reply. At this moment, his complexion was deathly pale, and even speaking had become an extremely exhausting task. "It seems that you don't have much energy left. Let's finish things then. Ever since entering God's domain, nobody has ever seen this move of mine, and you will be the first one to do so." Saying so, Summer Sunshine's expression turned serious. The killing intent he had kept hidden all this time suddenly exploded like a volcano, suffocating all those who felt it. Summer Sunshine was like a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage. In the next moment, his figure dashed towards Shifeng. However, when Summer Sunshine was halfway to reaching Shifeng, his body suddenly vanished. Immediately after, he reappeared behind Shifeng, his dagger tightly held in a reverse grip as he swung it down towards Shifeng's back. Suddenly, the spectators of the battle were stunned. "Does he know Void Steps as well?" Fire Dance said in shock. "No," Violet Cloud said. "That's second acceleration." Violet Cloud had previously witnessed Wolf using second acceleration to attack many times before. Void Steps was a footwork that caused the opponent to ignore the user's very existence. Even if the opponent was able to see the user, their brains would still categorize this information as useless and promptly ignore it. However, second acceleration was a trick used to fool a person's eyes. Overall, it was a technique inferior to Void Steps. However, Wolf had used second acceleration on his attack, whereas Summer Sunshine had used second acceleration on his movements. It was clear that Summer Sunshine's technique was several levels above Wolf. Meanwhile, Shifeng was feeling extremely weak. He was simply unable to block or dodge Summer Sunshine's soundless attack at this moment. Although Shifeng had discovered Summer Sunshine's attack, he was already close to exceeding his mental limit. His body felt extraordinarily heavy. Even if he tried to defend using the Abyssal Blade right now, it was simply impossible for him to keep up with Summer Sunshine's speed. Is this the end? The moment before the attack was about to hit him, Shifeng could not help but have such a thought. No. He definitely could not let it end here. He still needed to reach even greater heights. He definitely could not be defeated here. I need to block it. I must block it. My movements need to be faster. Much faster. At this moment, Shifeng was wholeheartedly trying to make his movements much faster and more precise. However, he no longer possessed the energy to control the other parts of his body. He could only use the most conservative way he could think of to block Summer Sunshine's attack at this moment. Shifeng's mind had already forgotten to think, his body forgetting to breathe when there were only a few centimeters left between Summer Sunshine's dagger and Shifeng's body. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly slid into the Snowbright dagger. Dang. The impact of the two weapons caused the Snowbright dagger's trajectory to shift, and as a result, the dagger only brushed past Shifeng's body. Chapter 459, Catastrophic. An astonished expression appeared on Summer Sunshine's face when he saw his attack miss its mark. How did he manage to block it? Summer Sunshine turned to look at Shifeng. At this moment, he had yet to figure out just how Shifeng had blocked his full-powered blow. His attack just now used footwork he had created after entering God's domain. Not to mention Shifeng's current weakened state, even if Shifeng were in peak condition, it still should have been impossible for him to block it at this moment. The spectating crowd was similarly shocked by the outcome of the exchange. The battle between Shifeng and Summer Sunshine had already exceeded everyone's understanding of the battles in God's domain. Meanwhile, the last scene only served to add to the confusion in everyone's minds. No matter how one looked at it, Shifeng was not in a good condition. Originally, Summer Sunshine was suppressing him. Yet, despite being clearly on his last breath, Shifeng actually managed to repel Summer Sunshine's mysterious attack. Is that Black Flame a monster? He's not dead even after this. Looking at Shifeng's fragile state, Lone Tyrant sucked in a cold breath in order to suppress the trembling of his body. It seems that Summer Sunshine won't be able to deal with Black Flame by himself. Everyone else, surround Black Flame. Don't bother about the other members of Zero Wing. No matter what, we cannot let Black Flame leave this place alive today. Youlan commanded as she squinted her beautiful eyes. Although she had long since considered the possibility that Summer Sunshine might fail, that had only been a scenario of hers. Now that such a situation had actually happened, she still found it somewhat hard to accept. However, since the problem had already occurred, they needed to solve it immediately. After seeing how powerful Black Flame was, they had even more reason not to let him go under Yolan's command. The dazed elite members of Overwhelming Smile immediately started taking action, slowly moving to surround Shifeng. Even the members pinning down Fire Dance and the others promptly retreated to join the encirclement. Just as Overwhelming Smile's members took action, Summer Sunshine resumed his attack on Shifeng. 1 stab. 2 stabs. 3 stabs. 5 stabs. 10 stabs. Instantly, Summer Sunshine stabbed at 10 different locations on Shifeng's body. It looked as if the assassin had released 10 blades of light piercing directly at Shifeng. All 10 attacks were aimed at Shifeng's vital points. If Shifeng failed to block even one of them, his little remaining HP would instantly zero out. Dang. 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 When Summer Sunshine's daggers approached Shifeng's body, a silvery gray glow suddenly flashed across them, deflecting all 10 attacks. However, due to the difference in strength, although Summer Sunshine's attacks were all deflected, they still forced Shifeng to retreat several steps. Fortunately, the difference between him and Summer Sunshine was not too great, so Shifeng did not take any damage from the impact. How do you know? That swordsmanship. When Summer Sunshine saw Shifeng take action once again, he suddenly recalled a swordsmanship he had seen before. Although Shifeng's mastery of it was still incomplete, having only a few points of semblance, his performance was already very horrifying. Summer Sunshine's question did not receive a reply from Shifeng. At this moment, Shifeng's eyes appeared vacant. He had not heard Summer Sunshine's question at all. His doing it unconsciously. Summer Sunshine was left slightly speechless when he noticed Shifeng's fragile state. A strong wind was all that would be needed to send Shifeng crumbling to the ground right now. However, Summer Sunshine couldn't care less at the moment. Since he had been entrusted with the task of getting rid of Shifeng, he still needed to complete it, even with Shifeng's mental state already at its limit. On the other hand, even if he did not take action, the approaching members of Overwhelming Smile could still finish off Shifeng. After all, Shifeng was now on his last legs. Just as Summer Sunshine was about to charge at Shifeng, a large black hole appeared in the deep blue sky all at once. A wolf-headed, human-bodied monster suddenly emerged from within the black hole, exuding a frightening aura that constricted the hearts of everyone present. Why is he here? Fire Dance's complexion paled as she raised her head to look at the monster in the air. That wolf-headed monster was none other than the Anubis's gatekeeper. Only, at this moment, the gatekeeper was no longer level 30 but a level 35 Great Lord, instead. His HP had also risen from 10 million to 15,000,000. When everyone present looked at the Anubis's gatekeeper, all of them were confused as to why a level 35 Great Lord would suddenly appear at this place. However, Shifeng's party members understood just why the gatekeeper would show up here: the Golden Stone Tablet. The Anubis's gatekeeper had been guarding the Golden Stone Tablet all this time. Now that Shifeng had stolen it, the Great Lord was naturally here for payback. It's over. We're truly finished this time. As if dealing with Overwhelming Smile was not enough, now, one more Great Lord is added into the fray. Blackie had seen for himself how powerful a Great Lord was. Even after Shifeng went full berserk, the gatekeeper could still toy around with him as if he were a little boy. Not to mention, the gatekeeper's level had even received an upgrade now. Who knew how much stronger the Great Lord was? Although Blackie and the others sank into despair, the crowd from Overwhelming Smile was on cloud nine. Overwhelming Smile's main goal had been to raid the Great Lord of White Fog Canyon, only it was simply too difficult to approach the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. The endless waves of goblins gave them no chance to raid the Great Lord at Ala. Great Lord? Lone Tyrant's eyes blazed. A field Great Lord was a fantastic opportunity for them to obtain an epic item. Everyone, retreat for now. Scouting parties, keep an eye on the Great Lord. Have all Overwhelming Smile members inside White Fog Canyon gather at my location. We cannot let anyone else have this Great Lord. Youlan was similarly feeling very excited. Although the Great Lord's level was somewhat high, God's Domain's second system upgrade had significantly weakened the effects of level suppression. It was not like they didn't have a chance at successfully raiding the Great Lord other than assembling the elite members of Overwhelming Smile inside White Fog Canyon. Youlan had also sent for the elite members present at other locations. The Anubis's gatekeeper suddenly howled all at once. A wolf's howl echoed throughout the entire White Fog Canyon, making all who heard it shiver in fear. Even the trees were trembling in the face of this howl. After the gatekeeper released his angry bellow, he turned to look at the crowd from Overwhelming Smile below him. Suddenly, the gatekeeper squinted his eyes, a bone-chilling light flashing in them. In the next moment, a black spear appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. Silver flames abruptly emerged from the spear as the gatekeeper aimed the weapon at the crowd from Overwhelming Smile and threw it. The black spear easily rent the obstructing air and landed in the center of the crowd. In the next moment, a fiery inferno erupted into the air high enough to be clearly visible to every player in the outer area of White Fog Canyon. When the spear landed, all players within a radius of 40 yards died. Not a single one survived. Since the Overwhelming Smile members stood very close together, just this single attack resulted in the loss of several hundred elite members. This, Lone Tyrant's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How was this a monster? Even a casual attack possessed such catastrophic power. This was practically a god. Players like them could barely even be considered cannon fodder. Before Lone Tyrant could finish his words, another black spear appeared in the gatekeeper's hands. Once more, the gatekeeper threw his weapon into the crowd below, killing hundreds with his attack. Yet again, everyone, retreat. Retreat into the forests. Youlan's expression turned extremely ugly upon seeing these catastrophic attacks. She had never imagined that a Great Lord was actually this powerful. Not to mention 5,000 or 6,000 elite players, even tens of thousands of elite players would not be enough as warm-up for this monster. If everyone were to continue idling around without taking cover, they would be completely wiped out in only a moment. As for Black Flame, they could only set him aside for now. Upon hearing Youlan's command, everyone promptly charged towards the forests without hesitation. Nobody was foolish enough to stand around and serve as live target practice for the Anubis's gatekeeper. Summer Sunshine looked at Shifeng, then at the gatekeeper in the sky. Heaving a sigh, he turned around and departed. Fire Dance immediately charged up to the nearly unconscious Shifeng and dragged him into the nearby forest to hide. After hiding themselves among the trees, Shifeng and the others were freed from their combative state. At this moment, Shifeng was forcibly logged out of God's domain and put into his sleep space. Chapter 460, All-Out War. During the time Shifeng was in deep slumber, White Fog Canyon had become a forbidden land for players. White Fog Canyon was a special region where return scrolls were unusable. After the Anubis's gatekeeper came out from the land of the fallen star, he would kill any player he met. As a result, countless players grinding for the Warfire set equipment were massacred. Although the various guilds in White River City tried to overwhelm the gatekeeper through sheer numbers, how could a level 35 Great Lord possibly be that easy to deal with? After receiving a few annihilation spears from the gatekeeper, the various guilds in White River City acknowledged their mistake and promptly withdrew from White Fog Canyon, no longer daring to take even half a step inside. At this moment, everyone realized that, compared to the High Lords they had raided before, a Great Lord was on an entirely different level. Although High Lords possessed many AoE skills and could cause players a significant amount of trouble, their usage of such skills was infrequent. They would still give players a little breather. As for a Great Lord, without hesitation, a Great Lord would immediately use spells of mass destruction. Moreover, it would use them repeatedly in quick succession. Even several tens of thousands of players would not suffice to raid a Great Lord. Fortunately, the Anubis's gatekeeper would not leave White Fog Canyon and only roamed inside the canyon itself. As a result, White Fog Canyon was no longer a gold mine for players but a forbidden land, instead. As for the players grinding for the Warfire set equipment, they all gave up on the enterprise. White Fog Canyon was originally a very dangerous place. Now, there was even a roaming Anubis's gatekeeper inside the canyon. Any who met the gatekeeper only had death awaiting them. Moreover, the Warfire set equipment's drop rate was simply too abysmal. Many who were already entertaining thoughts of giving up had their resolves hardened with the appearance of the gatekeeper. However, the matter regarding White Fog Canyon was still insignificant because after the second system upgrade, it became somewhat easier to increase one's reputation in cities. Hence, the various guilds promptly started grinding for reputation. At the same time, they also began to secretly amass coins. As soon as they possessed sufficient reputation, they could go into high gear, purchasing real estate in the city and paving a path for their own development in the future. The various guilds throughout God's domain started waging a covert war as they all tried to earn coins. There was only a limited number of ways to earn coins in God's domain: obtaining it from the drops of monsters, quest rewards, trading with players, and selling junk to NPCs. A guild's main method of earning coins would be through monster drops and quest rewards. However, for guilds without their own guild residences, the amount of coins they could earn through quest rewards was minimal, so monster drops became the fastest source of income for such guilds. As a result, areas with abundant resources became the competition grounds of guilds, leaving independent players with no opportunity to grind for coins at those locations. However, at this critical juncture, a jaw-dropping incident occurred in White River City. Two of the major guilds in White River City, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, actually started an all-out war with each other. They even declared each other as hostile guilds through the system. As long as their members met out in the fields, a battle was bound to occur. Since the two guilds were hostile guilds, members of both guilds would not become red names when killing each other. Hence, the members of both guilds had zero hesitation over starting a battle with members of the opposing guild. While other guilds were silently developing themselves and grinding for coins, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile had suddenly launched an all-or-nothing war against each other. Of course, the other guilds in White River City could not be more joyful over this development. They all simply chose to sit back and watch from the sidelines, taking advantage of the situation at appropriate times. They could not help but hope that these two guilds would suffer a mutual demise after all. An all-out war like this would greatly affect both guilds involved. In just the first day since Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile declared war on each other, thousands of members of both guilds had already died to each other out in the field. Since these players were fighting for their respective guilds, both guilds had established a reward system. As long as their members killed a player from the opposing guild, the system would automatically record the achievement. Through these kills, members could receive contribution points. Moreover, the number of contribution points awarded would vary, depending on the position of the hostile guild's member killed. The higher the enemy's position was, the more contribution points awarded. Killing an enemy player who had killed many fellow members would also reward more contribution points. Contribution points could then be exchanged for guild points, and these guild points could be exchanged for items available inside the guild's warehouse. This was undeniably a competition between both guilds' background and financial prowess. Inside a bar in White River City, close to 100 players were drinking and chatting merrily. They discussed their personal harvests, matters regarding the secret pavilion's God's Domain experts list, and such topics. At this stage of the game. The bars throughout God's Domain had long since become the place for independent players to exchange information. Do you guys want to know why Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, two of the most powerful guilds in White River City, suddenly started an all-out war with each other? A level 20 ranger asked the female cleric seated beside him while drinking his beer. Do you know the reason? The cleric girl blinked her eyes, slightly skeptical about the ranger's words. Of course. I have a brother who is an elite member of Overwhelming Smile. He even personally witnessed the reason why both guilds started the war, the ranger youth said proudly. I got a shock when I first heard about this incident from that brother of mine. Can you tell me about it? The female cleric asked with great curiosity. The ranger's voice was quite loud when he spoke, so the players inside the bar heard his words very clearly. At this moment, all of them perked up their ears as well. Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile were the tyrants of White River City. With the two guilds warring with each other, the hostilities would greatly affect White River City as a whole. As inhabitants of White River City, the players were naturally curious about why these two major guilds would wage an all-out war against each other. Proudly, that ranger youth said, in reality, it was because Overwhelming Smile's members had come into conflict with Zero Wing's members. In the end, Black Flame had slaughtered Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team. In a fit of rage, the higher-ups of Overwhelming Smile secretly set out to kill the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. Back then, Overwhelming Smile had sent a total of 2,000 elite members. Overwhelming Smile had even invited the help of an extremely powerful expert. If not for the Anubis's gatekeeper showing up, Black Flame might have been killed back then. Having their guild leader encircled was a great humiliation for Zero Wing. Naturally, they would not let matters rest. In the end, they declared an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile. The players inside the bar felt that the ranger's words sounded logical. This was a matter of the guild's reputation. How could Zero Wing possibly concede this matter? Moreover, the hostility present between the two guilds was something long-standing. Obviously, after the encirclement this time, Zero Wing could finally endure Overwhelming Smile's antics no longer. I wonder which guild will come out victorious in this all-out war? I think that it should be Overwhelming Smile. The guild's main headquarters is based in Maple City. It also possesses massive financial support. Haven't you seen how excellent the benefits offered by Overwhelming Smile are? Just the monthly salary of the elite members is enough to make one drool. How could Zero Wing possibly compare? It should be Zero Wing. After all, this place is White River City. Zero Wing possesses a guild residence here. Moreover, there are plenty of experts in the guild. You can't imagine just how excellent the benefits provided by their guild hall are. Among them, the most welcomed is the private rooms. One can accumulate double EXP buffs by resting inside these private rooms. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild warehouse is the envy of every guild in White River City. There are plenty of level 25 equipment stored inside. Right now, many of the players who had defected to Overwhelming Smile regret leaving in the first place. For a time, everyone in the bar discussed the war between the two major guilds. However, a party of 6, seated at a corner of the bar, smiled contemptuously over this matter. It seems that Black Flame only amounts to this much. Leader, must we really go searching for him? A level 26 swordsman murmured. Search. Only after testing him would we know whether or not he qualifies. Chapter 461, Exceeding Potential. When the sun set, Shifeng had already been in deep slumber for over a dozen hours. The virtual gaming cabin inside the bedroom continuously let out a warning sound at this moment. The nutrient solution inside the virtual gaming cabin was already depleted. After the alarm of the gaming cabin rang for some time, the cover of the cabin suddenly opened. So tired, Shifeng opened his eyes and unwillingly climbed out of the virtual gaming cabin. He then took a look at the time. What? I've actually slept for 18 hours. Although he had exceeded his mental limit once again, it was not as severe as the first time. Even so, he had still slept for such a long time. Just what is going on here? After Shifeng woke up, his entire body felt drained. Even the nutrient solution he had refilled just a few days ago was completely exhausted. Normally, a full tank of nutrient solution could last a player 15 days. The previous time Shifeng had exceeded his limit, some solution still remained. Now, however, the tank was completely emptied. However, compared to the matter of the nutrient solution's depletion, his body's current condition was much more inconceivable for Shifeng. Not only was his body extremely weak, but he also felt a piercing hunger that he had never felt before. He was so hungry that he could eat an entire cow right now. Although Shifeng did not understand what was going on, he did know that, if he did not replenish his body's nutrients at once, he could very well faint from hunger. He immediately retrieved the 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid he had set aside for his parents. At this moment, Shifeng could clearly tell that the hunger he was feeling did not come from his stomach. Instead, it was his body that starved of energy. Even eating a meal would not sate this hunger. What he needed to do right now was replenish the energy of the cells inside his body. Meanwhile, the S-rank nutrient fluids were the best solution for this problem. After removing the cap, Shifeng directly gulped down a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid. When the S-rank nutrient fluid reached Shifeng's intestinal tract, the originally cooling liquid suddenly transformed into a warm current that moved through his blood, re-energizing his entire body. 5 minutes after drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, Shifeng felt much more comfortable than before. His spirit had also recovered significantly, and his body was no longer trembling as it had before. The value of 1 million credits was really not overstated. However, this feeling only lasted for a short while before the feeling of hunger flooded his mind once more. He felt as if he was a wolf that had been starving for 3 consecutive days. A bite of meat was simply not enough to sate him. The hunger he was feeling right now was even more intense than earlier. Is 1 bottle not enough? Shifeng was speechless. A single battle actually required him to sacrifice 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. No choice. Shifeng could only remove the cap on the last bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid and empty its contents. Originally, one had to wait an interval of 3 to 5 days before consuming another bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, as the energy contained within the liquid was extremely concentrated. A person's body was simply incapable of completely absorbing all that energy. Instead, drinking 2 bottles consecutively would only damage one's body due to overnutrition. When Shifeng drank the second bottle, he felt a little heartache. Each bottle cost 1 million credits. Moreover, one could not simply purchase S-rank nutrient fluids even if they could afford it. In the past, even though he had been the guild leader of Shadow, he only got to drink 1 bottle a month. Now, he had actually drunk 2 bottles in a single day. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely look down on him as a wastrel. However, S-rank nutrient fluids were indeed amazing. After drinking 2 bottles and resting for a few minutes, Shifeng was already completely rid of his fatigue. His body had also recovered to normal. Following which, Shifeng drank another dozen or so bottles of A-rank nutrient fluid before recovering to his peak condition. Is it my imagination? After recovering completely, Feng suddenly discovered that his 5 senses were much more acute than before. Originally, he could never hear the chirping of birds when inside his bedroom. Now, however, he could actually hear it. Besides being able to hear the chirping of birds, when Feng looked at his own room, he was also able to see with much greater clarity than before. His mind had also become much faster. Did breaking through my mental limit multiple times allow my brain to become more active? Feng's heart was filled with ecstasy. He had tried fortifying his body many times before to increase the flow of blood into his brain, in addition to providing his body with various nutrients. He had done so to develop his brain's potential and boost its activity level, so that he could create his legacy in God's domain. Now, he had actually achieved a breakthrough. The human brain had always been a domain filled with mystery. In the past, even the most amazing human could only exhibit 10% of their brain's potential. Advancements in technology had made developing the brain's potential possible, but it was extremely difficult to do so. It was not something one could succeed at just by trying. In Feng's previous life, countless people had tried their best and had spent large sums of money just to raise their brain's potential by a tiny fraction. Yet, even so, these people had felt that slight improvement worth their sacrifice. As the activity of the brain increased, a person's control over their body would also improve significantly. In God's domain, there were many genius players who possessed extraordinary talents. However, why were these geniuses better than ordinary players? It was because their brain's activity was out of the ordinary. As a result, their control over their game avatar surpassed ordinary players, allowing them to carry out actions that no ordinary player was capable of, just like Soaring Snake, whom Feng had met some time ago. Soaring Snake was a gifted genius who possessed unmatched reflexes. Meanwhile, Feng had broken through that limit by chance, so how could he not grow excited? Although he had only received a slight improvement, Feng could now see a new path opening up for him. Moreover, this was a path that led directly to the peak of God's domain. It seems that I need to prepare many more bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid in the future. Feng felt uneasy when he recalled the piercing hunger that was transmitted to his brain earlier. After breaking past the limit of his mental power, his brain naturally needed a massive amount of energy to recover. This time, he was only fortunate that he had sufficient bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid to allow him to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have had to be admitted into the hospital to rest for some time. Moreover, resting at the hospital would not necessarily increase his brain's activity and develop its potential. When Feng thought about improving his brain's activity, his thirst for S-rank nutrient fluids grew even more intense. Only now did Feng understand why the first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past were purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids in bulk. There was an 80% chance that they had done so in order to nurture apex experts. On the other hand, he had been under the misconception all this time that S-rank nutrient fluids were only used to strengthen a person's physique. Ding! 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 Suddenly, Feng's quantum watch started ringing. Meanwhile, the person calling him was none other than Big Dipper Training Center's chairman, Xiaoyu. Master Feng, our side has already completed the preparations for the fighting competition. As for the exact time of the event, it will be set at 2 days from now, at 10 o'clock in the morning. May I know your opinion on this? If you are not free, I can still delay the event by 2 or 3 days, Xiaoyu said. Let's go with 2 days from now, then. Feng was in a very good mood at the moment. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, he became even more elated. As long as he won the competition, he would obtain not only 5 virtual gaming cabins but also 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I have already sent the information regarding your opponent to your quantum space. However, that person is very mysterious, and the information we have collected on him is very limited. We only have the records for a few of his matches. He had ended a majority of his matches in just a single move. Xiaoyu had not expected Feng to remain so calm. He knew that Zhao Ruoshi had long since told Feng every little detail about his opponent's strength, so Feng should know how amazing his opponent was. Yet, now, not only was Feng not anxious, but he was even showing a hint of anticipation. I understand. I'll research it a little. Feng nodded. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll be hanging up first. After saying so, Feng disconnected the call following a period of rest. Feng was already fully recovered. He still had many matters he needed to deal with in God's domain. Since he had slept for so long just now, he naturally could not delay any longer, which was why he had ended the call in such a hurry. After refilling the nutrient solution inside the virtual gaming cabin, he lay down inside the cabin and entered God's domain once more. Chapter 462, War of Attrition. When Feng logged into the game, the location he appeared at was still within White Fog Canyon at this moment. The sky in God's domain was dusky. There was still over an hour until dawn. It sure is quiet. Feng took a look at his surroundings, failing to notice any players or monsters. There was only the sound of leaves rustling in the cold wind. This was a very abnormal situation in White Fog Canyon. However, Feng did not stay in this spot for too long. He dashed towards the exit of the canyon at this moment. Feng's weakened state had already ended, having recovered his peak condition. If one were to look at Feng's running figure right now, they would not be able to see him clearly at all. They would only see a black figure darting across the map. Feng was like a healthy and elegant leopard. Just as Feng was about to leave White Fog Canyon, a group of over 100 crimson-eyed battle monkeys leaped out of the forest and blocked his path. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were very dangerous due to being in a constant berserk state. Now that was night time, players would have their vision reduced while monsters would not be affected in the slightest. As a result, players would find it much more difficult to fight at night. Facing against over 100 elite monsters, even an elite party would die unavenged. Only a large team of over 100 players could possibly endure the assault of so many crimson-eyed battle monkeys. However, as if he had not seen the monsters in his way, Feng dashed into the group of battle monkeys. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys had similarly charged at Feng like a group of mad cows. However, just when the sabers held by the battle monkeys were about to land on Feng, the weapon struck air and simply brushed past Feng's body. It was as if the battle monkey's target was not Feng at all. T allowed Feng to easily shuttle through them. After their first attack failed, the crimson-eyed battle monkeys turned around and attacked Feng once more. This time, 7 battle monkeys surrounded Feng. However, Feng was just like flowing water. Just like before, when the battle monkeys' sabers were about to reach Feng, the weapon simply brushed past his body. In just a moment, Feng had weaved his way through the group of crimson-eyed battle monkeys. Although the battle monkeys felt enraged by this situation, they could not do anything about it. They could only watch unwillingly as Feng exited the canyon. The improvements brought about by an increase in brain activity sure are significant. Feng was full of smiles as he turned back to look at the crimson-eyed battle monkeys. Although he could defeat such a number of battle monkeys by himself, he definitely would not have been able to effortlessly dodge such an encirclement. This achievement was all thanks to his increase in brain activity. Not only did this change improve his brain's perception of danger, but it had also advanced his control over his own body. Whether it was in regard to an enemy's attack or his own ability to dodge, the ability to control his movements had become very precise and refined. He had already entered the refinement realm before. Feng could only barely achieve refinement with his actions, and he could not maintain that achievement for long. He could only be considered to have taken half a step into the refinement realm. Even so, half a step was already an amazing feat. Meanwhile, he had now completely entered this realm, becoming much stronger than he had been before. Even if he had to face Summer Sunshine's assault right now, he believed that he would not end up in such a miserable state where he would be required to use void steps to dodge. After leaving White Fog Canyon, Feng immediately unfurled a return scroll and activated it. Shortly after returning to White River City, Feng discovered that the number of players here were much more numerous than before. The players were all recruiting team members. Money farming team, 17 waiting for 3. DDs are welcomed. Must be level 20 or above. Frozen Waterfall independent party recruiting, 12 waiting for 8. We welcome all sorts of pros. Must be level 21 or above. Equipment must be at least bronze rank. Twilight Lighthouse independent party recruiting. Party is being carried by an expert. Noobs, do not disturb. Equipment must be at least bronze rank. Drops will be auctioned among team members. Many players were recruiting for level 20 team dungeons out in the streets. This situation really surprised Shifeng. Whether it was Frozen Waterfall or Twilight Lighthouse, both were challenging 20-man team dungeons. Their difficulty was considered intermediate among level 20 team dungeons. Currently, even a normal guild team would not necessarily succeed when clearing one. Yet, there were actually so many independent teams recruiting for these dungeons. This situation truly confused Shifeng. He had gone offline for just one day. Just when did the independent players of White River City become so powerful? Aside from the shouts of recruitment by independent players, Shifeng also heard news regarding the all-out war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. Up to now, the losses suffered by both guilds had already exceeded 2,000 players. Moreover, the battles between both guilds were growing intenser as time passed. In the beginning, the skirmishes that occurred only involved dozens of players, before slowly growing into the hundreds. At this point in time, both guilds were already waging wars involving over 1,000 players. Zero Wing really is amazing. Their total kill count right now has already exceeded 5,000 players. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile has only managed to kill around 2,000 Zero Wing members. I know, right? I heard that Zero Wing's assassin Fire Dance alone has killed more than 300 Overwhelming Smile members. Many players were done in by her, and she has even managed to kill Lone Tyrant, giving Overwhelming Smile a huge headache. Right now, her fame is no longer beneath Black Flame. Other than Fire Dance, there is also Flying Shadow, another assassin of Zero Wing. His kill count is just slightly below Fire Dance's. Right now, he has already killed more than 200 members of Overwhelming Smile. In addition, there are also Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Blackie, and so on. Every one of them has killed over 100 players already. Other than the core members of Zero Wing, there are also many rising experts in Zero Wing. Among them is a berserker called Shadow Sword. His kill count is over 50. I hear that he has even managed to exchange for a level 25 fine gold equipment with the contribution points he obtained. Even though Overwhelming Smile also has a large number of experts, why aren't they able to fight against multiple enemies by themselves like Zero Wing's experts? Just why are Zero Wing's experts so strong? You don't know? I hear that Zero Wing's core members have completed their class change and have become Tier 1 classes already. In terms of attributes and skills, they are much more powerful than us players who have yet to complete our class change. Even when facing a player with the same attributes and equipment, a Tier 1 player can still easily defeat half a dozen Tier 0 players. Moreover, I hear that Zero Wing has over 50 Tier 1 players. Overwhelming Smile is naturally unable to contend against Zero Wing. It can't be, right? I hear that the class change quest is absurdly difficult. It is practically impossible to complete it without reaching level 27 or 28. Many have tried before, but all of them had failed. Moreover, if one fails their class change quest, they will have to wait a very long time before they can challenge the quest again. Just how have so many players from Zero Wing completed their class change? The players holding discussions on the street marveled at Zero Wing's strength. At the same time, they had also received a glimpse of how powerful a Tier 1 class was. It was not something a Tier 0 class could compare to at all. When Shifeng heard these conversations, a faint smile appeared on his face. After so many days of effort, there were finally some results. Over 50 Tier 1 players could indeed play a huge role in a battle involving thousands of players. Unfortunately, with just two guilds battling against each other, wars involving thousands of players rarely occurred. A majority of the battles fought between the two guilds were merely small skirmishes that involved several dozen players. As a result, the potential of these 50-plus Tier 1 players was less than it could be. Moreover, when comparing the backgrounds and fundings of the two guilds, Overwhelming Smile was leaps and bounds above Zero Wing. Although Overwhelming Smile's death count was more than double Zero Wing's death count, Overwhelming Smile was supported by Underworld from behind. Their financial prowess was definitely more than a dozen times greater than Zero Wing's. Even if the compensation and rewards they gave was triple or quadruple of what Zero Wing gave, they could still afford to grind Zero Wing into dust. This was the reason why Shifeng had been unwilling to start an all-out war all this time, as doing so would be very detrimental to Zero Wing, following which, Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose to get a more detailed understanding of the present situation. He then increased the contribution points awarded for killing enemy players as well as increased the compensation of the guild members who died battling against the enemy. At the same time, he also made preparations to start raiding 50-man team dungeons and 100-man team dungeons. Guild leader, now that we have started an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile, if we increase the compensation and rewards, the expenses of the guild will increase by several times. If the war is extended, this amount will become astronomical. Moreover, the compensation and rewards we are currently giving out are already quite high. Even the guild members feel that they are good. There is simply no need for this extra spending. Aqua Rose knew that Shifeng was rich, but even so, money should not be wasted in such a way. It was especially true for the rewards given out. If the guild members managed to kill 10,000 enemies, even if the guild only gave one additional contribution point for each kill, the guild would still have to pay for the cost of an additional 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention, as the fighting continued, large wars would occur more frequently. At that time, the contribution points the guild would have to pay out would increase by several times. No problem. I'll figure out a way to deal with the matters regarding money, Shifeng said, shaking his head. The reason why he was increasing the amount of contribution points awarded was not for the purpose of exciting the guild members. Instead, he was doing so in order to hasten up the consumption speed of both sides. If it had been in the past, Shifeng definitely would not fight a war of attrition with Overwhelming Smile. Now, however, things were different. He now had a large amount of Starfire ore in his hands. He would let Overwhelming Smile know what it truly felt like to crumble apart. Chapter 463, Imperial Heirloom. I'll make the adjustments now, then. Aqua Rose could only nod her head in reply upon hearing Shifeng's confident answer. Right, have you compensated Virtuous Cloud and the others? Shifeng suddenly asked. After all was said and done, Overwhelming Smile had ambushed them because of him. He also still owed Virtuous Cloud 6 pieces of secret silver equipment. However, due to his short hibernation this time, he had not been able to bring them to make their selection. Ivy already brought them to the guild's warehouse to exchange for 10 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. However, there is one matter that you definitely won't be able to guess, Aqua Rose said, revealing a mysterious smile. What happened? Shifeng asked curiously. After Virtuous Cloud and her party saw our guild warehouse, they were downright stupefied. Originally, they were planning to return to the Black Dragon Empire to continue their development there. Now, however, the party has joined Zero Wing and should be carrying out some high-level guild quests at the moment, Aqua Rose replied. Aqua Rose was very optimistic about Virtuous Cloud's crew. An independent party attaining such high levels and good equipment was quite an amazing feat. Now that they had entered Zero Wing, it wouldn't be long before they became experts in God's domain. Though elite players were easy to find, experts were not. Now that Zero Wing was in an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile, it would be a long time before things settled down. After all, it was not possible for either side to defeat the other in one fell swoop. Moreover, battles between two warring guilds consisted mostly of small-scale skirmishes. Large-scale engagements occurred very infrequently. As a result, the importance of players with top-tier combat power grew even greater. If a large group of players took action together, they could easily be discovered, as well as easily countered. However, if a party or an individual took action, they would be highly mobile, hence, they would not be discovered so easily. If Zero Wing could form a party of experts and give a huge blow to Overwhelming Smile from time to time, they could easily force Overwhelming Smile into a passive state. Guild leader, why don't we start raiding 50-man team dungeons now? Although the benefits we offer could attract quite a number of players to the guild, it is still not enough of an attraction for many independent experts. The things these experts seek are top-tier equipment and room for growth. Meanwhile, we can use the top-tier equipment we obtain from large-scale dungeons to attract these experts, Aqua Rose suggested after seeing the reactions of Virtuous Cloud's crew yesterday. Aqua Rose came up with this idea previously. She had also tried inviting Virtuous Cloud and her party to join Zero Wing, but they had been reticent. However, after seeing the large number of level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment, as well as plenty of level 20 dark gold equipment, they made up their minds right away. At that time, Aqua Rose had even considered displaying the 2 epic items inside their guild's warehouse. However, the epic items were Zero Wing's trump cards. It would be best if other guilds did not know about the existence of these items, so she had promptly dismissed this idea of hers. If she were to really put the epic items on display, then many guilds would definitely scheme against Zero Wing. Her action would no doubt create many more enemies for Zero Wing. The guilds that were maintaining neutrality might even side with Overwhelming Smile. At that time, Zero Wing's position would become very tenuous. Hence, only core members, who had signed a confidentiality agreement, could know about the existence of the epic items. We still have to wait for some time regarding the matter of the large-scale team dungeons. However, we can begin raiding 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons. Shifeng had been the guild leader of Shadow for many years, so he naturally knew what attracted experts. Although he fully agreed with Aqua Rose's suggestion, large-scale team dungeons were no walk in the park. They needed to accumulate even more strength if they wished to raid one. On the other hand, they could give 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons a try. Players had a fixed probability for obtaining dark gold items from 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons, though the majority of the items were fine gold rank. In addition, there were plenty of production materials that were available only in Hell Mode dungeons. The guild could also obtain guild popularity by clearing Hell Mode dungeons. As the guild's popularity increased, the guild quests commissioned by NPCs would also improve in quality, and this was what Zero Wing needed the most at the moment. I'll get everyone prepared right now, then. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose immediately went into action with great excitement. As for Shifeng himself, he made a trip to the bank. Although there were many things demanding his attention right now, the all-out war with Overwhelming Smile, in particular, at the end of the day, there was only one task that he needed to complete, which was to earn money. Shifeng had experienced countless all-out wars between guilds in the past, so he had long since known what took priority. Although he himself possessed frightening combat power, allowing him to easily hunt and kill Overwhelming Smile members out in the fields. Just how many members were there in Overwhelming Smile? Even if he ran around all day, hunting players, how many could he possibly kill by himself? Doing so would allow him to collect the immortal souls of players he killed, but it was still not worth the effort. Moreover, even if he did nothing but hunt players from Overwhelming Smile all day long, completing his quest would take many days. During this time, Overwhelming Smile with its huge funding could easily recruit a large number of additional players. Even if Shifeng worked himself to death, he still wouldn't be able to win the war by himself. After all, this was currently the early stages of God's domain. The various guilds had yet to possess their very own towns and cities. Killing Overwhelming Smile's members would only cause the guild a little trouble and slightly affect its development speed. Most importantly, Shifeng simply did not have the time to do something like this. He only had a little time left to complete the epic quest Darkness Descends, and he was still far from his goal of earning 30,000 gold. If he failed to complete the quest, at that time, he would have to face the wrath of a Tier 4 demon. With his current strength, he would certainly die. Hence, earning money was his top priority right now. The war between the two guilds would definitely grow more intense as time passed, and the same was true for the expenditure of both guilds. It was especially true for the expenditure on equipment. Aside from losing equipment as a result of dying, fights between players would also cause the durability of weapons and equipment to fall at a faster rate than when fighting monsters. Naturally, repairing these weapons and equipment would also require a large sum of coins. Presently, guilds had a limited source of income for coins. Guilds would only begin raking in large sums of coins once they possessed their own towns and cities during the middle stage of the game. Although Overwhelming Smile had large funding, having a large funding did not necessarily equate to having a large number of coins. This was where Shifeng's confidence came from. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at the bank. He then retrieved all the Starfire ore as well as the Philosopher's Stone from his warehouse. He also retrieved the Dragonscale set equipment forging design he had stored away all this time. At present, aside from the Warfire set equipment, the level 20 fine gold rank Dragonscale set equipment was definitely the best set equipment available. It was naturally an item that all guilds would fight desperately to obtain. After Shifeng organized the items inside his bag, he suddenly noticed the golden stone tablet inside it. How could I have forgotten about this thing? Shifeng's mind had been occupied with too many things during this period of time, and he had completely forgotten about the golden stone tablet he had snatched away from the Anubis's gatekeeper. An item guarded by a great lord was definitely not an ordinary item. However, Shifeng had also never heard about a golden stone tablet, so he did not know exactly what function this item possessed. Glancing at it, he was unable to read its information. All that was displayed about the golden stone tablet was that it was an unknown item. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes and started appraising it. The seconds ticked by slowly as countless data flickered in front of his eye. After a total of 22 seconds passed, the appraisal process was finally completed. An Imperial heirloom? Shifeng muttered in disbelief when he read the information displayed about the golden stone tablet. Chapter 464, Shocking Treasure. Shifeng could not help but tremble when he looked at the golden stone tablet inside his bag. God's domain was very large, and there were many kingdoms and empires within it. Naturally, these realms would go through growth and decline. Countless kingdoms and empires had disappeared into the long river of history by now. Although they had already been forgotten by people, some of these kingdoms and empires had left behind shocking treasures that were unknown to others in God's domain. These shocking treasures were called heirlooms. Heirlooms could be categorized into 4 different ranks. The first would be kingdom heirlooms. Just as its name implied, it was a treasure once owned by a kingdom of God's domain. First-rate guilds would fight tooth and nail for just one kingdom heirloom. In the past, there was even a super guild that had offered up a city with a population of over 1 million players in exchange for a kingdom heirloom. From this, one could just imagine the value of a kingdom heirloom back then. Although Shadow had become a second-rate guild and controlled 10 city-states, it did not even possess the qualifications to compete over a kingdom heirloom. Meanwhile, one rank above kingdom heirlooms were Imperial heirlooms. An Imperial heirloom was an heirloom left behind by a fallen empire of God's domain. Normally, the wealth of an empire was at least 3 to 5 times greater than that of a kingdom. The value of an Imperial heirloom, naturally, was proportional. In the past, a small unrated guild called Thunder Family had taken less than a year to develop into a first-rate guild. Back then, Thunder Family had shocked the entire God's domain in terms of experts or financial power. Thunder Family had possessed neither. Yet, it had still managed to develop into a first-rate guild in such a short amount of time. How could such a feat not shock others? Only after many different parties investigated the guild did they find out the secret behind Thunder Family's success. It turned out that Thunder Family had accidentally encountered an item called an Imperial heirloom, and the guild had secretly developed itself at a rapid pace through this Imperial heirloom. Thus, Thunder Family had managed to become one of the overlords of God's domain in less than just a year. From then on, everyone started searching for heirlooms out in the fields. Many wars were waged in God's domain because of heirlooms, and many guilds were completely annihilated because of heirlooms. In addition to Imperial heirlooms, there were Continental heirlooms, which were 1 rank higher, as well as World heirlooms, which were the highest-ranking heirlooms in God's domain. However, the last 2 heirlooms were only mentioned in the libraries of God's domain. As far as Shifeng knew, nobody had come upon either one in his previous life. Now that there was an Imperial heirloom in his bag, how could Shifeng not be excited? Even as a reincarnator, Shifeng had to carefully plan, make countless preparations, encounter many miracles, and nurture a large number of experts in order to establish his very own virtual empire. Meanwhile, just a single Imperial heirloom had allowed a small guild to grow into a first-rate guild in less than a year, becoming the owner of a real empire. As for what treasures were hidden within an Imperial heirloom, Shifeng was completely ignorant. After things got out of hand in the past, any who obtained an Imperial heirloom would put a tight lid on it, keeping all information about it a secret in this life, Shifeng would naturally also keep quiet about his possession of an Imperial heirloom. Hence, he immediately suppressed his excited heart as he considered where to carefully research the Imperial heirloom. After he was done organizing his bag, he made his way stealthily to the Starstreak trading firm and entered one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor. At this moment, the Starstreak trading firm had already become the #1 trading firm in White River City. The variety of items sold at its shop was matchless. As long as it was something the current players of God's domain needed, the trading firm would sell it. Therefore, players who visited the Starstreak trading firm would have no need to visit any other shop. The trading firm's business was thriving, raking in large sums of money daily. Although many guilds had sought cooperation with the trading firm, all were promptly rejected by the firm's manager. Anna Shifeng had picked an unoccupied forging room at random and entered it. I am interested to see just what sort of secret is contained within an Imperial heirloom, Shifeng muttered as he retrieved the golden stone tablet from his bag and carefully placed it on the stone platform. Other than being named an Imperial heirloom, the golden stone tablet revealed no other information. Shifeng was also clueless as to how he should operate an Imperial heirloom, so he had no choice but to slowly experiment with it. There were many drawings and runes engraved on the stone tablet. However, Shifeng could not understand a single one of them. He quickly spent over half an hour researching the Imperial heirloom. But no matter what sort of methods he used, he failed to find even a clue to how to activate it. Despite the mountain of gold placed right in front of him, without the activation key, he could only stare helplessly at the Imperial heirloom. Thunder family from back then was able to discover the secret of the Imperial treasure, so why can't I? Frustrated, Shifeng played around with the golden stone tablet in his hands. Is there still some other secret to the Imperial heirloom? It sounded logical when he thought about it. How could a great treasure capable of allowing an empire to thrive be so easily obtainable by players? If the activation of the Imperial heirloom were a quest, then the difficulty of this quest should be legendary. Runka legendary quest was definitely not something players could easily complete. Let alone a legendary quest. Right now, Shifeng already had a huge headache over just an epic quest. I can only set it aside for now. I might encounter some clues in the future, Shifeng thought optimistically. Everything was bound to be difficult at the beginning. With the Imperial heirloom now in his hands, what he needed to do next was to inquire around about it. There was bound to be a solution. Shifeng then stored the Imperial heirloom and piled up the large amount of starfire ore he had on the floor. During this period of time, Zero Wing had harvested over 20,000 pieces of starfire ore. If sold at a price of 1 silver per piece, the total value of all this starfire ore would be over 200 gold coins. However, Shifeng was going to convert them all into starfire essence right now. Originally, if players wished to refine starfire ore, they needed to hire an alchemist to refine the ore for them. Just a single refinement cost 1 silver coin. Moreover, the production of starfire essence was not guaranteed. However, there was a large possibility of obtaining 1 piece of starfire essence out of 2 pieces of ore. As a result, the market value of starfire essence was usually set at 4 silver coins per piece. Shifeng, however, did not seek the services of an alchemist. After all, the philosopher's stone he possessed was much more powerful than any alchemist. In addition, not only did he not need to spend a single coin when using the philosopher's stone to refine starfire ore, but his odds of producing starfire essence were also much higher than those of NPC master alchemists. Following which, Shifeng started refining the starfire ore 1 piece. 2 pieces. The refining speed of the philosopher's stone was very fast. In just a moment, Shifeng had already refined 100 pieces of starfire ore and obtained 83 pieces of starfire essence. Starfire essence, consumable. Increases success rate of forging if added during forging process. In addition, the more starfire essence added, the higher the success rate. The refinement rate is good as expected. When Shifeng looked at the sparkling red gems scattered across the stone platform, an indescribable sense of joy filled his heart. The philosopher's stone was definitely worthy of being called a treasure of alchemy. By using it to refine all the starfire ore he could save over 200 gold coins. Time passed little by little. Before he knew it, Shifeng had spent more than 7 hours refining all the starfire ore he had. In total, he had obtained 18,000 odd pieces of Starfire essence. If converted to coins, the value of these Starfire essences would be worth over 720 gold in just 7 hours. Shifeng had more than tripled the original value of the Starfire ore. I can finally start forging now. Although Shifeng had spent in excess of 7 hours repeating the same task over and over, he did not feel bored or tired. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement right now. Just the thought of being able to mass-produce the dragon-scale set equipment thrilled him greatly. If he let the members of the guild equip the set and take a stroll out in the city, the uniform equipment would definitely earn the envy and admiration of players all over White River City. Chapter 465, Rapid Promotion. Blue Moon Restaurant, a high-class restaurant located in White River City. At this moment, the entire restaurant was completely reserved by Overwhelming Smile, and tens of elite members stood guard outside the building. Each and every one of these elite members of Overwhelming Smile was in a very bad mood, which showed in the fierce expressions on their faces. Any unrelated players passing by Blue Moon Restaurant would no doubt distance themselves from the building, as far away as possible, in fear of meeting with bad luck and getting into trouble. Currently, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile were waging an all-out war with each other. While there was nothing bad to speak of about Zero Wing, the members of Overwhelming Smile were infamous for their tyranny. As long as Overwhelming Smile members felt even the slightest displeasure, they would try to make trouble for someone else. What Overwhelming Smile members did most frequently was field hogging. They would lay claim to an entire area and chase away all non-guild members. However, although many independent players of White River City were furious over Overwhelming Smile's actions, nobody dared to actually voice their opinion. No doubt many independent players were cheering and clapping secretly over the war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. It was especially true when news spread mentioning that Overwhelming Smile's death count had increased significantly lately, and was now past the 8,000 threshold. At this moment, 2 people, a man and a woman, were seated inside one of the booths on the 2nd floor of Blue Moon Restaurant. The man was Feng Xianyang, and the woman sat opposite of him was the quiet and elegant beauty Youlan. I've already looked through the information you sent me. It's very well written, I'm quite satisfied with it. I also forwarded your analysis to the higher-ups, and they have already determined that Zero Wing is indeed a thorn in Underworld's side. They've also said that if we cannot obtain Zero Wing, then we're to destroy it to save us from future troubles. In addition, they have a very optimistic view on White River City right now. The current population of White River City has already exceeded 2 million. Many players from other cities, and even other kingdoms and empires, are constantly migrating here. At present, White River City has already become the 2nd most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom, so we must obtain control over White River City. This time, not only have the higher-ups sent a great load of manpower, but they have also increased our funding and are prepared to focus on the nurturing of Overwhelming Smile. I heard that after Zero Wing increased the compensations and rewards it is giving out, you increased Overwhelming Smiles as well. I believe it should have increased the burden on your side significantly, right? However, you can rest easy and feel free to continue contending with Zero Wing. The higher-ups have already gathered 500 gold as well as 300 million credits for you. The credits should have been sent to you by now. As for the gold coins, that will arrive in another hour or 2 at most. Afterwards, they'll be sending even more gold coins and credits. I hear that the higher-ups are very serious this time. Just the total amount of coins they are planning to invest into Overwhelming Smile may be over 5,000 gold, not to mention the credits. Saying so, Feng Xianyang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, another 20 people entered the private booth. Every one of these 20 people was shrouded in a thick layer of killing intent. Their bodies were as robust as a grizzly bear's. Instead of looking like ordinary players, they looked more like a group of well-trained soldiers. These men are the underworld guards the higher-ups have dispatched. All 20 of them are party leaders, and every one of them leads a party of 6 members. In total, you will have 120 underworld guards to command as you see fit, Feng Xianyang said, smiling. They are different from the other underworld guards. I'm sure you can tell, but they have all worked as mercenaries in the past. They are people who have walked on real battlefields. Isn't Overwhelming Smile waging an all-out war with Zero Wing right now? As long as you have these underworld guards to assist you, those players who have never seen fresh blood will be easy pickings. Even if Zero Wing has more than 50 Tier 1 players, they will still be finished. I've already handed the men over to you. What they do next is up to you. Young Master Feng, rest assured, I definitely will not disappoint you. Originally, Youlan had already been confident of slowly exhausting Zero Wing to death. Now that she was looking at the 2 rows of neatly lined up Underworld Guard party leaders, a sense of indescribable joy filled her heart. Zero Wing's 50-plus Tier 1 players had been giving Overwhelming Smile a huge headache recently, forcing the members of Overwhelming Smile into a state of passiveness. At this moment, they needed to similarly send out experts or Tier 1 players. Otherwise, they would simply be helpless against Zero Wing's Tier 1 players. However, Youlan had suddenly come to a realization. Overwhelming Smile had plenty of elite members, but they were sorely lacking in experts and Tier 1 players. Although not all 20 of the Underworld Guards standing before her were necessarily experts, and their levels only ranged between 23 to 24, they were all veterans of the battlefield. Meanwhile, now that the battles in God's domain were growing increasingly realistic, these people would have an undeniable advantage. They were much more powerful compared to ordinary elite players. If they worked together, they should have a very frightening effect on field battles. Youlan could tell that the upper management of Underworld was taking things seriously this time. Currently, the various guilds in God's domain were desperately purchasing coins. They had even secretly established many money farming teams. It was very difficult to accumulate 500 gold. Not to mention, they were also planning to invest an additional 5,000 plus gold coins in the future. With such a sum of money, dealing with Zero Wing would be a piece of cake. With the subsequent funding from Underworld, Youlan no longer had to worry about equipment. Currently, there were 3 main sources of equipment: dungeons, the auction house, and the virtual trade center. Unlike the auction house, one used credits instead of coins when purchasing equipment from the virtual trade center. As a result, the prices of equipment sold there were very expensive. Even so, the wealthy did not mind doing their purchases through the virtual trade center. The first reason was due to the supply of weapons and equipment there being much more abundant. This was because, in order to earn credits, many workshops and players would post their items up for sale at the virtual trade center. The second reason was due to convenience. The currency of God's domain was not easily obtainable. Moreover, the trading procedures involved were very onerous. With such a large sum of credits, she could immediately fill up Overwhelming Smile's guild warehouse and rebuild the confidence of the guild members. At the same time, it would give Zero Wing immense pressure. Hence, on the same day Youlan received the funds from Underworld, she purchased weapons and equipment ranging between level 15 and level 20 from the virtual trade center in bulk. The quality of the items ranged from bronze rank to fine gold rank. In total, she bought over 5,000 weapons and equipment, greatly boosting Overwhelming Smile's morale. At the same time, she also raised the death compensation and kill rewards. Seeing this change, many more members of Overwhelming Smile were tempted to join in the field battles. For a time, Overwhelming Smile's momentum in White River City surpassed Zero Wing's. However, as the guild leader of Zero Wing, Feng was completely ignorant about this occurrence. At the moment, he was focused on producing the dragon scale set equipment and frantically raising his forging proficiency. Recently, Feng had been constantly busying himself with other matters. As a result, his forging proficiency had stagnated. Despite being the first person to become an advanced forging apprentice, he had long since fallen behind Cream Cocoa and the others. These future master forgers had already become true forgers. Meanwhile, Feng himself still needed a lot of forging proficiency before he could become a forger as well. It should be known that only 3,000 proficiency points were required to get promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. Yet, in order to advance from an advanced forging apprentice to a basic forger, 10,000 proficiency points were required. The amount required to rise a rank had more than tripled. Moreover, advanced forging apprentices did not receive proficiency points from producing common ranked items, resulting in a drastic reduction in promotion speed. Melancholic Smile and the other two had only managed to become basic forgers so quickly because of the basic strengthened armor kit forging designs Shifeng had provided them. In the future, however, even the basic strengthened armor kits would not be able to help them with their promotions. Fortunately, the dragon scale set equipment Shifeng possessed was different. Not only was it of a very high rank, but it could also provide him with bonus proficiency every time he succeeded in producing the set equipment. He also had the forging talent, forging genius, which had a fixed chance of giving him additional proficiency points whenever he succeeded in forging an item. Moreover, as the dragon scale was a fine gold set equipment, the EXP rewarded from its successful production was also very generous. However, when producing the dragon scale set equipment, Shifeng had to spend 10 Starfire essences for each individual set piece. Moreover, even with the help of the various support tools he possessed, his success rate was less than 25%. Even so, Shifeng was already very satisfied with this result. If it were anyone else producing the dragon scale set equipment, let alone 25%, it would be a miracle if they even managed a 10% success rate. Furthermore, the materials needed to produce the dragon scale set equipment were not particularly precious, and he also had plenty of Starfire essences. Hence, Shifeng madly produced the dragon scale set equipment unmindful of cost. The more sets he produced, the more proficient he became. In addition, his increased brain activity also gave him an accurate grasp of the production process, allowing him to become increasingly faster and better at producing the dragon scale set equipment as time went by. Shifeng never imagined that he would also have such a fortunate development. Finally, after investing more than a day's time, Shifeng managed to completely use up all his materials and had succeeded at producing over 100 sets. He was also promoted to a basic forger during this period of time, his promotion speed leaving one simply speechless. Furthermore, he had also leveled up to level 26, his leveling speed even faster than when he was grinding monsters at White Fog Canyon. Chapter 466, Dragonclaw Set Equipment. That should be about enough. Shifeng looked at his bag containing dragon scale set equipment with satisfaction. Currently, God's Domain players did not have very high levels, with a majority being around level 20. Hence, level 20 equipment had already become more common. This was apparent from the large number of independent teams raiding level 20, 20-man team dungeons. Even raiding normal mode, 20-man team dungeons would drop plenty of mysterious iron equipment at the very minimum. There was even a certain probability that a mysterious iron set equipment would drop. Even ordinary players wore a few pieces of level 20 bronze equipment, not to mention veteran and elite players. It was no surprise if one ran into a player with a full set of bronze equipment. The equipment that guild's elite members wore was even more impressive. Unlike independent players, guilds would very frequently form teams to raid dungeons. Hence, the equipment available to guild's elites was far superior to what independent players had access to, and a majority of such elite members possessed at least a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. The lowest quality equipment guild's core teams would wear at this point was level 20 mysterious iron rank. Normally, core members wore secret silver equipment. Only the top experts in a guild had the chance to equip level 20 secret silver set equipment with a few pieces of fine gold equipment. To ordinary players, fine gold equipment was something they could only obtain in their dreams. Such items were out of their reach, and they could only fantasize about owning Onis for level 20 fine gold set equipment. Not even the upper management of guilds possessed a single piece. Level 20 fine gold set equipment would only drop from level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Not a single guild was ready to set foot in a level 20 large-scale team dungeon at this stage of the game. This was why everyone had shifted their focus to the Warfire set equipment, which dropped in the White Fog Canyon. Meanwhile, the level 20 dragon scale set equipment was definitely one of the best level 20 sets available. Although it could not compare to a Warfire set equipment that had been upgraded to fine gold rank, if one equipped the entire set, they would still surpass the requirements to raid a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. The set would be of immense help to raiding large-scale team dungeons. Dragon scale set equipment, fine gold rank. Level 20. Can be equipped by plate armor classes. Set consists of 6 parts: head, chest, hands, wrist, legs, and feet set effect. 2-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Has a chance to trigger Fury effect when attacking, increasing damage by 20% for 6 seconds. 4-piece effect, strength and endurance attribute increased by 10%. Defense increased by 20%. 6-piece effect, all skill cooldowns decreased by 20%. When attacking with a skill, there is a chance to trigger effect multiplier, increasing the skill's effects by 50%. Although the set effects of the Dragonscale set equipment could not compare to those of the Warfire set equipment, they were still enough to tempt both guilds and players. Originally, Shifeng had intended to equip the Dragonscale set equipment himself. However, a level 20 fine gold set equipment was only as strong as a level 25 secret silver set equipment. Currently, he had several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment and level 25 dark gold equipment. Combined, they were far superior to the Dragonscale set equipment. Hence, Shifeng gave up on the idea. However, after Shifeng had spent over a day forging and produced the 105th set of Dragonscale set equipment, by some stroke of luck, he had triggered the Black Steel Insignia's attribute increasing effect. As a result, the Dragonscale set equipment had upgraded by an entire rank, becoming a level 20 dark gold set equipment. Now, it was equivalent to a level 25 fine gold set equipment. Shifeng was overjoyed after the Dragonscale set equipment had upgraded. It was no longer called Dragonscale, he had now created a Dragonclaw set equipment. This was also the only dark gold set equipment Shifeng had ever produced. Dragonclaw set equipment, dark gold rank. Level 20. Can be equipped by plate armor. Classes. Set consists of 6 parts, head, chest, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect, ignore levels plus 15. Has a chance to trigger Fury effect when attacking, increasing damage by 40% for 6 seconds. 4-piece effect, strength and endurance attribute increased by 15%. Defense increased by 30%. 7-piece effect, all skill cooldowns decreased by 30%. When attacking with a skill, there is a chance to trigger effect multiplier, increasing the skill's effects by 100%. Aside from the fact that the Dragonclaw set equipment's basic attributes could overshadow even level 25 fine gold set equipment, the set effects had massively improved. The Dragonclaw's set effects were only slightly inferior to the fine gold ranked Warfire set equipment. Only, the Warfire set was more suited for PvP, whereas the Dragonclaw set was more suited for raiding dungeons in God's domain. Experts would normally prepare multiple sets of equipment for themselves, and every set had different purposes. At the very minimum, experts would prepare a set for PvP and a set for dungeons. There were also sets that focused on flexibility, damage, and so on. In the past, Shifeng had owned several sets of equipment at a time, which he used when he fought dungeon bosses, during field PvP, and various other situations in this life. However, he still did not have the capital to afford multiple sets of equipment. In the early stages of God's domain, top-tier weapons and equipment were very rare. Having a full set of top-tier equipment was already impressive, let alone multiple sets. Now that Shifeng had the Dragonclaw set equipment, he immediately replaced the equipment he currently wore. As for the unused level 25 fine gold and dark gold equipment, he would store them in the guild's warehouse, leaving them for other members. As for the level 25 flame boots, however, Shifeng kept them for himself. If he encountered an extremely fast enemy, he could use them to replace the Dragonclaw boots temporarily. After equipping the Dragonclaw set, Shifeng's basic attributes increased significantly. His strength was close to exceeding the 500-point threshold. His HP had also exceeded 10,000, granting him more HP than the Tier 1 Guardian Knight. Cola. If I activate the 7 Luminaries Rings Aura of Earth, I could easily become the number 1 tank in Zero Wing. Shifeng smiled as he looked at his own defense. Due to the Dragonclaw's set effects, he already possessed the defense of an MT. In addition, the Aura of Earth's effects would increase his defense by 45% and reduce the damage he received by 35%. Just as Shifeng was about to begin producing basic mana armor kits to serve as guild benefits, Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I've just received news that someone from Overwhelming Smile has become a baron. They have purchased a plot relatively valuable private land in White River City and are currently establishing their own guild residence. Overwhelming smile? Shifeng could not help his surprise. Shifeng was not surprised that someone from Overwhelming Smile had obtained the rank of a baron in White River City. After all, after the second evolution of God's domain, it became much easier to earn reputation in cities. Moreover, due to the appearance of Zero Wing's guild residence, the various guilds had long since turned their focus to grinding for reputation. It was natural that someone would have become a baron by now. However, purchasing a plot of private land and establishing a guild hall required a lot of money. Private land, in particular, was a huge headache. Shifeng had only managed to obtain the Purple Sun Mansion due to a quest reward, saving him a ridiculous amount of gold coins. However, Overwhelming Smile could afford to purchase private land, and even had the money to proceed with building a guild hall immediately. Even the cheapest plot of land in White River City cost over 1,000 gold. Adding in the cost of the cheapest guild hall, Overwhelming Smile would need to spend at least 1,500 gold. Although it had become much easier to earn coins, even a first-rate guild would need over a week to accumulate so much money. Moreover, purchasing coins in bulk through the virtual trade center would cause the price of coins to soar. How many credits would one need to purchase so many gold coins? Since when had Overwhelming Smile become so wealthy? Chapter 467, Sweeping God's Domain. Aside from establishing a guild residence, Overwhelming Smile has also recruited a team of experts. These experts have been ambushing our teams and killing many of our members. Some of our Tier 1 members have encountered them before, and although they were no match for our members in a one-on-one battle, those experts are well trained and coordinate with each other flawlessly. With 3 people working together, they can finish off one of our Tier 1 members quickly. We estimate that Overwhelming Smile has over 100 of these experts and has scattered them across various leveling areas. They randomly appear and kill our members who are questing or leveling, causing us tremendous losses. Although we have invested a lot of time and manpower into hunting these experts down, we have come up with nothing. Aqua Rose ground her teeth with frustration as she spoke about Overwhelming Smile's mysterious experts, and she wanted to hunt them down and end them personally. Thanks to these experts, Zero Wing had lost an additional 2,000 or so members in just one day. Ever since Zero Wing had declared war on Overwhelming Smile, the guild had only suffered around 6,000 deaths. This little group of experts had caused over 2,000 of those deaths. Moreover, they had caused so much damage in one day. Aside from the lost equipment and levels, the compensation costs wounded the guild's finances. If this situation repeated itself every day, the several hundred gold the guild had accumulated through guild quests would only last a few more days before it dwindled to nothing. This means that Overwhelming Smile is finally getting serious. Frowning, Shifeng said, "Since they wish to send experts to ambush us, we have no need to hold back. Have Fire Dance and the others eliminate them. However, scatter the group to separate locations. We'll hold off on the team dungeon for now. As for our regular guild members, have them form teams to grind in the fields from now on." "Okay, I'll notify Fire Dance and the others immediately." Saying so, Aqua Rose disconnected the call. She then contacted Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other top combatants. Meanwhile, Shifeng halted his work in the forge. After tidying up, he left the forging room and hurried to the bank. Shifeng had never expected Overwhelming Smile to possess such a card. This situation certainly surpassed Shifeng's initial estimation of his enemy. Fortunately, Zero Wing had far more experts than Overwhelming Smile. In particular, Zero Wing possessed an absolute advantage when it came to Tier 1 players, as Overwhelming Smile still did not have a single Tier 1 player. All this time, Zero Wing's experts had split into 2 batches and took turns slaughtering Overwhelming Smile's members. This way, not only could they make Overwhelming Smile suffer, but they also wouldn't significantly hinder their own development. Now that over 100 experts had suddenly appeared in Overwhelming Smile, Shifeng would not let them run free. Moreover, the fact that Overwhelming Smile now possessed their own guild residence was bad news for Zero Wing. Originally, Zero Wing had only attracted so many new players to the guild due to their guild residence. The benefits a guild residence offered persuaded the guild members to ignore Overwhelming Smile's high offers and continue their development with Zero Wing. Now, however, Zero Wing's members would be tempted to join Overwhelming Smile as the benefits they could obtain there were not inferior in the slightest. However, gold coins were still what was most important. Originally, Overwhelming Smile was only wealthy in terms of credits. To Shifeng, the guild was no threat at all. After all, many of the items in God's domain could only be purchased with coins. Even if one had an endless supply of credits, the number of coins they could buy was limited. Furthermore, Overwhelming Smile was not the only guild in God's domain purchasing coins in bulk, further limiting what was available in an all-out war between guilds. Coins were the most consumed resource. There was the cost of purchasing and repairing equipment to consider, in addition to compensating guild members. Battles between players placed a massive burden on equipment durability. Take Shifeng's battles for example. A single strike from his sword could scrap bronze equipment. Only mysterious iron equipment could withstand his attack, and even then, it would only last a few extra hits. Even if the equipment was not destroyed, even elite players would cough blood with shock at the repair fee to recover the item. Although equipment could be purchased from the virtual trade center and compensation could be paid out using credits, the system controlled equipment repair fees, and it did not acknowledge credits. A single player's repair fee was not much, costing around 2 silver coins. The repair fee for 10,000 players, however, would be at least 200 gold coins, a very frightening amount. Not to mention, the higher quality equipment a player wore, the higher their repair fee would be. Although the repair fees were not the guild's responsibility, but the players. How many times could a player afford to repair their equipment in a long war? Once players ran out of money, how could they continue to involve themselves in the war if their equipment was close to breaking? Unless they decided to risk themselves without weapons and armor. In the early stages of the war, the guild members would accept credits as compensation and reward. However, after some time, they would need to purchase coins with the credits they received. Hence, coins were the true foundation of wars in God's domain. Meanwhile, a guild residence was a guild's main source of income for coins during the early stages of God's domain. If Overwhelming Smile included coins in their frightening financial power, it would create a terrifying combination. Shifeng could not afford to continue focusing on plots to earn money. He needed to take action. After returning the Philosopher's Stone to his warehouse, Shifeng used the 7 Luminaries gemstone and teleported to Blackwing City, taking the Dragonscale sets with him. At present, Blackwing City had become a gathering place for players from kingdoms and empires all over God's domain. Compared to Shifeng's previous visits to the city, the player population had grown significantly. Moreover, there was an important difference between the players in Blackwing City and the players in other cities' wealth. The players in Blackwing City were extremely wealthy. Moreover, the money these players possessed did not only involve credits, but also included gold coins. A majority of the players in Blackwing City were the upper management personnel of various large guilds, and they had come to Blackwing City specifically to do business. Hence, the amount of credits and coins they had on hand far surpassed anything that an ordinary player possessed. Blackwing City was truly the gathering place for tycoons. This was also why Shifeng had come to this place today. Shifeng had no intentions of selling the Dragonscale set equipment for credits. His goal was to earn gold coins. If he sold the Dragonscale set equipment in Star Moon Kingdom's auction houses or at the Starstreak trading firm, he would not get a good price. In addition, unlike the players in Blackwing City who would spend several gold coins without even blinking, players who could afford such large expenditures were few and far between in Star Moon Kingdom. After arriving at Blackwing City, Shifeng searched for a secluded location. He then used the demon mask to don a false identity. Unlike his previous visit when he tried to keep a low profile, Shifeng changed his appearance to that of a very handsome youth. He had even slightly altered the appearance of the Dragonclaw set equipment he wore, making it look more imposing. He also chose not to hide the special glowing effect of the Dragonclaw set equipment, revealing the telltale light of dark gold equipment. When he reached the streets, the dark gold rank glowing effect that enveloped his body nearly blinded other players. Damn. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? That's a dark gold set equipment. Impossible. It looks awesome. Our guild doesn't even possess a set of fine gold set equipment. Just who is he? Shifeng dominated the attention of the players wandering the streets, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets as they stared at him in a daze. They were all upper managers of various large guilds, so their knowledge of the game was extensive. Even if they saw a player wearing fine gold set equipment, they would not reveal such exaggerated reactions. At most, they would briefly admire that player's equipment. A dark gold set equipment, however, shattered their understanding of the game. Chapter 468, Ninth Heaven Pavilion. In just a short moment, news about Shifeng's sudden appearance had spread throughout Blackwing City. Have you heard? There's a player wearing a full dark gold set equipment. Heard about it? I saw that player with my own eyes. You don't know just how imposing he looked. He was like a ferocious tiger. He had only glanced at me, and my entire body trembled. Ah, a dark gold set equipment. It would be awesome to wear one. Don't even think about it. The various guilds throughout God's domain can't even obtain a fine gold set equipment, let alone dark gold. With a dark gold set equipment, PvP and dungeon raiding would be child's play. If an expert wears the set, they will become practically invincible. Do you think that person will sell his dark gold set equipment? Sell? Are you insane? Do you even know the significance of a dark gold set equipment? A dark gold set equipment is the best equipment currently available in God's domain by far. This set could even become the symbol of a guild, attracting countless players to join. On top of that, the rise in combat power the set provides would make grinding and dungeon raiding far easier. It would play a huge role in one's future development. If it were up to me, I would rather sell my house than sell my dark gold set equipment. I guess you're right. If purchased with credits, a dark gold set equipment should be worth at least 2 million. Including its ability to increase a guild's influence, it is worth more than a single house located in the city center. The players occupying the streets and alleys of Blackwing City discussed Shifeng. They envied and admired his dark gold set equipment. Before, many of them had dreamed of equipping a fine gold set equipment themselves. Yet, now, someone actually wore a dark gold set equipment. No, to be precise, someone ran around Blackwing City while wearing a house. While players talked about Shifeng, the various guild representatives in Blackwing City overworked themselves as they followed Shifeng while reporting back to their respective guilds. Currently, they no longer had the serenity befitting an upper manager of a guild as their anxiety was on full display. This has worked out quite well. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he glanced at the various guild representatives behind him. Although he was in Blackwing City, it would not be so easy to sell out of the dragon scale set equipment quickly. Soon, Shifeng found a high-class restaurant and rested for a moment before Shifeng could get comfortable. A few players abruptly sat across from him. These players were all level 25 and above, and their equipment was at least secret silver rank. One could easily tell that these were not ordinary players. They would be the center of attention on the streets of any other city. However, they could not compete with Shifeng. Shifeng's dark gold set equipment was as dazzling as the sun, and one would find it difficult not to notice. What business do you have with me? Shifeng spoke softly as glanced up at these players. These players felt their chests tighten under Shifeng's pinning gaze, and their opinions of the player before them rose. Friend, please don't misunderstand us. This humble one is called Swallow 9. We noticed your extraordinary bearing, and that you wear a full dark gold set equipment, so there is certainly no need to discuss your strength. We have also noticed that you are an independent player. We few are the representatives of major guilds, and we want to extend invitations to our guilds. The one who spoke was an elegant middle-aged man with a thin figure. On his chest, the man wore the guild emblem of a super guild, the Ninth Heaven Pavilion. Compared to the other representatives before Shifeng, it was obvious that the power supporting Swallow 9 was far more extensive. If first-rate guilds were the princes and princesses of the virtual gaming world, then super guilds were emperors and empresses. Whether regarding financial powers, influence, or history of super guilds, first-rate guilds could not compare to any of them in God's domain. A first-rate guild was capable of controlling the majority of a kingdom's territory. A super guild, however, possessed the capacity to control one or two empires' territories. One could just imagine how massive the gap was between the two. Meanwhile, Ninth Heaven Pavilion was a rather ancient super guild. Before the appearance of God's domain, they had been the overlords of several dozen large-scale virtual reality games. They had long since created a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. However, due to the appearance of God's domain, many virtual reality games had lost their markets. Thus, the Ninth Heaven Pavilion focused their investments on God's domain. Meanwhile, the fact that the middle-aged man before Shifeng was the guild representative of the Ninth Heaven Pavilion spoke volumes of his abilities. I am waiting for someone. I also have no interest in joining any guild, so please leave. Shifeng expressed his impatience, going so far as to reveal a trace of killing intent. Shifeng's strength allowed him to face a lord as an equal. After going berserk, he could even overwhelm a lord-ranked monster. After living in God's domain for a time, players' intuitions had improved somewhat. Even ordinary players could vaguely sense things such as killing intent, let alone elites and expert players. If Shifeng casually released a little killing intent, he could inflict a suffocating fear onto an ordinary player. The feeling was more intense for elites and experts who could sense killing intent with more clarity. So strong. Swallow 9 was inwardly shocked. Although Shifeng had not taken any action, he could feel how powerful Shifeng was. The swordsman before him was definitely not an ordinary expert, and he was someone who could rival even the top powerhouses in the Ninth Heaven Pavilion. If factoring in his equipment, the top powerhouses of the Ninth Heaven Pavilion might not even be a match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. However, this revelation had only served to excite Swallow 9 further. Friend, if you are not willing to join, why don't we become friends? Swallow 9 did not mind Shifeng's killing intent at all. Smiling, he said, with such strength, I believe that you must have a lot of weapons and equipment that you do not need. I am willing to purchase your items 20% higher than market value. How about it? The other representatives had nodded in agreement, though they were not as calm and carefree as Swallow 9. They had never thought, even for a second, that Shifeng would join their guilds. Experts of this level normally had quirky personalities and would never submit. Meanwhile, joining a guild meant accepting someone else's control. Shifeng would not agree to such an invitation. However, seeing that Shifeng was an expert capable of possessing a dark gold set equipment, he should have many other top-tier weapons and equipment. Even if Shifeng did not possess an extra dark gold set equipment, at the very least, he should have a stock of dark gold or fine gold ranked items. Such items were extremely difficult to purchase. It was common knowledge that top-tier equipment could not be bought from the market. Even top-tier workshops would keep such equipment for themselves, they definitely would not sell it. If one wished to obtain such equipment, they could only rely on themselves. However, it was easier said than done now that they had encountered such a rare opportunity. Naturally, they could not let it get away. You wish to buy my items? Shifeng laughed. With disdain, he then said, do you think you can afford them? If you have something to sell, regardless of how many items there are, Swallow 9, guarantee that I will purchase all of them at 20% above market value. If you have top-tier equipment, I will purchase it at 50% above market value, Swallow 9 confidently declared. Right. Our guilds have no issues doing the same. The other representatives promptly voiced their agreement. Although their guilds could not compare to the Ninth Heaven Pavilion, they were still major guilds. They had more than enough money to purchase a single expert's extra equipment. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Shifeng suddenly laughed. However, Shifeng's actions only made Swallow 9 and the others turn to look at each other. 1,000 gold. If you have 1,000 gold on your persons right now, I will consider letting you look at the equipment I no longer need. Otherwise, scram. Find someone else to disturb. Chapter 469, Gathering of the Powerful. Shifeng was very loud, and every player on the second floor of the restaurant had heard his words loud and clear. 1,000 gold. Many of the guild representatives in the restaurant with similar ideas as Swallow 9 immediately sucked in a cold breath. To any guild in God's domain, 1,000 gold was not a small sum. Super guilds were no exception. Guilds supported a majority of the layers in Blackwing City. Although they were all very rich, their maximum trade volumes would not exceed 100 gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng casually demanded a price of 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was only the bottom line. If they did not have 1,000 gold in their bags, he wouldn't even consider a trade. How arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. However, despite Shifeng's arrogance, not a single person present had chosen to turn around and leave. On the contrary, they promptly contacted their respective guilds, ordering the preparation of 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold? You're insane. Do you know the significance of 1,000 gold at this stage of the game? What? That expert in the dark gold set equipment stated that he would only consider a trade with someone possessing 1,000 gold. The various guilds were shocked upon receiving this news. However, that shock soon turned into rage, as these guilds felt that Shifeng was only toying with them. 1,000 gold. Currently, gold coins were still scarce. Although the prices of coins had decreased significantly, even 10 million credits was not enough to purchase 1,000 gold. Moreover, not even a dark gold set equipment was worth 1,000 gold. What? Don't have it? Shifeng smirked at Swallow 9 and the others. Impatiently, he said, "Since you don't have it, please leave. Stop disturbing my peace." "No, please wait a moment. It is true that I do not have that much money on me right now. However, someone will send the money over quickly," Swallow 9 said as he calmed his pounding heart. He had to admit that Shifeng had given him a fright. However, the more arrogantly Shifeng behaved, the more Swallow 9 believed that Shifeng had something valuable to offer. Experts of this level had very high self-esteem, and an arrogant attitude was normal. However, one thing was certain: such experts would not fabricate false rumors. If Shifeng dared to make such ridiculous statements, then he definitely had the capital to do so. Although Swallow 9 did not know what that capital was, he knew that it would not be insignificant. Truly annoying. Shifeng frowned at Swallow 9's words. Paying no more attention to the middle-aged man, Shifeng called up the official forums and began to browse. Everything was going according to plan. Moreover, shortly after he had stated his price of 1,000 gold, a post about him had set the official forums of God's domain on fire. There was even a post mentioning the 1,000 gold trade qualification he had demanded. Many people had begun to discuss the situation. They all felt that Shifeng was a lunatic and was too arrogant. Some had even begun to doubt his equipment. Quickly, this news had attracted the attention of even more guilds. After a dozen minutes or so, the restaurant Shifeng occupied exploded with activity. Players filled the restaurant, and every one of them represented a guild. The majority of the guilds present were first-rate guilds, with the lowest being second-rate guilds. 2 additional super guilds had even arrived. One of the new super guilds to arrive was Sanctuary, while the other was King's Return. These 2 super guilds were powerhouses similar to the 9th Heaven Pavilion. Currently, the representatives of so many famous guilds, including 3 super guilds, had gathered in this one high-class restaurant. This was something that had never happened in the past, and all of this was due to the sudden appearance of a mysterious expert. Of the 3 super guild representatives, 2 were men, and the last was a woman. Among them, Swallow 9 represented the 9th Heaven Pavilion, a polished woman named Flourishing Colors represented Sanctuary, and King's Return was represented by a crude and brawny-looking man named Thunder Tiger. Flourishing Colors was a level 26 summoner, whereas Thunder Tiger was a level 26 berserker. It was clear that the 3 super guild representatives knew each other. As the moment the 3 met, they began to chat as if they were old friends. Shifeng glanced at the second floor, discovering that the high-class restaurant seemed to represent God's domain's current power, as Swallow 9, Flourishing Colors, and Thunder Tiger were representatives of super guilds. The 3 sat opposite of Shifeng. As for the representatives of first-rate guilds, they hovered nearby. As for the few second-rate guilds, they sat near the staircase. The hierarchy had been clearly established. The three belonging to super guilds paid no attention to those belonging to first-rate guilds, and those belonging to first-rate guilds paid no attention to the second-rate guilds. The representatives present only spoke to those on the same level as themselves. If Zero Wing attended this gathering, its representative would most likely have to stand at the restaurant's entrance after half an hour. Swallow 9 finally spoke. "I've put together my 1,000 gold. Please take a look," Swallow 9 said as he smiled at Shifeng. He then placed his coin pouch on the table. Although the coin pouch was only the size of a fist, this was only an illusion. Regardless of how much money it contained, the coin pouch would retain the same size. Moreover, a player's coin pouch was bound to them, and nobody could steal it. However, others could still check the amount inside with the owner's permission. Brother Expert said that one would qualify to trade with you so long as they have 1,000 gold. I happen to have 1,000 gold with me. Please check it for yourself, Brother Expert. Thunder Tiger similarly placed a coin pouch on the table. I have the same. Flourishing Colors smiled faintly as she, too, revealed her coin pouch. For a time, the various guild representatives on the second floor promptly presented their coin pouches to Shifeng, allowing him to inspect them. As the crowd waited for Shifeng's inspection, instead of actually doing so, Shifeng smiled and said, "That won't be necessary. I believe that the guilds present should not be so poor as to not even possess 1,000 gold. Since all of you have 1,000 gold on your persons now, you all qualify to trade with me. However, the items I wish to sell are limited. Since there are so many people here, I'm sure none of you will oppose an auction, right?" Suddenly, the crowd understood Shifeng's intentions. This was a public auction. If so, the items would definitely be sold far above market value. Realizing the truth of the matter, everyone's expressions darkened. "Of course, you can also choose not to buy my items. I won't force those who are unwilling." Shifeng yawned. Slowly, he said, "If anyone is not interested, you are welcome to leave." Yet, even after Shifeng's declaration, not a single representative turned to leave. They all wanted to see the reason behind Shifeng's confidence. "Since everyone agrees, I'll begin with the first item, then," Shifeng said as he swept a glance over the crowd in the hall, nodding with satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. What happened next would depend on how these people would compete. Hearing Shifeng begin the auction, the crowd grew tense. Even Swallow 9, Thunder Tiger, and Flourishing Colors, the representatives of 3 super guilds, focused on Shifeng's every move. In the next moment, Shifeng took out a piece of equipment from his bag. Looking at the glow of the equipment, it seemed to be fine gold rank, not dark gold rank as everyone had expected. Even so, fine gold equipment was quite valuable. Currently, fine gold equipment was very rare. Although some were available on the virtual trade center, most of those items had inferior attributes. Initially, everyone had thought Shifeng would state the starting bid for the equipment, signaling the representatives to begin. However, Shifeng proceeded by revealing another piece of equipment. Moreover, this item was also fine gold ranked. 1 piece. 2 pieces. 3 pieces. Shifeng displayed a total of 6 pieces of equipment. Moreover, although these 6 pieces were all different, they possessed a single style, that is, a fine gold set equipment. The crowd was stupefied when they saw the dragon scale set equipment on the table. They even wondered if their eyes played tricks on them. Though large guilds had several pieces of dark gold equipment, not even the super guilds possessed a fine gold set equipment. Yet, an unknown expert like Shifeng had one. Chapter 470, Strong Appearance. Both the appearance and attributes of the dragon scale set equipment were far more powerful than ordinary fine gold equipment. Furthermore, one had to consider the set effects. When Shifeng placed the dragon scale set equipment on the table, he did not hide the set's attributes, allowing everyone to examine the set. These are the set effects of a fine gold set equipment. The effects of this dragon scale set are insane. It could rival the effects of that rumored Warfire set. I've seen the effects of the Warfire set before. Warfire is more suited for PvP, while this dragon scale is suited for dungeon raiding. It is what guilds need most right now. The crowd was dumbfounded after reading the Dragonscale set equipment's information. Aside from how important the Ignore level's effect was to players right now, the Fury effect alone could raise their damage to a whole new level. There were also the Strength and Agility attribute increases, both of which were the most important attributes to any physical class overall. Every set effect of the Dragonscale set was very useful to a physical class. If equipped, a player's combat power would instantly rise by 2 or 3 levels. It was frightening. You've seen the equipment for yourselves. The bidding will start at 100 gold, with a minimum bid increment of 1 gold. Shifeng chuckled. He then announced, "You may begin." Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Shifeng's opening price stunned them once more. The market offer for the Warfire set equipment was also 100 gold, and the set could be upgraded to fine gold rank. Moreover, the set's level would increase with the players, and it could become a level 30 fine gold set equipment. The Dragonscale set equipment was only a level 20 fine gold set equipment. The opening bid was simply too expensive. If the set were a level 25 fine gold set equipment, it might be worth 100 gold. What? Nobody's bidding? Shifeng watched the silent crowd. Leisurely, he said, "Since nobody wants to buy it, then our trade comes to an end. We don't have anything to talk about, so let's dismiss this issue." Even after Shifeng said this, the various guild representatives stood as still as stone, showing no intentions of leaving. Right now, they were like a pack of hungry wolves that had meat placed before them. How could they leave without a bite? "Brother expert, your price is somewhat high. If it were the set you wear right now, I would pay double." "That's right. I'm willing to buy the Dragonscale set equipment at 60 gold. The guild representatives voiced their opinions, expressing their refusal of the high price of the Dragonscale set equipment and imploring Shifeng to lower the price. After all, gold coins were not easy to come by. Now that every guild purchased coins in bulk, it had resulted in an abnormal shortage of coins. Currently, most of the guilds in God's domain relied on their money-farming teams to supply them with coins. Don't buy it if you think it is too expensive. "I don't need to sell my equipment to you specifically," Shifeng said disdainfully. Shifeng knew exactly what these representatives were trying to do at this moment. However, a crisp voice echoed throughout the restaurant's second floor. 100 gold. I want it. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted towards the person who placed the bid, discovering a bright and attractive beauty. Moreover, the majority of the equipment this beauty wore was fine gold rank, and the staff strapped to her back even emitted the glow unique to dark gold items. Isn't she Aqua Rose of Twilight Echo? I seem to recall Aqua Rose having left Twilight Echo. I believe she joined a small unknown guild. Her actions had caused quite the commotion. That's right, I remember it as well. Many guilds had tried to recruit her. Unfortunately, she rejected all of the offers, insisting on joining a small guild instead. At that time, many had sighed at her choice. How could she possibly achieve anything in a small guild? Twilight Echo even expressed that, as long as Aqua Rose acknowledged her mistakes, they would gladly welcome her back. Unfortunately, she refused. After not hearing anything about her for so long, I thought she had quit God's domain. It is somewhat unfortunate. However, based on her current appearance, it seems that she is getting by quite well. She even wields a dark gold weapon. No matter what was said or done, Aqua Rose is very talented and powerful. With the nurturing of a small guild and some luck, it isn't exactly impossible to obtain level 20 fine gold and dark gold equipment. However, she probably won't grow beyond that. After all, a small guild is still a small guild. The crowd instantly fell into a discussion about Aqua Rose. She was quite famous in the virtual gaming world, and like the snow goddess, she had been nicknamed the Rose Goddess. Naturally, the guild representatives recognized her. The crowd's attention turned from Aqua Rose, shifting towards Twilight Echo's representative. Twilight Echo's representative, Brilliant War God, had also noticed Aqua Rose's appearance. He was visibly delighted. It was especially true when he heard everyone's evaluation of the woman ever since he had suffered defeat at Shifeng's hands. Due to the punishment from the system, his leveling speed had slowed to a crawl. Even when he accompanied others, he could not level any faster. Having no other choice, he chose to act as the guild's representative and mingled in Blackwing City. He hated Shifeng fiercely for placing him in his current situation previously. He had allowed Aqua Rose to leave Twilight Echo with ulterior motives. He wanted to teach Aqua Rose that she was nothing without Twilight Echo, and in the end, she would beg to return to the guild. However, upon seeing Aqua Rose's equipment and level, Brilliant Wargod's expression sank. Disappointed. Keep up your pretenses. I want to see just how long you can keep up the act. Brilliant Wargod had paid close attention to Zero Wing, so he knew that Zero Wing was currently engaged in an all-out war against Overwhelming Smile. Others might not know Overwhelming Smile's backer, but he did. A tiny guild like Zero Wing would only last a few more days. Alright, 100 gold going once. 100 gold going twice. Shifeng did not care whether the crowd paid attention to Twilight Echo's representative or not. He just smiled faintly as he confirmed the bid. Immediately, his words shook everyone back to their senses, and the representatives promptly started shouting their own bids. 101 gold. 103 gold. 108 gold. The dragon scale set equipment that nobody wanted had suddenly risen to a price of 132 gold. What had happened to 100 gold is too expensive? Their complaints had been nothing more than nonsense. After all, this was a level 20 fine gold set equipment that none of the guilds in God's domain possessed. Although the set was not particularly suitable for MTs, it still had better effects than the individual equipment pieces that their MTs currently wore. How could they possibly give up on it? When Thunder Tiger placed a bid of 132 gold, the crowd began to hesitate. 150 gold. Aqua Rose calmly rose the bid. The crowd turned to look at each other, shocked. Even to a large guild, 150 gold was not cheap. To a small guild, that should practically be all they had. Yet, Aqua Rose seemed not to care about the price at all. The representatives began to wonder what kind of guild supported Aqua Rose. 155 gold. Swallow 9 stated 158 gold. Flourishing Colors began to bid as well. 150 gold was almost the limit a first-rate guild would willingly bid. Any more would be too expensive. However, the three super guilds did not care about this price. Just as the three super guilds began to compete with each other. 200 gold. Although Aqua Rose's voice was not particularly loud, her bid swept through the crowd like a chilling wave. Chapter 471. It is difficult to breed true dragons in shallow waters. 200 gold coins. The crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone turned to Aqua Rose, the Rose Goddess who had left the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. She's insane. Spending 200 gold coins just to garner some fame is foolish. Does the guild behind her really possess so much money that they can disregard 200 gold? Every representative had their own speculation. Some believed that Aqua Rose was trying to use the money to buy fame, while some believed that the guild supporting her possessed an extraordinary background. However, regardless of the reasons behind her actions, everyone's admiration for Aqua Rose grew. Every guild here could afford to spend 200 gold. After all, before Shifeng had started his auction, he had required that anyone who wanted to trade with him must first carry 1,000 gold on them. If not for the 1,000 gold in their bags, they would not be so shameless as to participate in the auction. Every guild in this restaurant was a reputable major power. If others discovered that they did not have 1,000 gold in their bags, it would tarnish their guild's reputation. However, although they had the money, they would not spend it on useless items. They would only buy that which had value to their guilds. After all, their members had struggled to earn every gold coin. Nobody wanted to be played for a fool. The three super guild representatives were also silent. They looked at Aqua Rose with curiosity, confused as to what the Rose Goddess was attempting to do. 200 gold going once. Shifeng watched the calm and composed Aqua Rose, silently praising her performance. He had to admit that Aqua Rose's confident smile even led him to believe that 200 gold was no different from spare change to her 200 gold going twice. Just as Shifeng shouted the second time, Brilliant War God suddenly shouted, 201 gold. This young master wants it. 210 gold, Aqua Rose said as she glared at Brilliant War God, disgust and hatred filling her eyes. 211 gold, Brilliant War God sneered. Although he was not particularly interested in the dragon scale set equipment, he could not stomach letting Aqua Rose garner fame in front of this crowd. If that happened, it would wound his reputation. Hence, he could not allow Aqua Rose to have the dragon scale set equipment, allowing her to enjoy the limelight. 300 gold. Done wasting time, Aqua Rose significantly raised the bid. The other guild representatives were stunned. The 3 super guild representatives shook their heads helplessly. The price was simply too high. Previously, everyone had believed that Aqua Rose would never rise without the help of Twilight Echo. Yet, Aqua Rose's current performance was more domineering than during her time in Twilight Echo. She was no less imposing than Ouroboros's guild leader, the snow goddess Gentle Snow. They could not understand why Twilight Echo had discarded Aqua Rose. Brilliant Wargod's heart trembled upon hearing this bid. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, 301 gold. It had not been easy for the guild to raise the 1,000 gold he had on him right now, and part of the money had been taken from the fund set aside for Twilight Echo's guild residents. If he spent 300 gold here, it would undoubtedly delay the purchase of the guild residence by 1 or 2 days. 400 gold. Aqua Rose shouted without flinching. She then shot Brilliant War God a disdainful look. None of these representatives were fools. They could tell that, rather than purchasing an item, Brilliant War God and Aqua Rose currently competed via wealth. However, when they saw Aqua Rose's resolve as she called out a bid of 400 gold, they could not help but admire the Rose Goddess. Just what kind of financial power did she possess to ignore 400 gold? You. Seeing Aqua Rose's contemptuous glance, Brilliant War God had never felt such humiliation. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Aqua Rose. Don't even think of taking what's mine. So what if you've bid 400 gold? I bid 500 gold. 500 gold going once. 500 gold going twice. As Shifeng announced the price, Brilliant Wargod's anxiety grew. He was deeply afraid that Aqua Rose would place an even higher bid. At that time, he would have to raise his bid even further. Only when Shifeng shouted the third time did Brilliant War God reveal a victorious smile. He then shifted his gaze towards Aqua Rose, smirking at the woman with pride. 500 gold, Shifeng said as he walked up to Brilliant War God, placing the dragon scale set equipment in front of the man. He did not care about whatever thoughts occupied Brilliant Wargod's mind when the crowd watched Brilliant War God hand over 500 gold in exchange for the dragon scale set equipment. Envy, admiration, and disdain filled their hearts. However, they admitted that the dragon scale set equipment was currently the only level 20 fine gold set equipment available in God's domain. Although it was somewhat foolish to spend 500 gold, once they had the dragon scale set equipment, the profits they could reap with it might exceed 500 gold. Thinking up to this point, the various guild representatives felt somewhat regretful. Why had they not competed over the set? What if they could gain far more than 500 gold with the use of this set? After obtaining the dragon scale set equipment, a sense of indescribable joy filled Brilliant Wargod's heart as he watched the silent Aqua Rose. However, before he could ridicule the woman, Shifeng suddenly spoke again. Let's begin the auction for the second item, then. The auctioned item is another dragon scale set equipment. Like before, the starting bid is 100 gold with minimum increments of 1 gold. Saying so, Shifeng placed another dragon scale set equipment on the table. You. How? Why do you have a second? Brilliant War God felt his heart shatter when he saw an exact copy of the dragon scale set equipment he had just purchased. Who said I only had one set? Shifeng rolled his eyes at Brilliant War God before proceeding with the auction. Brilliant Wargod's elation deflated. When he saw Aqua Rose's laughing expression, he even had the thought of killing himself. When the crowd saw the second dragon scale set equipment on the table, they all glanced at their fellow representatives. Nobody had expected Shifeng to have a second set. The regret that they had felt immediately vanished. They had somewhat admired Brilliant War God for spending 500 gold to purchase the first level 20 fine gold set equipment in God's domain. Now, however, that admiration turned into ridicule. 150 gold. I bid 155 gold. Previously, everyone had felt that 100 gold was too expensive. Now, however, multiple guilds simultaneously began the bid with 150 gold. However, just like before, Aqua Rose immediately dashed everyone's hopes by bidding 200 gold. This time, the three super guild representatives did not hesitate as they shouted higher bids. Items of rarity were expensive. It was especially true during the early stages of God's domain. Just a single piece of equipment could significantly affect the future development of a guild, not to mention a fine gold set equipment. In the end, Aqua Rose purchased the second dragon scale set equipment at 280 gold. The many guild representatives envied and admired her. Simultaneously, they also could not help but acknowledge that Aqua Rose was really amazing. Even after leaving Twilight Echo, she was still so well off. One could just imagine how capable she was. On the other hand, Twilight Echo had been so blind as to chase Aqua Rose out of the guild. As everyone admired Aqua Rose, interest in her guild also began to grow. It was difficult to breed a true dragon in shallow waters. Aqua Rose was undoubtedly a true dragon. No ordinary guild would be good enough to catch her eye. Soon, Shifeng took out the third dragon scale set equipment, rendering the crowd utterly speechless. They had even started to suspect that the dragon scale set equipment was some kind of common good that could be purchased anywhere. However, nobody complained. On the contrary, they all were elated because they had another chance to compete. Shifeng had never mentioned how many sets he had on hand. What if this one was the last? Hence, everyone gritted their teeth and placed their bids. In the end, Swallow 9 won the third set for 291 gold, following which, Shifeng revealed the fourth set, which Sanctuary's Flourishing Colors won for 303 gold. Thunder Tiger of King's Return won the fifth set for 322 gold, whereas a first-rate guild purchased the sixth set for 337 gold. Initially, everyone had believed that Shifeng would reveal the seventh set. In the end, however, Shifeng announced that the sixth was the last he had on him. This revelation had caused the crowd to regret not bidding higher. None of the guilds had cared much for obtaining a fine gold set equipment when no one else had owned one. However, now that some guilds had obtained one, things had changed. It was highly possible that due to the dragon scale set equipment, these guilds would take the lead in conquering level 20 large-scale team dungeons. At that time, these guilds would gain a massive advantage over the others. Chapter 472, Massive Profits. Rare items were expensive. Although Shifeng had over 100 copies of the dragon scale set equipment, if he wished to sell them at a good price, he could not sell too many at once. He needed to regulate the number of sets he sold. Currently, the 6 sets he had actioned would not sate these guilds' thirst. Even if he tripled or quadrupled that number, the price they were willing to pay would not decrease. However, Shifeng would not do so. 6 sets were the limit. If he sold any more, it would lead to everyone to believe that the dragon scale set equipment was easily obtainable. If he tried to sell it later, it would become impossible to get a good price. Although Shifeng had produced over 100 sets of dragon scale set equipment, they were not cheap to forge. Aside from the basic materials, each set piece required 10 Starfire essences. One dragon scale set equipment cost more than 10 gold to produce. After factoring in the forging success rate, a single dragon scale set equipment cost 30 gold. If anyone else forged the set, it would cost them over 100 gold. Naturally, Shifeng could not sell the dragon scale set equipment for a low price. Despite Shifeng stating that he did not have another dragon scale set equipment on him, none of the various guild representatives believed him. Shifeng had been able to reveal 6 sets in a row. No matter how one looked at it, Shifeng must have found a special channel to obtain the dragon scale set equipment. Unfortunately, only he knew his source. However, they could do nothing if Shifeng insisted that he had run out of stock. Many of the representatives who had failed to purchase a set for themselves struggled with their reluctance to accept the situation. On the other hand, Aqua Rose's appearance had incited a heated discussion. The crowd was quite curious about the guild behind Aqua Rose. Even first-rate guilds like theirs had to hesitate before finally deciding to bid for the dragon scale set equipment, their hearts aching at the expense. The guild behind Aqua Rose, on the other hand, was actually willing to spend so much gold just to purchase a dragon scale set equipment. It was really surprising. After the auction concluded, Shifeng did not linger in the restaurant. Instead, he left and searched for a hotel to rest and change his appearance using the demon mask once again. Sure enough, there are quite a number of people following me. Shifeng glanced at the players inside the hotel's lobby. The moment he came downstairs, these players had promptly turned to look at him. No matter what was said or done, the dragon scale set equipment was a level 20 fine gold set equipment. The various guilds' desire for the dragon scale set equipment was self-evident. Even if he did not sell the set in bulk, it difficult to avoid attracting attention. These guilds would naturally try to discover the origin of the dragon scale set equipment. If these guilds learned that the dragon scale set equipment originated from Zero Wing would become a target. It was already troublesome enough dealing with one overwhelming smile. If other first-rate guilds and super guilds joined the fray, Zero Wing would be cut off from its path of survival. Currently, unlike other guilds that branched out to various cities and kingdoms, Zero Wing developed itself solely in White River City. In general, the guild was only famous in Star Moon Kingdom. Outside of Star Moon Kingdom, it was simply another unknown guild to these first-rate guilds and super guilds in Blackwing City. Zero Wing was not even a speck of dust, it was not worthy of their attention in the least. No lion recognized the ants beneath its feet. Shifeng could cope in White River City while facing one overwhelming smile. However, Zero Wing would end up in an extremely precarious situation should the many large guilds present move against it. This was also why Shifeng had called Aqua Rose. The first reason was to hike up the price of the dragon scale set equipment. The second was to avoid attracting these large guilds' suspicion when the set appeared in Zero Wing. You guys have fun waiting here. Then Shifeng smiled faintly as he left the hotel. From the moment he entered the lobby to the moment he left, none of the trackers paid him any mind. After leaving the hotel, Shifeng immediately hailed a horse carriage and rode it to the Blackwing auction house. Other than holding the weekly large-scale auctions, the Blackwing auction house was also a hub for players to sell their items. However, the items sold here were only available through the Blackwing auction house. These items would not be available elsewhere. Although the sales scope was very narrow, Blackwing City's main role was to act as a trade hub. Guilds and players from various kingdoms and empires preferred to sell their items in the Blackwing auction house, as it was far more lucrative to sell them here than it was to use their respective auction houses. Upon his arrival at the Blackwing auction house, Shifeng placed 80 sets of the dragon scale set equipment up for sale without hesitation. He sold the sets in batches, selling only 2 or 3 sets at a time at intervals of around 1 hour. Meanwhile, the starting bid he set was 200 gold. After Shifeng finished his tasks, he left Blackwing City. However, shortly after Shifeng's departure, the Blackwing auction house exploded. It's actually the dragon scale set equipment. It can't be, right? Someone is actually selling the dragon scale set equipment on the auction house. The price is high. That person set the starting price at 200 gold. Players who frequented the Blackwing auction house drooled when they saw the dragon scale set equipment. Who knew how many items they had to sell to afford the price tag of this set equipment? News of the situation swiftly spread throughout Blackwing City. Previously, due to Shifeng auctioning the dragon scale set equipment, information regarding the set had long since flowed between the various large guilds. Moreover, the fact that the 3 super guilds had each purchased a dragon scale set equipment had placed a significant amount of pressure on the first-rate guilds, increasing their desire to own one for themselves. However, since Shifeng no longer sold the sets, they could only dream of owning one. Now that they had received news of more sets being available, they had to compete for them. For a time, the dragon scale set equipment's price increased rapidly. In a short moment, the bids had risen from 200 gold to 280 gold. In the end, the first 3 sets of dragon scale set equipment in the Blackwing auction house had sold for 316 gold, 324 gold, and 328 gold. In an instant, Shi Feng had made a massive profit. However, Shi Feng knew that this was only the beginning. The competition between the various large guilds was intense. It was of utmost importance to have a strong MT. Although the Dragon Scale set equipment was not particularly suitable for MTs, the set effects could increase an MT's strength significantly. This alone was enough to drive the large guilds crazy over the set. Hence, the price of the Dragon Scale set equipment would only increase from this point forward. Meanwhile, all of these gold coins secretly flowed into Shi Feng's pockets, with none the wiser. The speed at which he currently earned money far surpassed the Starstreak trading firm. However, this could not be helped. The Starstreak trading firm's scope of operations was limited to White River City and the few surrounding cities. Meanwhile, Blackwing City catered to players across all of God's domain. Even a dozen Starstreak trading firms could not compare to the Blackwing auction house. During Shi Feng's visit to Blackwing City, Overwhelming Smile had not sat idle. The slightly over 100 mysterious experts had suddenly increased to more than 200. Although these mysterious experts had slaughtered Zero Wing's members, Zero Wing was no pushover either. The guild's 50-plus Tier 1 experts had similarly caused a significant amount of trouble for Overwhelming Smile. The experts of both sides had suffered some losses. However, as Zero Wing had fewer members on their side, it began to fall behind for a time. The level 20 maps around White River City had become the battlefield for the two guilds. This had frightened other players, and nobody dared go anywhere near these battlefields. In just a few hours, both sides had suffered over 1,000 deaths. The gold coins each guild had to spend was also shocking. Each guild would, most likely, have to spend over 500 gold a day. Is Overwhelming Smile aiming for a swift conclusion? Shi Feng was confused, and he frowned deeply when he saw the death count of both guilds. Chapter 473, Black Dragon Phantom. Shi Feng could not help but admire Overwhelming Smile's decisiveness. They had actually increased the number of well-trained open warfare experts they had to over 200. Even first-rate guilds would not dare station over 200 experts in a single city. Not even Starmoon City would receive such treatment. After all, there were over 100 cities in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. It was not wise to put all of one's eggs in one basket. Guild leader, should I have our members go to areas with fewer resources to level? If we continue this exchange with Overwhelming Smile, it will severely affect our guild's development rate, Aqua Rose inquired, worried. Originally, Aqua Rose had been very confident of defeating Overwhelming Smile. After all, Shi Feng had earned quite a lot of money through the sales of the Dragon Scale set equipment. He had earned over 1,700 gold just from the auction in the restaurant. With so much gold on hand and the follow-up income, they could easily drown Overwhelming Smile in gold coins if they wanted to. However, Overwhelming Smile's current performance was too effective. How, exactly, had Overwhelming Smile managed to recruit so many experts? Overwhelming Smile gave them no room to breathe as its attacks became stronger with each consecutive wave. Although the experts on their side were more powerful, their opponents would flee whenever they encountered Zero Wing's Tier 1 players. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile had more experts on their side than Zero Wing. When comparing the number of players each side could kill, Zero Wing was outmatched. Sure enough, these mysterious experts are a big problem, Shi Feng scowled. If he did not deal with this matter properly, Zero Wing would fall. At that point, money would be useless. However, experts that used hit-and-run tactics were also the most difficult opponents to face. This was why so many powerful solo players and independent teams had caused the various large guilds massive headaches in the past, to the point where the latter did not dare provoke the former. After all, when these powerful independent players were forced into a corner, they could simply turn to guerrilla warfare and ambush the guild's members. By the time the guild's experts arrived, these independent players would be long gone unless the guild's experts arrived at the scene as soon as the independent players took action. Catching them in the fields was only a dream currently. Although both Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile employed these hit-and-run tactics, Overwhelming Smile's experts outnumbered Zero Wing's by 4-1. In the long term, Zero Wing would definitely burn out. First appear immediately. That's right. Appear immediately. Shi Feng suddenly received a flash of inspiration. Smiling faintly, he said, Aqua, notify the members out in the field to report their coordinates through the guild channel should they meet Overwhelming Smile's experts. I've already tried that, it's useless. Our men cannot arrive in time. Moreover, those experts are very sly. Even if we encounter them, they run the moment they see our reinforcements, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Give the order and leave the rest to me. Shi Feng chuckled. Anyone else might be helpless in this situation. At most, he could join the hunting parties and slaughter Overwhelming Smile's members. How could he possibly be more efficient alone than Overwhelming Smile's large number of experts? However, he had the 7 Luminaries ring. As long as his target was within 40,000 yards, he could easily arrive at the first sign of trouble. I understand. Although Aqua Rose was confused about Shi Feng's intentions, since he had given the order, he must have his own countermeasures before. When she had worried over the lack of guild funds, Shi Feng had suddenly revealed so many sets of Dragonscale set equipment. He had even converted them into a large amount of gold, utterly surprising her. Moreover, after her act of purchasing the Dragonscale set equipment and the display of her frightening wealth, several representatives of first-rate guilds had sought her out for cooperation and resource trading. Unknowingly, Zero Wing had obtained another channel for earning gold coins. Shi Feng's single move had taken care of her worries in one fell swoop. He was godlike. Aqua Rose struggled to believe that someone like Shi Feng had actually remained unknown all this time. It's about time I make Overwhelming Smile pay back some of its debt. Following which, Shi Feng placed the remaining sets of the Dragonscale set equipment in the guild's warehouse. Of them, 2 were available for guild members. He then took out 1 level 25 fine gold weapon and 10 level 25 secret silver weapons. Although his current combat power was already quite high, like a lion pouncing on a hare, it was necessary to go all out even when fighting a small enemy or tackling a minor problem. Hence, Shi Feng intended to upgrade the Abyssal Blade's level. He was currently level 26. He could upgrade the Abyssal Blade to level 25. However, every time he upgraded the Abyssal Blade, the weapon would create quite a commotion. Hence, Shi Feng left White River City, teleporting to the Watch Cemetery. Due to war, the Watch Cemetery had become a land of death. Even the sky here remained dusky, and tombs crowded the cemetery. The majority of the monsters that appeared here were undead type, and although there were a lot of them, their HPs were relatively low. As it was a level 22 to level 28 map with an extremely abundant amount of resources, over a quarter of White River City's level 20+ players had come here to level up. The Watch Cemetery contained many treasure chests and hidden quests. However, the cemetery was most famous for its treasure chests. In the past, countless lucky independent players had encountered mysterious iron and even secret silver treasure chests here, obtaining plenty of top-tier equipment and items. Because of this, battles between players had frequently happened in the Watch Cemetery. Similarly, over half of the battles between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile occurred here. There sure are a lot of players who have died here. The moment Shi Feng teleported to the Watch Cemetery, he was greeted by the sight of corpses littering the ground. The tragic scene could easily match the one in White Fog Canyon. This scene may have even been more tragic. After all, usually only elite players visited the White Fog Canyon, whereas ordinary players had come to the Watch Cemetery. One could just imagine how intense the battle here had been. Nobody should be able to discover me here. Shi Feng found a hidden underground tomb. After investigating his surroundings and failing to discover any nearby players, he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade Devour. Shi Feng lightly tapped the Abyssal Blade's Level Up button. After Shi Feng selected a level 25 fine gold weapon and 10 level 25 secret silver weapons, the silvery gray Abyssal Blade suddenly released a black fog. Compared to the previous level-ups, the black fog was denser this time. The 11 sacrificial weapons instantly transformed into ash when they came into contact with this black fog. In the next moment, the power within these weapons flowed into the Abyssal Blade. Immediately, Shi Feng felt the Abyssal Blade release a massive pulse. Rather than a pulse, it was more like a heartbeat _ thump. Thump _. Each consecutive heartbeat grew clearer and more intense. In the next moment, the Abyssal blade struggled free from Shifeng's hands, sending Shifeng flying into one of the walls of the tomb. What's happening? Shifeng watched the hovering Abyssal blade, surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a rejection. As the pulses grew more intense, the tomb began to tremble. Suddenly, a large boom resounded as the entire underground tomb collapsed and vanished, revealing the dark gray sky above. Soon after, the Abyssal blade fragmented and transformed into a massive pitch-black heart. Along with the heartbeat, the phantom of a massive black dragon emerged. The black dragon was over a dozen meters tall, and its bone-chilling eyes focused on Shifeng. Suddenly, it spread its maw and released a thundering roar. Chapter 474, Abyssal Upgrade. The black dragon's roar shook the sky, loud enough that anyone nearby would notice it. What a powerful roar! A high-level monster must have spawned somewhere nearby. We'll be rich if it's a chieftain. Let's go and take a look. We can't let others snatch it from us. When a team of over 20 players a short distance from the tomb noticed the black dragon's roar, they finished off the monsters they currently faced and rushed over to the tomb. The Watch Cemetery was a land of treasures, and one could even discover a treasure chest by accidentally falling into a hole. However, powerful monsters were rare in the Watch Cemetery, and normally, these monsters lingered near treasures. This had already become a publicly acknowledged trend. This monster's roar alone was already so powerful. No one who heard it would risk missing this opportunity. At the same time, many other teams who had heard this frightening roar also ran towards the tomb and Shifeng at the epicenter of the roar. However, one man and one dragon stared each other down. The dragon released a frightening aura, and the surrounding air had begun to stagnate. Is this the backlash? At this moment, Shifeng had heightened his 5 senses to their very limits, wearing a grim expression. All of his concentration was on the black dragon phantom before him. Although the black dragon was not the real thing, only a phantom, Shifeng proceeded with caution. Moreover, Shifeng had not reacted in such a way intentionally. His response had been an unconscious decision. The chilling killing intent in the phantom's gaze was so intense that Shifeng was breathless. He had never felt anything like this before. Even against a great lord, Shifeng had never encountered the backlash of a magic weapon before. He had also never heard about what exactly occurred during a backlash. However, seeing that so many top-tier experts had fallen to it in the past, a magic weapon's backlash was no trivial matter. A single mistake and Shifeng might end up with a crippled character. This was also why every player had to consider their options carefully when they obtained a magic weapon. While Shifeng prepared to face a powerful enemy, the black dragon's phantom only pinned Shifeng with its crimson eyes. It had not attacked. Yuri not going to strike? Shifeng was slightly surprised. Although Shifeng had not taken any measures to deal with the Abyssal blade's backlash, his brain activity's improvement had allowed him to reach the refinement realm. With the techniques he had learned, he was already more powerful than he had been in the past, so he was confident that he could deal with the backlash. The black dragon's phantom suddenly revealed a human-like sneer, deep disdain filling its eyes as it glared at Shifeng. Following which, the phantom vanished, leaving behind only a pile of ruins and the Abyssal blade, which buried its blade in the ground. At this moment, the Abyssal blade had recovered its original black color and was now thoroughly pitch-black. There was a faint layer of black smoke surrounding it, and no one could see the weapon during the dead of night. Is this not the backlash? Shifeng examined the Abyssal blade, disbelief coloring his expression. Sure enough, the more I level up the Abyssal blade, the more powerful the black dragon becomes, and the weaker the suppression becomes. Shifeng walked over and pulled the Abyssal blade from the ground. He then checked the attributes of the magic weapon. Abyssal blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon. Attack power plus 423. All attributes plus 36. Attack speed plus 12. Ignore levels plus 12. Attacks have 45% chance to cause 200% damage, 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 20% chance to induce Doom Curse, reducing all attributes by 40% for 35 seconds if wielder belongs to any swordsman-related class. All skill levels plus 3 increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 25. Can be upgraded. Devour 10 level 30 fine gold weapons and 1 level 30 dark gold weapon to upgrade to level 30, can be evolved, unknown, additional skill 1, Phantom Kill. Instantly creates a doppelganger. You can control this doppelganger. Doppelganger will have 70% of original body's attributes and all skills. At the same time, doppelganger and the original body can be swapped. Duration, 45 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2, Abyssal Bind. Binds enemies and prevents movement, reducing defense by 100% duration, 4 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 3, 9 Dragon's Slash. Instantly creates 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for the wielder to use. Each phantom sword is capable of dealing up to 45% damage duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 4, Dark Violent Dance. 50% of the total damage dealt to the target spreads in a cone-shaped area towards targets within a distance of 12 yards duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 layer of Death Aura. Each layer of Death Aura can be used to increase all attributes of wielder by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 10 seconds, or be used to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds. Maximum of 30 layers of Death Aura duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 16 hours. The Abyssal Blade was personally created by Master Smith Alices using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, and it is ranked 31st. However, this sword has been cursed by the Black Dragon King. Aside from providing the wielder with immense strength, there will be a backlash every period of time. However, after being remodeled by Jack using a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been greatly reduced. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the curse of the Black Dragon King, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped, unable to be traded. The basic attributes and the skills of the Abyssal Blade had not undergone any significant changes. However, the magic weapon's attack power had massively improved. Previously, its attack power was only slightly over 300. After this evolution, its attack power had soared past 400. It was nearly 50 points higher than Fire Dance's level 25 Dark Gold ranked Truefire blade. After retrieving the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng swung it a few times. He swung the weapon at a damaged stone pillar nearby Tseng. Shifeng had not encountered any resistance as he cut into the stone. The sturdy pillar felt like air as the Abyssal Blade sliced through it, splitting it in two as it fell to the ground so sharp. Shifeng stared at the remains of the stone pillar with shock. He then glanced back at the magic weapon in his hand. The Abyssal Blade was practically a weapon of gods. With such sharpness, not even secret silver equipment could defend against it. Just as Shifeng was about to leave the tomb, over 100 players suddenly emerged from the dark forest. With a quick glance, it was obvious that these players were not all members of the same team. These new arrivals were also independent players. What happened here? These players were stupefied upon arriving at the thoroughly ruined underground tomb. Currently, the underground tomb looked more like a crater. Someone's there. A ranger with sharp eyesight pointed at Shifeng, who was preparing to leave the area. Suddenly, everyone shifted their gaze toward Shifeng. At this moment, Shifeng wore a black cloak that obscured his appearance. He had also hidden the glow effects of his equipment. However, judging by the fine workmanship of his equipment, it should be of high quality. At the very least, his equipment should be mysterious iron rank or above. Shifeng was also level 26, so one could easily tell that he was not someone to provoke. Just as these independent teams hesitated over whether to take action against Shifeng or not, another party emerged from the forest. Every member of this party was level 25 and above, and all of them were as robust as a bear. The other players avoided eye contact with these newcomers, intimidated by their cold gazes. Most importantly, all of their names were Crimson Brother Deep. We seem to have good luck today. With such a large commotion, a treasure must have spawned here. That brat definitely has the treasure. Yeah. His level is quite high as well. If we kill him, we will not have wasted a trip even if there is no treasure. This 6-man party paid no attention to the 100+ independent players standing in the distance. Instead, their eyes were glued onto Shifeng, looking at him as if he belonged only to them. Just who are these people? They actually dare act so arrogantly. A male player from one of the independent teams grumbled. The leader of said party glanced the party of 6 red names. Immediately, cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he hurriedly said, "Enough, we're leaving." But what about the treasure? Why should we let a single party have it? We outnumber them, the male player asked, confused enough. You stop talking. If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag everyone else down with you. You've just arrived at Watch Cemetery, so you don't know about the unspoken rules here. There are 2 types of people you can never provoke. The first are the Tier 1 experts of Zero Wing, they are the second, Overwhelming Smiles parties. If we anger them, not a single one of us will get out of here alive. The team leader scolded as he glared at the male player. Upon hearing his team leader's words, the male player immediately shut his mouth. Before he had arrived at Watch Cemetery, he had heard of the 2 types of people his leader referred to. Nothing much would happen if one encountered the experts of Zero Wing. However, if one encountered the killing gods from Overwhelming Smile, they better pray that the other side was in a good mood. Otherwise. Following which, the other independent teams promptly departed from the area. Not a single one of them dared to stay for the show. Chapter 475, Silent Massacre. As the independent teams departed, many had sent pitying gazes to Shifeng. That fellow sure is unlucky. If we had gotten a hold of him, we would have let him live so long as he handed over the treasure. Now that those people have arrived, he won't survive. I heard that those red names seem to have some sort of special treasure that causes the players they kill to drop more items than normal. It's not seem to, but must have. One of Overwhelming Smile's expert parties killed a friend of mine, and he lost 3 pieces of equipment when he died. He had even dropped some of the items from inside his bag. Because of that, my friend was so frightened that he refuses to return to the Watch Cemetery. Shut up. We need to hurry up and leave this area. We won't be so lucky if we encounter those killing gods a second time. That's right. Let's get out of here. Although these independent teams possessed the numerical advantage, the expert parties of Overwhelming Smile were like fearsome tigers. They picked up the pace, leaving as quickly as possible. Shortly after the independent teams left, the expert party from Overwhelming Smile approached the motionless Shifeng. Brother Deep, that fellow must be scared stupid, he isn't even trying to escape. How boring, a simple and honest-looking berserker laughed as he watched Shifeng. And here I thought that we had encountered a somewhat powerful player that can use for exercise. Killing noobs has become really boring. Enough, little whistle. Don't think that I don't know what's going through your mind. You just want to test out your new battle axe. Since this player has a fairly high level and is traveling alone, he should be relatively skilled. You can take care of him. The level 26 assassin referred to as Brother Deep laughed as he glanced at the simple-looking berserker. Right, his items seem quite good. Don't forget to use that thing, we might get some good stuff from him. Leave it to me. The berserker, Little Whistle, squinted as he smiled at Shifeng, excitement flashing in his eyes. Step by step, he approached Shifeng slowly. He also retrieved a black potion from his bag and emptied the contents into his mouth. This thing seriously tastes horrible. If you didn't seem to have some valuable stuff on you, I wouldn't have to suffer such a nasty fate. Brat, stand still. I'll be done in just a second. Saying so, Little Whistle raised his blood-red battle axe and swung it down toward Shifeng. Although this swing seemed casual at first glance, it contained speed, accuracy, and ferocity that far surpassed any ordinary player's attack. Moreover, the battle axe flew towards Shifeng's neck, making the attack difficult to dodge. Little Whistle's casual, yet well calculated, attack was clearly a habit developed after many years of training. He was unlike other players whose attacks would contain many unnecessary actions and were easy to dodge. Boom. The battle axe struck the ground heavily. I missed. Little Whistle looked at his battle axe, which landed next to Shifeng's feet. He had aimed properly. Did I have too much to drink earlier? However, just as he was about to lift his blood-red battle axe once more, he suddenly saw a streak of black light flash across his eyes. Before he could react, his field of vision began to flip. In the next moment, he felt a slight pain, and his vision began to gray as his body fell to the ground. As Little Whistle was a red name, over half of his equipment dropped upon his death. Immediately after, his immortal soul flowed into Shifeng's hand. Although he can't be considered an expert, he is still a skilled veteran. He is significantly stronger than an elite player. It's no wonder a single party has been able to wipe out teams easily. Shifeng thought as he frowned at the berserker lying at his feet. He then shifted his gaze to the 5 other party members a short distance away, paying no attention to the large amount of equipment scattered before him. When the 5 experts from Overwhelming Smile saw their teammates suddenly fall to the ground, disbelief colored their faces. Just what had happened here? Why was Little Whistle suddenly dead? From the beginning, they had focused on Shifeng. However, they could say with certainty that Shifeng had not moved. They only saw a streak of black light flash across Little Whistle's body. Black light. Right, it's that black light. Everyone, be careful. That brat has some sort of special item, the assassin named Brother Deep cautioned his team. He immediately activated stealth and melded with the darkness. The other 4 party members responded by unsheathing their weapons. Watching Shifeng's every action, they had finally understood that they had encountered a slightly more difficult foe. If they did not respond properly, they might lose their lives without even knowing how they died. However, while they watched Shifeng, they discovered that the swordsman had suddenly disappeared. Where is he? The 5 of them examined their surroundings, failing to discover any signs of movement. A player had disappeared so simply right before their eyes. Was he an assassin? This thought suddenly popped into their minds. However, they had previously checked and could say with certainty that Shifeng was definitely a swordsman. Otherwise, they would not have been so carefree. After all, it would be extremely difficult to catch an assassin in stealth. While the 5 experts from Overwhelming Smile searched for Shifeng, he suddenly appeared behind the 5 players. Crap. Behind us. All 5 players were war veterans, so their sensitivity towards danger was extraordinary. They instantly discovered Shifeng, turning to attack him at this moment. However, several streaks of black light emerged from Shifeng's hand. The black lights gave the 5 experts no time to react at all, even with their acute sensitivity. Damn. The assassin named Brother Deep hurriedly used Vanish, utilizing the moment of invincibility to block this mysterious strike. However, the assassin's 4 party members were not as fortunate as the Abyssal blade bit into them. Their HPs, ranging from 3,000 to 4,000, instantly fell to 0. When the 5 experts saw this horrific damage, they looked as if they had seen a ghost. This is bad, I'll definitely die if I stay here. When Brother Deep, the only survivor remaining, saw Shifeng look directly at him with a smile, his heart pounded as goosebumps covered his body. He was clearly in stealth, other players should not be able to see him at all. Yet, pinned by Shifeng's gaze, it was obvious that the swordsman saw him as clear as day. However, Brother Deep did not know that, as a Tier 1 class, Shifeng's perception was very high. Moreover, he also had omniscient eyes. An assassin's stealth was practically useless due to his momentary shock. Brother Deep failed to avoid the streak of black light. Immediately, his HP depleted, and he was forced out of stealth. Before he knew it, his body had fallen to the ground. Such a quick sword. Even in death, the assassin could not figure out when Shifeng had attacked. Their party had consisted of people who had experienced life or death situations many times, so their awareness of danger was particularly sensitive. However, none of them had detected the slightest precursor to Shifeng's attacks. They had not been able to detect Shifeng's sword when it was a few inches from their faces, much less been able to defend themselves. You'll be the 6th. Feng spoke softly as he looked down at the shocked assassin. Relax, you'll have more companions soon. Just who are you? Upon hearing Feng's words, Brother Deep craved the answer to this question. However, as his HP had reached 0, he could no longer open his mouth. When Brother Deep thought about such a person slaughtering his companions, goosebumps rose all over his body. If such an expert suddenly decided to take action against them, none of them would have any hope of survival. Chapter 476, Haunted. Only after finishing off Overwhelming Smile's expert party did Feng begin to loot the items they had dropped. Since Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing had labeled each other hostile guilds, none of the members of either guild would receive any crime value when killing each other. However, aside from slaughtering the members of Zero Wing, the expert parties of Overwhelming Smile also frequently killed players who possessed high-quality equipment, resulting in them becoming red names. As red names, the penalty they received for dying multiplied, resulting in them dropping an abundance of items when they died. The 6 Overwhelming Smile experts had dropped a total of 54 items. Of them, 45 pieces were equipment, with a majority of the equipment being secret silver rank, and only 8 being fine gold rank. However, this was a significant harvest. In addition, there were 9 items had dropped from the experts' bags. Of the 9 items, 7 had dropped from the first berserker Feng had killed in God's domain. The chance of players dropping items from their bags upon death was minuscule. However, as the Overwhelming Smile experts were red names, this chance had been multiplied by several times. Even so, it was still a very small chance. The fact that Feng had obtained 7 items from a single player's bag, in addition to the 45 pieces of equipment from killing a 6-man party, was mainly due to this berserker dropping all of his equipment. He had nothing left. It was unbelievable. Just how abysmal is this fellow's luck? Did he do something to anger the heavens? Not even someone who had killed thousands would have such a fate. Feng could not help but pity the berserker lying at his feet. Regardless of how Feng felt, he still pocketed the berserker's items. However, when he looked through the items, he discovered a dozen bottles of a black potion. Isn't this the potion that berserker drank before the battle? Feng examined the black potion and suddenly recalled the berserker's comment. He had not given the man's words much thought at the time, but as he looked at the potion now, he realized that it was something special. The black potion would actually increase the drop rate when killing players. However, the potion's effect similarly affected its user, and if the user died, their drop rate would multiply as well. This was the first time Feng had seen or heard of such a potion. There were over 10,000 types of potions in God's domain. Although he had played the game for over a decade, he was still ignorant of many of the items in the game. It was especially true for original creations of master alchemists, master forgers, and other lifestyle masters. Feng then read the black potion's data. Sure enough, this potion was crafted by a player. Feng could not help his shock upon reading the information of the black potion. This potion is called Haunted. Once consumed, the PvP drop rate increases from 100% to 300%. Meanwhile, if the user is killed by another player, their drop rate increases from 200% to 600%. Haunted has a duration of 5 minutes and a cooldown of half an hour. Whoever made this potion is amazing. Feng wanted to meet Haunted's creator. Unfortunately, the creator was displayed as unknown. It was clear that Haunted's creator wanted their identity to remain hidden. Feng had a significant understanding of God's domain. There were indeed tools that could increase a player's drop rate when killing other players, and every one of these tools were precious. However, Feng had never heard of a potion with such a function. It was inconceivable that such a potion had appeared. The current players of God's domain were still very low level, and the materials they could obtain were limited. To create such a powerful potion with such limited materials, this alchemist must be a genius. No wonder Overwhelming Smile is so zealously slaughtering other players. With Haunted, they can easily obtain plenty of valuable equipment. Feng suddenly understood the reason behind Overwhelming Smile's abnormal actions currently, as both Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile fought in an all-out war against each other. Both sides had suffered significant losses in terms of equipment. With Haunted, however, Overwhelming Smile could fund their battles with battles. The more well-equipped the player they killed was, the higher the quantity and quality equipment they could obtain. Normally, players would only drop one piece of equipment upon death. A single player had over 10 pieces equipped. If only one out of those many pieces dropped, the chances of obtaining a good equipment was relatively low. After consuming Haunted, however, the members of Overwhelming Smile could obtain up to 3 pieces of equipment from the players they killed, significantly increasing their chances of obtaining good equipment. Since this is the case, I won't have to be polite with them. Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he stored the 12 bottles of Haunted in his bag. In reality, the PvP drop rate relied heavily on the luck attribute. Shifeng's current luck was relatively high. If he activated Divine Providence, he could raise his luck to 25 points. If Shifeng killed an ordinary player, even without consuming Haunted, it was almost certain that player would drop 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. Moreover, there was a relatively high chance for those 2 or 3 pieces to be the best pieces said player wore if he included the effects of Haunted. Considering the situation, Shifeng began to search through the guild channel, looking for any guild members in Watch Cemetery who had encountered an ambush. Perfect. You'll do. After a moment, sure enough, some members had reported through the guild channel that Overwhelming Smile's experts had ambushed them. They were in the Watch Cemetery. Immediately, Shifeng input the coordinates into the 7 Luminaries ring and activated space movement. He then jumped into the spatial crack that appeared before him. In one of the gravel-filled prairies of the Watch Cemetery, a team of over a dozen players ran desperately for their lives. As they ran, the ranged classes on this team attacked the 6 robust-looking players pursuing them. If this happened anywhere else, it would confuse any onlookers. The side with more players actually fled from the side with less players in the Watch Cemetery. However, nobody would find this scene surprising because the side with less players consisted of bloodthirsty lunatics with astonishing strength. Moreover, this party of lunatics consisted of only melee classes. There was not a single ranged class in their party. Damn, why aren't any of my attacks hitting them? One of the escaping male elementalists grumbled, dismayed as he watched the distance between his team and their 6 pursuers decrease. Hold on for a little longer. The Tier 1 experts of our guild are heading towards us right now. A level 24 ranger, the leader of the team, tried to encourage his team members as he attacked with a frostbolt. Everyone on the team nodded to their team leader's words, newfound hope blooming in their hearts. The group of Overwhelming Smile experts behind them was simply too powerful. Before they had realized they were being ambushed, 4 of their team members had died. Although they tried to retaliate, the experts dodged or blocked most of their attacks. Only a small number of control skills had any effect. Unfortunately, none of those skills were fatal. As soon as the battle had begun, they had sent out distress messages through the guild channel, reporting their current location. Fortunately for them, one of their guild's Tier 1 expert parties was only a short distance away from them. They would be safe as long as they could reach that Tier 1 expert party. Everyone, stop! The ranger shouted when he saw a cloud of cold air rising from the ground in front of them. Before any of them had noticed, another party had appeared. Moreover, the shield warrior standing in the lead was currently using a magic scroll. Unfortunately, the ranger's command was too late as a gigantic icicle suddenly emerged from the ground. The icicle struck the players at the forefront of their team, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above their heads. Simultaneously, frost shrouded their bodies, massively reducing their movement speed. Weary finished. Despair filled the ranger's eyes as he stared at the massive icicle in front of them. They had barely survived the pursuit of a single party of experts. Now that another party had appeared, blocking their path, they no longer had any hope of escape. Ha ha ha. Come on. Keep running. I want to see how far you can get. One of Overwhelming Smile's experts sneered upon seeing the Zero-Wing team's predicament. At this moment, however, a spatial crack appeared in the air, and a human figure suddenly emerged. Oh? It seems that I am quite lucky today. After Shifeng landed, he swept a glance over the 2 expert parties from Overwhelming Smile, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chapter 477, Youlan's Worries. In White River City, shortly after Overwhelming Smile had established its guild residence, the street outside the guild residence was already packed with players hoping to join the guild. Over 10,000 players waited for their evaluation, far surpassing Zero Wing's guild recruitment currently. Overwhelming Smile offered 3 to 4 times more benefits than their rival. In addition, Overwhelming Smile had already become the unshakable overlord of Maple City. Now that Overwhelming Smile had its own guild residence, its momentum was unstoppable. As a result, many independent players who had observed the situation from the sidelines had decided to take action in White River City. Zero Wing only had 3 advantages. The first was the presence of Black Flame, the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. There were also plenty of experts in Zero Wing, making the guild a good place to seek guidance and improve oneself. The second was the guild residence. Members of Zero Wing could receive a large number of high-level guild quests, allowing them to level up and earn money easily. The fact that members could accumulate a double EXP buff while resting in the guild residence was also quite attractive. The third was Zero Wing's guild warehouse. A lot of top-tier equipment was constantly available for guild members to earn. These items were not available outside of Zero Wing. However, to the majority of the players in White River City, Zero Wing's most attractive benefit was its guild residence. It was the reason that many had hesitated when choosing between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. However, that issue had been resolved. Now that the well-funded Overwhelming Smile had its own guild residence as well, Zero Wing had lost its advantage. Currently, compared to Overwhelming Smile, the overlord of a city, Zero Wing was inferior. It was obvious which guild they should join. We are too late, a level 23 female cleric sighed helplessly when she saw the long line of players outside Overwhelming Smile's guild residence. The cleric then turned to the level 25 female elementalist beside her, grumbling to the innocent-looking girl in silver clothing, "Rain, this is your fault. I told you that, as long as Overwhelming Smile establishes its guild residence, a ton of players are going to try to join. Now we've gotta wait so long if we want to join. Blue Bamboo, I've said it before, I'm only playing God's Domain because I am curious about this world. I want to understand more about this realistic fantasy world, and I don't really mind not joining a guild." Thoughtful Rain shook her head in response to her friend's words. She was not particularly interested in joining any guild. "Rain, you're wrong about this. God's Domain is such a vast world, and there are plenty of dangerous places. If we're not strong enough, how can we explore those places? Meanwhile, joining a guild is undoubtedly the fastest way to grow stronger," the female cleric named Blue Bamboo countered. "Just look at how poorly we are faring right now. We bought a majority of our equipment. To make things worse, our equipment is crappier than what guild members have. In that case, shouldn't we join Zero Wing?" Thoughtful Rain asked, confused. "I hear that Zero Wing's warehouse contains plenty of top-tier equipment that no other guild can match." Speaking of Zero Wing, Thoughtful Rain suddenly recalled the man named Yifeng who had helped her before. She remembered that he was one of Zero Wing's members. The library emblem he had given her had helped her greatly, and she wondered how that man was faring. "Don't you know? A war has recently broken out between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, and each report is more amazing than the last. As a result, the independent players who had originally hesitated are now desperately trying to join Overwhelming Smile." "Do you know why?" Blue Bamboo asked mysteriously. "That's because Zero Wing no longer has an advantage over Overwhelming Smile. Previously, Zero Wing slaughtered Overwhelming Smile's members, driving the guild into a corner. Now, however, the situation has completely changed. Overwhelming Smile has somehow managed to recruit a large number of experts, and these experts have slaughtered Zero Wing's members, scaring them from leaving the city. It probably won't be long before Zero Wing is destroyed, which is why so many players are rushing to join Overwhelming Smile. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile no longer targets Maple City. It has shifted its focus to White River City. The fact that the guild has established its first guild residence in White River City rather than Maple City had made that obvious. If we don't join Overwhelming Smile now, it will only be harder to do so in the future." Thoughtful Rain nodded, seeing the logic in Blue Bamboo's words. However, she looked at Blue Bamboo and said softly, "You are correct. However, I still don't want to join Overwhelming Smile." Saying so, Thoughtful Rain immediately turned and left. "Fine, then. I'll listen to you, but you better not regret your decision later." Blue Bamboo took one last glance at Overwhelming Smile's guild residence before following Thoughtful Rain. Meanwhile, inside Overwhelming Smile's guild residence, all of the guild members were currently in a celebratory mood. Initially, Zero Wing had been a thorn in their side. Now, however, their problems had been solved. With over 200 experts from their guild ambushing the members of Zero Wing, the war had turned to their favor. Many of Zero Wing's members were too afraid to leave the city. This greatly boosted the pride of everyone from Overwhelming Smile at this moment. However, the atmosphere in the guild residence's meeting room was extraordinarily tense. "What? You're saying that Little Deep's party was completely wiped out? How is that possible?" Feng Xianyang was unable to stomach the news he had just received. The new batch of underworld guards that had been sent consisted of live combat veterans. Although not all of them were experts in God's domain, they were only slightly inferior. Even if these underworld guards encountered one of Zero Wing's Tier 1 expert parties, they could still drag one or two of their opponents to the grave with them if they went all out. However, a single player had annihilated one of these parties. They could not even escape. How could Feng Xianyang possibly believe this? "Young Master Feng, there are countless experts in God's domain. The underworld guards aren't invincible either. There is nothing strange about the slaughter. However, based on Little Deep's report of their assailant, it is likely that they ran into Black Flame. We already know the majority of the experts in White River City. Aside from Summer Sunshine, Black Flame is most likely the only player capable of this massacre," Youlan explained. Feng Xianyang had never watched a battle between true experts of God's domain. However, Youlan had personally witnessed Black Flame and Summer Sunshine's frightening encounter. Hence, she was not the slightest bit surprised about the appearance an expert capable of destroying an underworld guard party single-handedly. "Yuri saying that Black Flame is responsible? Is Black Flame really that strong?" Feng Xianyang asked skeptically. In his opinion, Black Flame was just a frog in a well. How could he possibly defeat a party of underworld guards by himself? "Young Master Feng, I guarantee that Black Flame is more than capable of performing such a feat. However, this is not the most important information we have received. Based on what Little Deep said, after they died, they could not log into God's domain for some time. Moreover, every underworld guard is currently a red name. If they die, they will lose at least half of their equipment. We will suffer a massive loss now that Black Flame has involved himself and is using such methods. If he focuses on hunting down the underworld guards, it will be a disaster for us. I suggest that we have the underworld guards stop their ambushes, retreat from the Watch Cemetery, and go elsewhere to level up," Youlan suggested. From the moment she met him, she had never been able to see through the man known as Black Flame. Now, Black Flame had suddenly begun to act and killed a party of underworld guards. This was not a good sign, and Youlan began to worry. Hence, she thought it best to quit while they were ahead. "Youlan, you worry too much. Even if Black Flame is powerful, the Watch Cemetery is a massive area. Do you really believe that he can scour the entire map by himself?" Feng Xianyang said disdainfully. Little Deep was simply unlucky and coincidentally encountered Black Flame. Losing one party isn't significantly damaging. On the other hand, our rampant ambushes on Zero Wing are severely wounding the guild. Moreover, there are so many treasures in the Watch Cemetery. If we give the area up, not only will it greatly reduce our guild's morale, but we will also lose a huge source of income. Besides, while Zero Wing has Black Flame, do you think that Underworld does not possess experts aside from the Underworld guards? Feng Xianyang laughed. Chapter 478, 7 Ghosts. Have they arrived as well? Yolan's beautiful eyes widened upon hearing Feng Xianyang's words, shock coloring her features. Although the Underworld guards were the core combatants of Underworld, they were not the peak combatants. Even so, the Underworld Guards were only slightly inferior to the peak combatants of other first-rate guilds. They were more than enough to deal with second-rate guilds since Feng Xianyang had said as much. The new arrivals were not members of the Underworld Guards. Instead, they should be the peak combatants of Underworld, the 7 ghosts. That's right. To eliminate Zero Wing quickly and ensure that we obtain White River City, upper management has sent us 2 ghosts. With the 2 of them, Black Flame's good fortune will come to an end. Feng Xianyang laughed. Since 2 of the 7 ghosts have arrived, Black Flame's hunting spree will no longer be an issue. On the contrary, this is our chance. Youlan nodded as she revealed a smile. Underworld was a massive organization, and those who joined the Underworld Guards were already considered experts. Meanwhile, the 7 ghosts stood out among the Underworld Guards and stood at the peak of the organization. The 7 ghosts held very high positions in Underworld, and even Feng Xianyang had to treat them with respect. Every one of the 7 ghosts was an extraordinarily talented expert carefully selected by Underworld. Moreover, they had received Underworld's unreserved nurturing and hell-like training. Their strength had long since surpassed the realm of ordinary humans. If several ghosts worked together, even an expert like Summer Sunshine would be helpless. Now that Black Flame was going all out in his hunt of the Underworld Guards, this was very good news for Overwhelming Smile. If the 2 ghosts found Black Flame while he was on his hunting spree, perhaps they could kill Black Flame and utterly destroy Zero Wing. Just as Feng Xianyang and Youlan discussed, Shifeng, the man currently faced off against 2 Underworld Guard parties in the Watch Cemetery. Good luck. What an arrogant little brat. The 2 Underworld Guard parties glared at Shifeng, before turning to each other, smiling. The members of Zero Wing also watched Shifeng, who currently hid his appearance under his black cloak, astonishment filling their eyes. Shifeng had accidentally appeared and claimed to have good luck. Did he not know that the 2 parties surrounding them were the famous killing gods? Every one of these players was a demon who could slaughter people without batting an eye. Those who encountered these killing gods had only one ending: death. We have to hold our ground. Our guild's Tier 1 experts are almost here. We'll be saved as long as we hold on for a little longer, the leader of Zero Wing's team said, gritting his teeth. A thread of hope appeared in the eyes of Zero Wing's members. When they looked at the 2 Underworld Guard parties surrounding them, their gazes burned with fighting spirit. Oh? You guys must have a death wish. Old Six, you deal with these guys. I'll deal with the new brat, a youthful-looking level 26 swordsman named Fifth Ghost ordered with a deep voice. The youth was tall and robust, and he was currently garbed in golden battle armor. Brother 5, you're too cunning. This is the first expert we found after such a long hunt, yet you're sending me to deal with the trash while you steal the expert for yourself. The level 26 berserker named Sixth Ghost complained that brat is a swordsman. I'm also a swordsman, while you're just a berserker. Naturally, I should deal with him. If we meet a berserker, you'll deal with them. Deal? Fifth Ghost laughed. The berserker named Sixth Ghost could only nod in response. He then looked towards the Underworld Guards, saying, "Leave these people to me. You guys only need to prevent them from escaping." Yes, the Underworld Guards immediately took up their formation. However, when Zero Wing's members heard that the man named Sixth Ghost intended to deal with them alone, they rejoiced. Each side had about the same number of players. If the enemy faced them as a team, they stood no chance. If only one person attacked, however, they could probably kill that player and escape. We'll charge together. After we get rid of him, we can take the opportunity to break through the encirclement, the ranger team leader whispered. At this moment, when Shifeng saw Sixth Ghost approach the group, he suddenly said, "No, you guys aren't his match. In a moment, run in the opposite direction. Elementalists, use ice walls and frozen circles while I hold them back." Zero Wing's elite team was strong enough that they had a good chance of defeating any ordinary expert. However, the berserker before them was not an ordinary player. The killing intent and pressure he radiated did not belong to an ordinary expert, so much so that even Shifeng sensed danger from the berserker. Moreover, when Shifeng used omniscient eyes to inspect everyone's data, Sixth Ghost's data surprised him. The berserker named Sixth Ghost was actually a Tier 1 class. This was the first time Shifeng had encountered a Tier 1 class belonging to another guild. The swordsman named Fifth Ghost was also a Tier 1 class. Judging from the respectful attitudes the Underworld Guard party showed these two players, Shifeng guessed that the two were not ordinary characters. They were definitely high up in Underworld. Originally, Shifeng intended to hunt down Underworld Guards. Now, however, rather of hunting a cat, he had found a tiger. Thank you for the warning. However, we are the elites of Zero Wing. Even if he is powerful, he can't take us down easily if we work together, the Ranger team leader said confidently. However, before the Ranger could finish his words, Sixth Ghost had used charge, leaving only an afterimage behind him. In the blink of an eye, Sixth Ghost arrived before Zero Wing's battle-ready shield warrior. He then activated Cleave and slashed his saber down on the shield warrior. Just as this shield warrior was about to block the attack with his shield, Sixth Ghost's saber suddenly vanished. The saber instantly reappeared in the shield warrior's blind spot and struck its target, sending the shield warrior flying backward. A damage of over -2,600 points appeared above the shield warrior's head, reducing his HP by more than half. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. None of the surrounding Zero Wing members had reacted to Sixth Ghost's attack. They could only watch as their MT was sent flying. Sixth Ghost's damage shocked Zero Wing's elites. None of them could believe that a berserker could actually deal over -2,600 damage to a shield warrior. However, Sixth Ghost was not done with the shield warrior. Twisting his feet slightly, Sixth Ghost transformed into an afterimage as he weaved through the crowd of players. He arrived behind the still airborne shield warrior and sent out another slash. Nobody had ever expected a berserker to be so agile. Although the entire process seemed slow, in reality, everything had happened in an instant. Just as Sixth Ghost's saber was about to strike the shield warrior's back and end his life, Sixth Ghost suddenly spun and used Whirlwind Slashbang. Dazzling sparks scattered around him. Sixth Ghost's battle saber collided with a pitch-black sword. Meanwhile, the owner of this sword was none other than the mysterious newcomer, Shifeng. Brat, you sure are in a hurry to die. Sixth Ghost licked his lips, a hint of excitement appearing in his eyes as he smiled at Shifeng. Since you can attack soundlessly, you should have also reached that realm. If not for his many years of combat experience and his senses picking up on Shifeng's faint killing intent, he would not have detected Shifeng's attack. Fortunately, he sensed the attack at the very last moment and instinctively used Whirlwind Slash. Otherwise, Shifeng's attack would have been successful. Other than his sparring sessions with the other ghosts, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 479, Triple Cut. Saber and sword intersected, scattering sparks, following which, Sixth Ghost and Shifeng exchanged moves continuously. Both Shifeng and Sixth Ghost possessed frightening strength, the ground beneath them cracking under the pressure. Surprisingly, neither expert had actually taken a single step back. However, it was a different story for the players watched from the sidelines. Due to the resulting impact from the weapons collision, the spectators were forced to retreat. They are so powerful. Even from this distance, I can feel how intense the impact is. No wonder Little Horse was sent flying, the Ranger team leader muttered as he watched the scene before him. Fear filled his gaze as he watched Sixth Ghost. Since he had started playing God's Domain, this was the first time he had seen a player with such ferocious strength. It was simply terrifying. However, the fact that Shifeng could contend with such a monster was just as astounding. At this moment, the Tier 1 swordsman, Fifth Ghost, gaped at the two combatants with utter disbelief. Just who is that? He can compete with old Six's strength. Fifth Ghost's gaze sharpened as he began to watch Shifeng carefully. In terms of strength, a Tier 1 berserker was definitely the strongest of all the classes. Moreover, Fifth Ghost knew how Sixth Ghost had allocated his free attribute points. They had all gone into his strength. Every piece of Sixth Ghost's equipment was also strength-based. Yet, a swordsman like Shifeng was on equal footing with Sixth Ghost. It was inconceivable. Among the 7 ghosts, Sixth Ghost's strength ranked 3rd. Even a swordsman like himself refused to confront Sixth Ghost directly, relying on techniques to achieve victory instead. Now that an expert, capable of matching Sixth Ghost's strength, had appeared, Fifth Ghost could not help but focus on the fight. Brat, it seems that you're a Tier 1 class as well. I won't continue playing games, then. Sixth Ghost roared, and suddenly, the skin covering his entire body turned red. His momentum had also changed as a violent aura surged forth from his body. This move was a Tier 1 skill belonging to Tier 1 Berserkers, Bull's Rage, which increased the player's strength by 20% for 15 seconds. Sixth Ghost's strength had already been quite high. Now that it had increased by another 20%, simple gestures were enough to crack the land beneath his feet. You are 10 years too early if you think you can compete with my strength. Sixth Ghost swung his battle saber, which was as tall as he was, slashing the blade down on Shifeng. Both his speed and power far surpassed his previous attacks, yet Shifeng did not try to dodge this attack. Instead, he swung the abyssal blade in his hand towards Sixth Ghost's saber. Everyone was confused. Even Fifth Ghost, who watched from a distance, revealed a disdainful sneer at this sight. Sixth Ghost's Bull's Rage was not the average skill. Rather, it was an enhanced skill. Unlike the normal version, the enhanced version of Bull's Rage increased a player's strength attribute by 30%. Although it was just a measly 10%, to Sixth Ghost, that 10% was the equivalent of more than 30 points in strength. Having an additional 30 points in strength was like wearing an additional piece of top-tier equipment that added strength. In terms of a Tier 1 player's levels, this increase equated 4 or 5 additional levels. After activating Bull's Rage, Sixth Ghost was the strongest among the 7 ghosts. A Tier 1 swordsman stood no chance against Sixth Ghost's strength. Shifeng overestimated himself if he thought he could challenge Sixth Ghost's attack head-on. The only way to deal with Sixth Ghost's attack was to dodge. However, even dodging was impossible. After all, even experts like them, who had reached that realm, found it extremely difficult to dodge Sixth Ghost's saber techniques. Everyone pictured Shifeng's figure flying backward the instant the saber and sword collided. Boom. The ground beneath both combatants' feet cracked, the impact of the collision creating a dust storm that enveloped the battle. Sixth Ghost's eyes widened with shock upon seeing Shifeng block his attack with just one hand. He had already activated Bull's Rage, yet, Shifeng still blocked his attack. The skill had increased his strength attribute by over 100 points. This increase alone was already as much as what an ordinary player possessed, yet Shifeng had blocked it. The onlooking crowd gaped when they saw the small crater below the fighters' feet. Are they NPCs? None of them could believe what they saw. Was this really a battle between players? If not for the player-specific diamond-shaped markers hovering above both sides' heads, they would have suspected that the two were monsters of God's domain fighting over territory. So he really was telling the truth. Only now did Zero Wings members realize why Shifeng had warned them before the battle had begun. With such frightening strength, even if Sixth Ghost had not utilized any skills and relied solely on his techniques and attributes, he would not have needed long to annihilate their team. Just who are you? After this single exchange, Sixth Ghost hurriedly retreated from Shifeng. He was on high alert as he watched his opponent, no longer as calm as before. Even a fool could tell that Shifeng's basic attributes were far superior to Sixth Ghost's. From their previous exchange, Sixth Ghost realized that Shifeng had only been testing his strength. With this realization, an indescribable anger overtook Sixth Ghost's heart. All this time, he had been the one to test others' strength, never the other way around. Now that someone had done the same to him, Sixth Ghost's pride as one of the 7 ghosts had been wounded. You attacked first. Why are you the one asking this question? Shifeng chuckled. Brat, you're courting death. As Sixth Ghost bellowed, the battle saber in his hands transformed into 3 saber images. These saber images sealed off Shifeng's path of retreat as they bombarded their target. At this moment, it looked as if Sixth Ghost held not 1, but 3 battle sabers in his hand. Soundlessly, Sixth Ghost appeared right in front of Shifeng. Hand-to-hand combat relied on 2 things, attributes and techniques. Currently, Shifeng's attributes were far superior, so Sixth Ghost chose to contend with Shifeng using techniques. Triple cut? Shifeng's expression immediately turned grave. Immediately, he brandished the abyssal blade, meeting the oncoming attacks. Triple cut was a more advanced technique compared to second acceleration. Second acceleration was a technique used to fool the enemy's eyes and attack the blind spot. However, Triple Cut was an advanced attack technique that relied on the body's center of gravity to focus all power into a single point. The attack was extremely fast, to the point that others would see 3 weapons instead of 1. In reality, these were only afterimages. Dang. 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air for a time. The area between Sixth Ghost and Shifeng had become a whirlwind of blades. The constant and deafening clangs of metal on metal made everyone's ears ring. However, when they looked at the battlefield, they failed to see any collision between weapons such a powerful triple cut. Although Shifeng had not received any damage, he struggled to defend against Sixth Ghost's attacks with the Abyssal blade. Even though he was significantly faster than Sixth Ghost, he could do nothing but defend himself. This was the first time Shifeng was at a disadvantage against a berserker in a contest of speed. Shifeng had to admit that an advanced attack technique could increase a player's combat power significantly. Fortunately, he was quite a bit faster than Sixth Ghost. He had also already entered the refinement realm. He could perceive both attacks and dodging maneuvers meticulously. Otherwise, he would have already died under Sixth Ghost's triple cut. However, although Shifeng struggled to cope with the attacks, Sixth Ghost was not having an easy time either. Even after using Bull's Rage, every time he crossed blades with Shifeng, he could feel his hands tremble from the resulting impact. His HP had even begun to fall slowly with each consecutive impact. Although it was only a very tiny amount, after a long period, his HP would eventually vanish. Old Six, I'll help you. Suddenly, Fifth Ghost's figure appeared behind Shifeng. Immediately, he used triple cut with his 2 swords, aiming for Shifeng's back. Chapter 480, Stepping into the Second Phase. Fifth Ghost was a Tier 1 swordsman. Although he did not possess Sixth Ghost's frightening strength, in terms of speed, he was significantly superior to the berserker. In particular, Fifth Ghost's control over his center of gravity when using the advanced attack technique triple cut surpassed Sixth Ghost's. In addition, Fifth Ghost had used Wind Blade, increasing his speed significantly. At this moment, one could even vaguely see a 4th afterimage of his sword. Presently, Shifeng had already focused all his power into defending against Sixth Ghost's attack. He simply had no time to consider Fifth Ghost. When Fifth Ghost saw his sword piercing Shifeng's chest, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Brat, although your strength is quite good, you are still 10 years too early if you think you can fight against us 7 ghosts. Brother 5, be careful. Sixth Ghost suddenly shouted in panic when he saw Fifth Ghost's delighted appearance. Fifth Ghost immediately sensed that something was wrong because his instincts were telling him right here and now that he had already arrived at death's door. He then realized the sensation he felt with his hand, when his sword stabbed into Shifeng, was as if he had just pierced through air. Suddenly, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He immediately activated his life-saving skill, Defensive Blade, and abruptly leaped forward. However, he was still a step too slow. Hua! Hua! At the same time as he activated Defensive Blade, Fifth Ghost felt chilling sword auras striking at his back. These piercing sword auras were the attacks Shifeng had launched at Fifth Ghost upon arriving behind the latter using silent steps. If Fifth Ghost had not activated Defensive Blade at the first sign of danger, allowing him to negate several instances of damage, he would have become a corpse by now. Just who are these people? Shifeng knitted his brows slightly. Shifeng found it truly hard to believe that such experts would actually appear in Underworld. He had also never heard of such experts in his previous life. After using silent steps, he had swung the Abyssal Blade immediately. At such a short distance, as well as with the element of surprise, experts of the same level definitely would not be able to react in time. Yet, Fifth Ghost actually managed to activate Defensive Blade and leap forward before the Abyssal Blade landed on his body. Furthermore, from the attack Fifth Ghost had sent out before, Shifeng could clearly perceive just how powerful Fifth Ghost was. When Sixth Ghost used Triple Cut, he was able to apply the technique only to a normal attack. He could not use the technique with a skill. On the other hand, Fifth Ghost was able to integrate Triple Cut together with a skill in fast-paced close combat like this. Other than some special skills like silent steps and instantaneous movement, the difficulty of using attack skills in battle was extremely high. Such attack skills simply had too long a cast time and required one to go through fixed motions before the skill could be activated. The speed of using an attack skill was simply incomparable to the speed of a normal attack. Moreover, even if one was highly proficient with a skill and could activate it very quickly, excessive speed could easily result in distortions in the motions and, consequently, a drop in completion rate, rendering the skill practically useless. Hence, the fact that Fifth Ghost was able to integrate an attack skill into the battle was something extremely difficult to achieve. Performing such a feat was no longer something feasible for ordinary men. Even Shifeng's current self would not be able to do so. Moreover, Shifeng had clearly been the one to attack first, yet he was still a step behind Fifth Ghost. This situation reminded Shifeng of Soaring Snake's godlike reaction speed. Fifth Ghost might be similar to Soaring Snake, both of them possessing a reaction speed of less than 0.1 second. Shifeng estimated Fifth Ghost's reaction speed at around 0.7 second. However, it was obvious that Fifth Ghost was more proficient at utilizing his reaction speed to his advantage. Originally, Shifeng had thought of following up his victory with a hot pursuit. However, upon noticing Sixth Ghost charging at him, he had no choice but to shift his focus. Brat, not bad. Not only are your attributes so overpowered, you actually possess that sort of skill as well. You very nearly did me in just now. However, you will no longer get another chance like that. After regaining his composure, Fifth Ghost turned around to look at Shifeng, a hint of greed flashing across his eyes. He then took out a bottle of Haunted and drank it. Every piece of equipment they had on them was top tier. Yet, Shifeng had still managed to overwhelm them with his attributes. This showed that Shifeng's equipment was a cut above theirs. If they could kill Shifeng and obtain his equipment, it would definitely allow their combat power to rise to the next level in a 2-on-1 situation. Shifeng no longer held back as he used Purgatory power, increasing his attack speed by 100%. He then used Void Steps, vanishing from everyone's eyes. He disappeared. Sixth Ghost was stunned. Before he could figure out what was going on, he suddenly discovered that Shifeng had already appeared directly beside him, the abyssal blade mere centimeters from his neck. Sixth Ghost hastily bent his body away with all his might. However, he was still too late as a fountain of blood sprayed out from his neck, a critical damage of over -3,000 points appearing above his head from this attack alone. Sixth Ghost had lost more than half of his HP immediately after. Shifeng followed up with another strike. One more hit was all he needed to finish off Sixth Ghost. However, Fifth Ghost's sword was already curving towards Shifeng. Moreover, Sixth Ghost was now aware of the danger, his saber moving to greet Shifeng's sword. In this situation, Shifeng had no choice but to break off his attack. He then used Void Steps once more and disappeared from everyone's sight. So your black flame. However, if you think you can rely on this footwork to defeat us, think again. Before coming to the Watch Cemetery, Fifth Ghost had already received information on Black Flame from Youlan. He had also watched the battle between Black Flame and Summer Sunshine, so Shifeng's Void Steps was still fresh in his mind. Now that he was seeing the footwork in action, he determined Shifeng's identity right away. Then, Fifth Ghost abruptly changed his sword's trajectory, swinging the weapon at the empty air beside him. Fifth Ghost's action confused the spectators. They could not understand what the swordsman was trying to achieve with this action. In the next instant, however, everyone immediately received an answer to their questions when Shifeng suddenly appeared in the path of Fifth Ghost's sword. At this moment, Shifeng was using the Abyssal Blade to defend against Fifth Ghost's attacks adapted to Void Steps already. Shifeng was slightly surprised. Shifeng knew full well that Void Steps was not an invincible technique. Although the footwork could force others to ignore his own presence, making it seem as if he had vanished from thin air, someone who had undergone special training could still catch him once they let their eyes adapt to the technique. There was nothing strange in people like Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost being able to perform such a feat. However, the speed with which Fifth Ghost managed to adapt to the technique still exceeded Shifeng's expectations. During Shifeng's moment of surprise, Sixth Ghost had also slashed his saber at Shifeng's back, forming a pincer attack around Shifeng. Left with no other choice, Shifeng activated Windwalk as well as Void Steps to retreat, although the two ghosts had adapted themselves to Void Steps. There was still a brief moment of delay before their eyes could locate Shifeng. Hence, Shifeng still persisted in using Void Steps to retreat for a time. Both sides entered a stalemate. The exchange between saber and swords created a storm that engulfed the audience. The surrounding spectators were shocked by this scene, and not even their eyes could keep up with the three combatants' actions. Looking at the high-speed battle between the three, even breathing seemed superfluous despite Shifeng's attack speed receiving a huge boost and the significant effect of Void Steps. Shifeng was still forced into passivity. The two ghosts' attacks were extremely tricky to deal with. In particular, Fifth Ghost's attacks would always strike from various different blind spots, and never once would the swordsman face Shifeng in a direct confrontation. If not for the fact that Shifeng had already entered the refinement realm, his grasp over attacks and movements becoming extremely precise, he would have long since lost his life to the two ghosts. Although Shifeng was currently locked in a passive state, he was enjoying every moment of this high-speed battle. Ever since the increase in his brain activity, he had not had a chance to familiarize himself with the sudden boost to his perception as well as the sudden enhancement in his control over his own body. This battle was the perfect opportunity to get used to his new improvements. Chances to fight against experts were extremely rare, let alone against experts who were capable of forcing him into such dire straits, where even the slightest mistake could cost him his life. Moreover, Shifeng could not help but admit that the coordination between Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost was indeed very amazing. Regardless of how he tried to attack or dodge, he could never fully defend against the attacks of the two ghosts. As a result, he had lost close to half his HP already. However, under the steady onslaught, the accuracy of Shifeng's actions was also gradually increasing. The damage the ghosts inflicted was also gradually decreasing. Their attacks really are precise. At this moment, even Shifeng could feel himself growing mentally tired. Fifth Ghost took advantage of the moment Shifeng used Void Steps and vanished to slash at the latter's back, giving Shifeng no chance to dodge or block at all. At the moment of life and death, a slight change came over Shifeng. Suddenly, Shifeng's movement stopped. In the next moment, Fifth Ghost's sword actually brushed past Shifeng's body. However, Fifth Ghost did not stop his attacks as he continued brandishing his two swords. Sixth Ghost kept hacking at Shifeng with his saber as well, not giving him any chance to dodge or block. Yet, no matter how hard they tried to hit Shifeng, he always managed to avoid their attacks ahead of time. It was as if Shifeng had long since known the trajectory of their attacks. So this is the second stage of the refinement realm, the flowing water realm. It's no wonder I wasn't a match for those people in the past. Shifeng could not help but smile while dodging the two ghosts' attacks. Chapter 481, Flowing Water Acceleration. Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost immediately detected the sudden change in Shifeng, and the two ghosts promptly distanced themselves from their target. As experts of God's domain, their perception of danger was far superior to ordinary players. On the other hand, the dazed players watching Shifeng's battle were confused by the two ghosts' actions. There were no visible changes to Shifeng's outer appearance, and neither were there any changes to his attributes. So, why did Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost suddenly choose to back away from him? Was it just my imagination? Fifth Ghost somewhat doubted his own senses. He could not understand why Shifeng would suddenly undergo such a drastic change. Originally, the pressure Fifth Ghost felt from Shifeng was that of a tiger. However, in the blink of an eye, Shifeng had transformed into a violent dragon. Moreover, it was a violent dragon with extremely sharp fangs and claws. Let alone them, even ordinary people would know to distance themselves from Shifeng upon sensing such a radical difference. Since you guys aren't going to take action, then don't mind if I do, Shifeng said as he revealed a meaningful smile. He then raised his sword and slowly approached his two opponents. The refinement realm could be said to be what differentiated a true top-tier expert from an ordinary expert. As for players who set foot into the refinement realm, not one of them was not an expert who could single-handedly turn the tides of a battle. Once players entered the refinement realm, they would be able to exert the minimum amount of strength to achieve the maximum effect. This was especially notable when players were attacking or dodging. Despite the opponent's speed greatly surpassing their own, players in the refinement realm could easily dodge their opponent's attack using the simplest of movements. Not only could they dodge with greater efficiency, but they could also take the opportunity to better detect their enemy's weaknesses, to give their enemy a fatal blow. Due to this reason, the refinement realm became the dividing line for true experts. Meanwhile, there was an even higher realm above refinement, and that was the flowing water realm. Through detailed observation of the opponent, players could place themselves in their opponent's position in order to understand their opponent's every action. They could then anticipate their opponent's next action, or even multiple subsequent actions, and make the most appropriate response. In other words, before their opponent had even taken action, players in the flowing water realm could have already known what their opponents were going to do next and carried out appropriate countermeasures. Compared to responding only after the opponent had begun taking action, players would have a lot more time to react and perform swifter and more precise actions. Hence, for Shifeng, who had already seen through the coordinated attacks of 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, it was very easy for him to dodge and react to his two opponents' attacks. When Shifeng slowly approached 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, the two ghosts unconsciously began backing away as well. Looking at this scene where one side was advancing while the other was retreating, the surrounding spectators were stupefied. In particular, the underworld guards' jaws nearly fell to the ground upon witnessing this scene. The 7 ghosts were underworld's most formidable weapons. Yet, the two ghosts before them were actually displaying cowardice right now. How could this be any more inconceivable? Meanwhile, Shifeng also wore a helpless expression on his face as he took in this situation. He promptly fished a bottle of Haunted from his bag and drank it. He then used Wind Blade on 5th Ghost, his body transforming into an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared in front of 5th Ghost and swung the Abyssal Blade at the other swordsman. Shifeng's slash was unimaginably fast. The spectating crowd only saw a flash of black light, they could not make out Shifeng's sword at all so fast. 5th Ghost was greatly alarmed. It was definitely impossible for him to dodge Shifeng's attack. However, with his godlike reaction speed, 5th Ghost still managed to react before Shifeng's sword landed on his body, instinctively using triple cut to block this fleeting sword. Dang! Sparks scattered into the surroundings. At the moment of imminent peril, 5th Ghost succeeded in blocking Shifeng's attack with the sword in his hand. As a result of the impact, however, 5th Ghost was forced to retreat numerous steps before he could stabilize his body. His entire hand also numbed from the impact. How could this be? This is triple cut? 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost both looked at Shifeng with horror-filled expressions, as they were extremely familiar with Shifeng's previous attack. Triple cut was an advanced technique that they had trained in bitterly in order to grasp. At this moment, however, Shifeng had actually effortlessly used that technique against them. How could they not be shocked? So there's such an effect as well. Shifeng looked at the Abyssal Blade in his hand, similarly surprised. Just now, he had taken advantage of the pressure 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost had placed on him to enter the flowing water realm. However, he had not expected that, after he entered the flowing water realm, his attack would also receive such a boost. Originally, he had relied on eliminating excess actions in order to increase the speed of his attacks. At this moment, however, maybe because his control over his body had received a huge improvement, the instant he attacked, he was able to apply all his physical power into that single slash. As a result, not only were there no excess movements in his attack, but his attack had also received a huge acceleration, which allowed his sword to reach its maximum speed in the shortest amount of time possible. Taking 5th Ghost as example, if the initial acceleration of 5th Ghost's sword was counted as 100 and his sword's maximum speed as 20, then from the moment he started swinging his sword, he would need 0.2 seconds for his sword reach its maximum speed. As for Shifeng, his current initial acceleration would be 200. If his maximum speed was similarly 20, then he required only 0.1 second to reach his maximum speed. Hence, his sword could reach his target much faster than 5th Ghost's. However, this was assuming both sides possessed the same maximum speed. In reality, as Shifeng's attributes were much higher, his maximum speed was a lot higher than 5th Ghost's and 6th Ghost's. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng could not help but grow excited. Hoping to find the feeling from before, Shifeng stepped forward and launched a fierce assault on Fifth Ghost. Once more streaks of black light suddenly appeared before promptly disappearing. Fifth Ghost was forced to go all out to defend against the attacks. However, no matter how hard he tried to defend himself, the attacks were simply too overwhelming, forcing him into a constant retreat. Seeing this situation, Sixth Ghost hurriedly charged forward to aid his companion. Immediately, he used triple cut, slashing his saber at Shifeng's back. Originally, with Shifeng's speed, it had simply been impossible for him to block the attack. However, Sixth Ghost suddenly saw a streak of black light emerge behind Shifeng, the black light deflecting his attack completely. Just what is going on here? Sixth Ghost looked at Shifeng's calm expression in abject horror. At the beginning of the fight, Shifeng had been desperately trying to defend against his saber. Now, however, Shifeng could effortlessly block his attacks without even turning his head around. During the brief moment Sixth Ghost was in a daze, a streak of black light penetrated Fifth Ghost's defenses, piercing right through the swordsman's heart. A critical damage of over -3,000 points promptly appeared above his head as the massive impact sent his body flying backwards. Because of the impact, Fifth Ghost's defense crumbled, allowing several more streaks of black light to land on his body. In the blink of an eye, Fifth Ghost's HP reached 0. At Fifth Ghost's death, the equipment on his body and the items in his bag dropped and scattered across the ground around him. This scene stupefied everyone present. How was the thing in Shifeng's hand a sword? That was practically a laser gun. With just a few shots, Fifth Ghost died without even being able to resist. Only now did Sixth Ghost finally react. Although he wished to help, he was already too late. Right then, Shifeng used void steps and disappeared once more. Don't think that you can easily do me in. Sixth Ghost bellowed as he used whirlwind slash, sweeping his battle saber around himself. In the next moment, however, a streak of black light shot at Sixth Ghost's weapon. Boom. Sixth Ghost's battle saber was abruptly stopped cold. Immediately after, another streak of black light pierced Sixth Ghost's body, instantly ending the berserker's life. Once more, equipment and items were scattered across the ground. The members of the Underworld Guards shivered and paled at the sight of Fifth Ghost's and Sixth Ghost's bodies lying on the ground. They promptly turned around and fled. As Underworld Guards, they knew full well just how powerful the two ghosts were. Working together, the two of them could easily annihilate 4 or 5 Underworld Guard parties. Meanwhile, the fact that Shifeng succeeded in defeating the two ghosts all by himself showed that he was also fully capable of annihilating their two parties. If they did not escape, only death awaited them. Want to escape? Too late. Shifeng immediately changed the aura of space to the aura of wind, increasing his movement speed greatly. He caught up with the fleeing Underworld Guards in no time, and just like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, he practically killed each Underworld Guard with just one hit. In the blink of an eye, the 10 remaining Underworld Guards were turned into a pile of corpses, their equipment and the items inside their bags scattering all over the ground around their corpses. Chapter 482, The Strength of a Single Man. This haunted really is frightening. It is actually able to force a red name to drop every single piece of equipment they are wearing. Underworld should be shedding tears right about now. Shifeng's heart was filled with joy when he looked at the ground littered with items. Killing the elite members of a guild would not cause any significant damages to said guild, as these elite members only had advanced equipment. Such equipment could be easily replaced. The equipment of experts, on the other hand, was different. Every single expert was an accumulation of a guild's top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, behind every piece of top-tier equipment was the sacrifice of a large number of players. Being able to steal a piece of top-tier equipment from a guild was the equivalent of slicing a piece of flesh off said guild. The Underworld Guard parties had a total of 12 members. Of them, 10 were mostly geared in level 25 secret silver equipment mixed with a few pieces of level 20 fine gold and even dark gold equipment. As for Fifth Ghost and Sixth Ghost, their equipment was only slightly inferior to that of core members of Zero Wing. The majority of their equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment, and even the most inferior pieces were level 20 dark gold equipment. Now, however, these 12 players were left with not a single piece of equipment on their bodies, thanks to Shifeng. In addition, the 12 had also dropped plenty of items from their bags. Among them were plenty of haunted potions, as well as the good quality equipment such as level 20 secret silver and fine gold equipment they had harvested from other players. Making a rough estimate, Shifeng had earned more than 100 gold just from killing these 12 players. Split this advanced equipment among yourselves. Don't forget to leave some for your dead companions. Shifeng only collected the top-tier equipment and haunted potions for himself, leaving the remainder for the team. He then disappeared into the dense forest in search of other underworld guard parties. So cool. Is that person really our guild leader? A female summoner asked as she watched Shifeng's departing figure, her gaze carrying a seductive charm. It should be. Before, when that person named him Black Flame, he did not deny it. Moreover, he has even willingly left behind so much good equipment for us. Other than our guild leader, I doubt there would be anybody who would do such a thing. The ranger team leader nodded in reply, his heart filled with an indescribable sense of excitement. It really is great to be a member of Zero Wing. The others could not help but exclaim. Despite the ongoing war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, as the leader of a guild, Shifeng had actually taken the initiative to enter such a dangerous location all by himself. He had even rushed to their rescue at the first sign of trouble. With such a guild leader, even if they fell back to level 0 as a result of battling Overwhelming Smile, they would still do so willingly. Although guild leader has left all this good equipment to us, I suggest that after we set aside several pieces for those who died, we should place the remainder in the guild's warehouse. Now that we are waging a war against Overwhelming Smile, the guild's expenditure is very large. We can't take advantage of the guild at such a crucial period, the ranger said. The others promptly nodded in agreement. Currently, Shifeng was searching for treasure chests in the Watch Cemetery while waiting for Space Movement's cooldown to end and news to appear in the guild channel. Space Movement had a 5-minute cooldown. As he did not wish to waste time during this period, he had started hunting for treasure. Shifeng could not be more familiar with the Watch Cemetery. He had visited this place many times in search of treasure in his previous life. Moreover, in the past, many treasure chest locations had been published on the official forums. Back then, as treasure chests that had already been found would not reappear at the same location, nobody actually cared about keeping these locations a secret. Instead, they actively publicized and showed off their discoveries. As a result, their actions would now benefit Shifeng. There were plenty of secrets in God's domain. In reality, Shifeng had just taken a casual glance at these treasure chest locations back then. He had not paid any particular attention to them. Even if his memory was very good, he could only vaguely remember these locations now. After all, nobody knew that they would reincarnate into their past lives. However, due to the improvement of Shifeng's brain activity, even his memory had received a huge boost. The things he could only vaguely remember before were now as clear as the sun at noon to him. Hence, his search for treasure chests became a very easy task. It was as if he was looking at a treasure map while treasure hunting. After just a brief search, Shifeng had already discovered a bronze treasure chest, obtaining more than 3 silver coins and a level 25 mysterious iron weapon from it. The number of treasure chests in this area is too little while the number of players is too high. Many of the treasure chests should have already been discovered by someone else. It seems that I can only try my luck somewhere else, Shifeng muttered as he collected the items inside the bronze treasure chest. Currently, level 25 mysterious iron weapons were still in high demand. He then took a look at the system map. As I recall, there should be plenty of high-quality treasure chests located in the inner regions of the Watch Cemetery. Following which, Shifeng dashed directly towards the inner region of the Watch Cemetery. For a couple of hours, Shifeng searched for treasure while killing any underworld guard parties that dared show themselves. During this period, Shifeng had opened more than 30 treasure chests. Among them, 14 were bronze treasure chests, 16 were mysterious iron treasure chests, and 6 were secret silver treasure chests. He had also killed 11 underworld guard parties. Overall, he had gained a frightening harvest. Although these underworld guard parties did not have experts like 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost, they still contributed plenty of top-tier equipment to Shifeng's harvest. After all, these underworld guards normally killed many players, so they had accumulated quite a lot of good stuff, both on their bodies and in their bags. Now, however, all these items belonged to Shifeng. In other words, these underworld guards had just carried out free labor for Shifeng. Just the number of top-tier equipment Shifeng obtained exceeded 100 pieces, not to mention advanced equipment Shifeng's harvest had instantly made up for much of the losses Zero Wing suffered before. Inside the guild residence of Overwhelming Smile, 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost died. How is this possible? Feng Xuanyang's eyes widened in shock upon reading the report he just received. He could not at all accept this matter, as real 5th Ghost and 6th Ghost were Underworld's most formidable weapons. Now, not only had both of them lost all their equipment, but they could not even log back into the game right now. Just how was he supposed to report this incident to the higher-ups? This black flame is simply too vicious. Seated to the side, Youlan, who was garbed in a set of alluring purple robes that placed her exquisite figure on full display, knitted her brows tightly, a gloomy expression currently on her face. Contrary to expectations, Youlan was not particularly concerned about this piece of news. Compared to 5th Ghost's and 6th Ghost's deaths, she was more concerned about the number of deaths in the Underworld Guard parties currently. Statistics showed that more than 80 Underworld Guards had already died. As of this time, Underworld had sent over 200 Underworld Guards to Overwhelming Smile, and close to half had died. Practically all the Underworld Guard parties posted at the Watch Cemetery were dead by now. This loss was already well over the limit they could endure. Even if they emptied Overwhelming Smile's entire guild warehouse, they would not be able to make up for the loss in top-tier and advanced equipment. Aside from that, there was also the loss of levels, as well as the fact that all those killed by Shifeng were unable to log back into God's domain for a long period of time. Just how did he manage such a feat? Youlan muttered in confusion. The Underworld Guard parties were clearly scattered far apart from each other, making it extremely difficult to catch them all. Yet, Shifeng had only used a few short hours to wipe out nearly every Underworld Guard party within the Watch Cemetery. While Feng Xianyang and Youlan were feeling depressed, information regarding Shifeng's feat spread like wildfire throughout White River City. Players who received this piece of news were thoroughly amazed. 1 hit per person. Shifeng had actually managed to suppress a powerful guild all by himself, slaughtering Overwhelming Smile to the point where it had no choice but to recall all its members from the treasured land known as the Watch Cemetery. This was simply too frightening. For a time, Zero Wing was once more the topic of conversation in the entire White River City. Chapter 483, Everlasting War. Although the fight in Watch Cemetery had not been on a large scale, it had dealt a massive blow to Overwhelming Smile. This was not a matter of winning or losing. Instead, it was because Overwhelming Smile had conceded. This 1 point proved that Overwhelming Smile was inferior to Zero Wing. In addition, Shifeng's stunning performance had calmed the rush to join Overwhelming Smile. Previously, they all had an optimistic view on Overwhelming Smile, believing that the guild was about to overtake the position of White River City's overlord. Now, however, the situation had taken a 180-degree turn. Needing only 1 hit per person, Shifeng had wiped out all of Overwhelming Smile's experts within the Watch Cemetery. Without that hindrance, Zero Wing's Tier 1 experts were able to display their strength as they swiftly wiped out the normal members from Overwhelming Smile, forcing the guild to pull back from the treasured land known as the Watch Cemetery. The Watch Cemetery was White River City's most resource-rich level 20 to 30 map. Losing it would undoubtedly be detrimental to Overwhelming Smile's future development. Although Overwhelming Smile was wealthy, that wealth would be meaningless if they could not convert it into leveling resources. The sky slowly darkened as the setting sun gradually disappeared past the horizon. After a day's struggle, many players had begun to return to the city to rest and celebrate their day's harvest. Bars, restaurants, clubs, and many such establishments were already crowded at this moment. In the rooftop dining room of a high-class restaurant, 2 female players feasted on delicacies as they enjoyed the view of White River City. Many male players present snuck glances at these 2 women. Of the 2 female players, one was petite and lovely, while still sporting stunning curves. The other was even more beautiful. Her face was so pure that it put flowers to shame and outshone the moon. Her snow-white skin looked so delicate that it seemed as if it might break from the gentlest touch. Currently, although she wore a long, aqua-blue mage robe, trimmed in gold, the clothing failed to conceal her graceful body. These two were none other than Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain, the pair that had originally planned to join Overwhelming Smile. Blue, what did I tell you? Look how quickly Zero Wing suppressed Overwhelming Smile, Thoughtful Rain said as she glanced at Blue Bamboo, the gentle smile in her ink-black eyes intensifying. Previously, due to her refusal to join Overwhelming Smile, Blue Bamboo had pestered her ceaselessly, giving her a huge headache. Only now that Zero Wing had forced Overwhelming Smile to submit did the girl finally relent. Overwhelming Smile is truly disappointing. To think that I thought so highly of it, it actually dared to let me down. I don't want to join Overwhelming Smile anymore either. Blue Bamboo pouted, disappointed. I already told you that Zero Wing is far superior to Overwhelming Smile. After all, it was the first guild to own a guild residence in White River City. Not only that, it claimed the best residence available in White River City. It also has plenty of experts. Currently, the various guilds in White River City barely have any Tier 1 experts in their guilds. Yet, I hear that Zero Wing already has over 50. Zero Wing has long since taken the lead. Furthermore, its guild leader, Black Flame, is a titled expert. Thoughtful Rain's thin lips shifted slightly as she explained, smiling tenderly. Since that's the case, why don't we join Zero Wing? Blue Bamboo could not help but have expectations. Zero Wing's exam is very strict. I might be able to pass it, but I'm afraid that you. Thoughtful Rain shook her head after evaluating Blue Bamboo. Humph. Who says my techniques are bad? I've only recently begun playing virtual reality games. After some time, I'll be more amazing than even Black Flame. Besides, Blue Bamboo's ink-black eyes suddenly shone as she revealed a meaningful smile, saying, Rain, I know that you've encountered one of the higher-ups of Zero Wing before. His name was Yifeng, I think? He gave you a permanent pass to the library. All of my classmates turned green with envy when I told them about that item. Since he gave you such a precious pass, he should be able to admit us into the guild without any issues with his position. I am only acquaintances with him. Blue, stop overthinking things, Thoughtful Rain hurriedly explained. Besides, if he invites you into Zero Wing, and you perform badly, what then? Others will question his ability to manage the guild. Are you my best friend or his? You're actually defending him, yet, you claim that there is nothing going on between you two? I don't care. In any case, I want to join Zero Wing. I have always wanted a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. With your felonious body, you just have to say the word, and he'll let me into the guild and smother us with fine gold equipment. Blue Bamboo stated as she swept a glance at Thoughtful Rain's graceful body, her lips hooked up into a deep, suggestive smile. Thoughtful Rain was suddenly speechless at this moment. A party of 6 suddenly appeared before the female duo. The leader of this party was a middle-aged man with a burly body, examining the two with world-weary eyes. None of the party could be underestimated as the other 5 also gave off an air of danger. The party's stance alone left the surrounding witnesses breathless. Their levels were even more astonishing. Of these 6, the lowest-leveled player was level 26, while the leading middle-aged man was a level 27 Guardian Knight. Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help but overhear that the both of you are familiar with the higher-ups of Zero Wing. I wonder if you can introduce us to them? If you do, this level 25 Morning Dew staff will be yours, the leading middle-aged man said, smiling warmly. He then retrieved a two-handed staff made of pure white jade from his bag, placing the weapon on the table. Gemstones were inlaid in the staff, and with a glance, it was obvious that the staff was no ordinary weapon. This is a secret silver staff. Its attributes are awesome. Blue Bamboo was immediately mesmerized by the Morning Dew staff. She then turned to Thoughtful Rain, saying, Rain, we're heading over to Zero Wing anyway, so why don't we take them with us? I don't know. Why do you want to meet Zero Wing's higher-ups? Thoughtful Rain only swept a glance over the Morning Dew staff before shifting her gaze back to the middle-aged man. She was no fool. Since they had offered a level 25 secret silver weapon as a token of appreciation, then they were definitely plotting something. She would not be a proper friend if she abruptly contacted Yifeng without knowing their intentions. Miss, please don't misunderstand. My name is Everlasting War. We seek the higher-ups of Zero Wing purely with the intention of conducting trade. This trade will only benefit, not harm, Zero Wing, so you can rest assured. If we really wanted to cause trouble for Zero Wing, we would have already done so. We wouldn't have to go through this much trouble, the middle-aged man explained. All right, then. I'll contact him for you, but it will be up to him whether or not he meets with you. Thoughtful Rain nodded in agreement, feeling that Everlasting War's words sounded reasonable, following which, Thoughtful Rain called up her friends list and contacted Yifeng. Chapter 484, King. Currently, Shifeng carefully scoured one of the dark, quiet tombs in Watch Cemetery's core region while he explored. Shifeng had received news from Aqua Rose about Overwhelming Smile withdrawing from the competition over the Watch Cemetery and shifting its focus to several other level 20 maps with fewer resources. The members of Overwhelming Smile had also begun to keep a low profile. With the threat of Overwhelming Smile gone, Shifeng decided to transverse deep into Watch Cemetery's core. The tomb he currently explored was unique. It was a resting place for royalty. It was also known as a king's tomb. Locating this particular tomb had not been easy. As it had been built to prevent grave robbers from plundering the valuables buried with the dead, this place had been carefully hidden. It had been built inside a cave under a steep cliff. After its construction, the original path used to travel to this place had been destroyed. After several hundred years, vines had covered the cliff, making it even more difficult to notice the cave. In the past, a skilled assassin had accidentally discovered this location. Afterward, that assassin had led a powerful team to the king's tomb and successfully plundered the treasure inside. After claiming the treasure, he sold the item for over 1,000 gold, earning everyone's envy. Even so, in the god's domain of that time, the assassin had still taken a loss when he sold the item. Why had it been a loss? Although the item was utterly worthless to an independent player, to guilds, it was priceless. Various large guilds would willingly spend 2,000 or 3,000 gold, much less 1,000. The treasure the assassin had found was a guild residence promotion order. All guild residences started out as a 1-star residence when established. If a guild wished to upgrade it to a 2-star residence, they needed to meet 2 requirements. First, a guild needed a sufficient amount of guild popularity. The second thing they needed was a 2-star guild residence promotion order. If a guild residence reached 2-star status, the guild could establish certain facilities that were unavailable to a 1-star residence. More importantly, a guild residence's private rooms would change. Guilds could only establish 1-star private rooms in a 1-star residence, whereas 2-star private rooms could be established in a 2-star residence. By resting for 24 hours in a 1-star private room, players could store up to 20% of the double EXP buff. In a 2-star private room, however, players could store up to 25% after 24 hours. In addition, a guild could establish a smithy inside a 2-star residence, allowing members to have their weapons and equipment repaired. Moreover, the repair fees as the guild's smithy were 10% cheaper than elsewhere. Repair fees were always expensive. Although there was only a 10% difference, players could still save a significant amount of money. Currently, Zero Wing's popularity had exceeded 5,000 points. It had met that requirement for the upgrade. Hence, now was the perfect time for Shifeng to collect the promotion order. Danger awaited any player inside the king's tomb as traps had been built throughout the crypt. Unfortunately, none of these traps proved to be useful against Shifeng. He destroyed every trap he encountered with a single slash. This should be it, Shifeng muttered as he entered a majestic stone room, focusing on the tightly sealed white jade sarcophagus lined with gold that occupied the center of the room. Wetting his lips, he advanced towards the sarcophagus. When Shifeng was only 20 yards away, the sarcophagus suddenly opened. Black smoke slithered out of the sarcophagus. Soon, the black smoke coalesced into a youth in golden armor. The youth had a white cape draped over his shoulders and a golden crown adorning his head. More importantly, the youth carried the air of a king. Anyone who basked in his aura would tremble and submit body and soul. However, this youth's body was currently in a half-transparent, ethereal state. He was not a physical entity, but a ghost. To be precise, This youth was the ghost of a king as expected of the king of a generation. Even in death, his still possesses such a powerful aura. If he were still alive, I'd have no hope of escaping with my life, Shifeng muttered after observing this ghost king with omniscient eyes. King of Ghosts, Monroe Bell, High Lord. Level 30. HP 40000/40000000. Being capable of receiving the title of king proved that Monroe Bell had been a Tier 3 class before he died. The pair of swords in Monroe's hands indicated that he had been a Tier 3 sword king, the equivalent of a great lord, during his lifetime. However, after Monroe Bell died, he had weakened significantly. Now, he was only as strong as a high lord. Even so, he would not be an easy challenge for Shifeng immediately. Shifeng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his strength by 100%, HP by 300%, and defense by 300%. Suddenly, Shifeng's HP rose past 27,000. However, his HP could not compete with the King of Ghosts, which possessed 4 million HP. Shifeng then used the activatable skill of the 7 Luminaries Ring's Aura of Water, Life Bloom, recovering 20% of his HP every second for 40 seconds. During this period, it would be the equivalent of having a powerful healer healing him indefinitely. Graverobber, receive the Sword of Justice's retribution. Monroe Bell's pitch-black eyes locked onto Shifeng. Taking a step forward, the King of Ghosts dashed towards Shifeng as he sent a flurry of sword thrusts at the intruder with his king's sword. The King of Ghosts' sword carried with it a majestic aura. The aura alone was enough to scare an ordinary player, much less the flurry of thrusts. Monroe Bell's attack was like a tsunami. He gave Shifeng no opportunity to evade the strike. Shifeng immediately activated Purgatory Power, allowing his attack speed to soar. He then used Wind Blade and charged forward facing the countless oncoming sword thrusts. Shifeng chose to face brutality with grace, and rather than confronting the attack head-on, he deflected the strikes to the side. However, despite the extreme speed of his swords and the fact that he was already in the flowing water realm, he could not keep up with the dozens of sword thrusts. As a result, he received multiple hits. Shifeng was not courageous enough to face Monroe Bell directly. A high lord far surpassed an ordinary lord. Monroe Bell suppressed Shifeng completely in terms of strength and speed. Even if Shifeng activated twofold Berserk, the result would be the same. Furthermore, Monroe Bell was not an ordinary high lord. The King of Ghosts had been a bona fide sword king before he died. In terms of combat technique utilization, he was even stronger than ordinary experts. Hence, challenging the High Lord in a direct confrontation would only be detrimental to Shifeng. If Shifeng had not reached the flowing water realm, gaining insight into an opponent's actions, he would never have come here, only to die. After all, level 30 was a dividing line in God's domain. Monroe Bell's attack power was also terrifying. Shifeng had received close to -2,000 damage from a casual slash and more than -4,000 damage if the King of Ghosts struck him with a skill. If Shifeng had not activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his defense significantly, Monroe Bell's normal attack could have dealt over -4,000 damage, whereas a skill would deal over -10,000. As Shifeng received damage, Life Bloom displayed its impressive effects. After factoring in the passive effects of the Aura of Water, Life Bloom regenerated more than 8,000 HP every second, the amount of healing Shifeng received surpassing the damage he received. While Shifeng and the King of Ghosts fought an intense battle against each other, a figure had stealthily appeared beside the sarcophagus and proceeded to open the treasure chest within. This treasure chest did not have a level restriction, so anybody could open it. However, opening it required 20 seconds. During this period, the person opening the treasure chest must not receive any damage. Otherwise, they would have to start the opening process all over again. Meanwhile, the person currently opening the treasure chest was none other than Shifeng's doppelganger. Although the doppelganger could not pick up any items, it could open the treasure chest. In the past, the 50-man team the assassin had led had similarly made various sacrifices to open the treasure chest before fleeing for their lives. Although Shifeng was alone, he still chose to give the king's tomb a try. After all, not only did he possess the strength to resist a high lord for a short time, but he also had his doppelganger. No one else would have a chance of completing the task by themselves. The moment the doppelganger opened the treasure chest, Shifeng instantly swapped positions with it, having his doppelganger delay Monroe Bell while he looted the contents of the treasure chest. Monroe Bell was simply too powerful. Shifeng's doppelganger barely lasted 3 seconds before it died. However, during those 3 seconds, Shifeng had emptied the treasure chest. Seeing Monroe Bell charge towards him, Shifeng hurriedly switched the aura of water to the aura of space before activating space movement and leaving the king's tomb. Chapter 485, Number 1 Guild. Near one of the mass graves in Watch Cemetery's outer region, a tear in space suddenly appeared in mid-air. In the next moment, Shifeng emerged. I finally escaped. Even after Shifeng landed, he could still hear the King of Ghosts' angry roars. However, the tear in space had already closed. Even if Monroe Bell recovered his strength as a Tier 3 Sword King, he could not reach Shifeng now. Now that I have the promotion order, it should be about time to make a trip back to White River City. Shifeng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the glittering silver token in his bag. Originally, he had only intended to retrieve this guild resident's promotion order after he reached level 30. However, he had not expected to set foot in the flowing water realm. Even though he was only level 26, he was already capable of delaying Monroe Bell. Other than the promotion order, Shifeng had obtained 3 items from the king's tomb. Of these 3 items, one was a fiery red 2-handed staff, one was an azure 2-handed greatsword, and the last was a silver stone tablet. Appraising these items with omniscient eyes, Shifeng discovered that both the 2-handed staff and 2-handed sword were actually level 30 dark gold weapons. However, the silver tablet surprised Shifeng far more than the 2 weapons. Shifeng was very familiar with this silver tablet secret sword technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/6. The tablet for the secret sword technique. Shifeng had accidentally obtained a part of it while he had completed the Blade Saint's Legacy trial. Back then, he had suspected that the silver tablet was something extraordinary, so he had stored it in his warehouse. He never expected to obtain another piece so soon. Just what is this secret sword technique? Despite examining the tablet, Shifeng could not find any differences between the tablet he had just obtained and the one he had found in the Origin Sword domain. The 2 pieces looked identical. Shifeng even suspected that the piece he stored inside his warehouse had somehow grown legs and run to the king's tomb by itself. Forget it. Let's head back for now. Following which, Shifeng retrieved a return scroll. However, just as he was about to start channeling, suddenly, Shifeng's communicator rang. Thoughtful Rain, a girl he had only met once before, was contacting him. Is she looking to buy equipment? Shifeng looked at Thoughtful Rain's name, feeling slightly surprised. Previously, when he had met Thoughtful Rain at White River City's library, the latter had expressed her interest in purchasing weapons and equipment from him. Shifeng felt a sense of familiarity from Thoughtful Rain. Now that his brain activity had increased, he could recall even the smallest fragment of the past. Yet, even after his memories had refreshed, he still could not recall the girl. He only felt that she was familiar, but he did not know why. Miss Rain, since you have contacted me, are you interested in purchasing some equipment? Shifeng asked pleasantly, smiling. I'd like to, but today, I'm contacting you because I have found a big business opportunity for you, Thoughtful Rain said, smiling sweetly. A group of people just happened to overhear me when I spoke about our acquaintance. In the end, these people asked me to contact you for them. They hope to meet with you now. Do you have the time? Who are these people? Shifeng asked. He says his name is Everlasting War. He's a level 27 Guardian Knight, and his companions are all level 26. From the looks of it, they seem quite powerful, and they have excellent equipment. I'm assuming that someone with significant financial power backs them, Thoughtful Rain said. Alright, then let's meet at Zero Wings Guild residence. Shifeng nodded before disconnecting the call. He then activated the return scroll. Shifeng had heard of Everlasting War before. That person had been a famous character in God's domain, having the title of Everlasting War God. He was also an apex expert, and his fame was not the slightest bit inferior to Summer Sunshine's. In a direct confrontation, even Summer Sunshine would not be a match for Everlasting War. 20 seconds later, Shifeng transformed into a streak of white light as he teleported back to White River City. The sky gradually darkened. A large number of players had returned to the city, and people crowded the streets. Passing through the lively streets, Shifeng soon arrived at the bank. He then stored all of the top-tier and advanced equipment he had obtained in the guild's warehouse. He also placed the level 30 Dark Gold Staff, the Roaring Blaze Staff, and the level 30 Dark Gold Greatsword, the Azure Heart, on full display in the guild's warehouse for a time. The members of Zero Wing went into an uproar. The war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile had significantly depleted the stock of equipment inside the guild's warehouse. Now, however, over 1,000 pieces of equipment had suddenly appeared. Aside from the large amount of advanced equipment, the stock of top-tier equipment had already exceeded 100 pieces. Beyond that, there were actually level 30 dark gold weapons inside the guild's warehouse. Currently, the players of various large guilds still struggled to obtain level 25 equipment. Bronze equipment was a challenge to obtain, much less mysterious iron. On the other hand, their guild had level 30 weapons. They were dark gold weapons to boot. They were definitely the best weapons in all of God's domain right now. However, shortly after everyone in the guild started spreading the news, Shifeng had arrived at the Adventurers Association. He handed over the guild residence promotion order, officially promoting Zero Wing's residence to a 2-star residence. Star Moon Kingdom System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to own a 2-star guild residence. Rewarding 30,000 guild popularity, 500 gold coins to the guild, and 1 guild smithy promotion order. White River City System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in White River City to own a 2-star guild residence. Rewarding 10,000 guild popularity and 200 gold coins. The system announcement repeated 3 times, and every player in White River City heard it loud and clear. Damn. What is this crap? Our guild hasn't even obtained a guild residence, yet, already, Zero Wing has a 2-star guild residence? What's this 2-star residence thingy? Lots and lots of money. Suddenly, Star Moon Kingdom's official forums exploded with activity. Everyone discussed Zero Wing, and the various large guilds had also begun asking around about the benefits of a 2-star guild residence. Also, what was a guild smithy promotion order? However, the activity on Star Moon Kingdom's forums paled in comparison to White River City's. Zero Wing is simply too amazing. Overwhelming Smile has only managed to establish its guild residence after much difficulty, yet, Zero Wing has already obtained a 2-star guild residence. I've just received news that Zero Wing's warehouse has received an influx of top-tier equipment. There are even level 30 dark gold weapons in there. Now, Zero Wing's guild residence has been promoted to 2 stars. Zero Wing is simply overpowered. It seems that Zero Wing is still the true overlord of White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile is rich, it still cannot compete with Zero Wing. Now, even Overwhelming Smile's financial power in the game is no match for Zero Wing. We will have a better future if we join Zero Wing. That's not all. I've just made some inquiries and found out that guilds can establish a guild smithy inside a 2-star guild residence. The repair fees there are 10% cheaper than elsewhere. Meanwhile, that guild smithy promotion order can be used to promote a 1-star guild smithy into a 2-star guild smithy. The repair fees of a 2-star are even lower, 15% cheaper. You can save so much on repair fees alone. Other guilds have no chance against Zero Wing. All hail Zero Wing. I want to join Zero Wing. For a time, Zero Wing became the #1 guild in the hearts of White River City's players of White River City. Suddenly, White River City went into a frenzy as players tried to join Zero Wing. Chapter 486, generous benefits. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shi Feng was currently applying to establish a forge inside Zero Wings Guild residence. Sir, this is the model list for smithies. In addition, there is also a list of blacksmiths. You may choose any of the names listed there. The NPC at the counter smiled as she passed two lists to Shi Feng. In God's domain, buildings were not limited to a single model. There was a large variety of models available for players to choose from. Players could even design their own buildings, though designing one from scratch required a lot of time. If not for highlighting the uniqueness of one's own guild, most players would choose one of the hundreds of models that were already available. Promotion of buildings only required a promotion order. There was no need to spend any money. However, constructing a new building or reconstruction required a large sum. Depending on the size of the building, the materials required, and the building's function, the price of construction would vary. A guild's smithy was extremely important. Hence, Shi Feng needed to decide carefully. Smithies were differentiated by 3 grades: ordinary, refined, and luxury. Though the price of each smithy was higher than the last, each grade was also more efficient. Ordinary smithies cost between 100 gold and 200 gold. Aside from repairing weapons and equipment, guild members could also sell their unwanted items to the NPCs at the smithy. Refined smithies cost between 300 gold to 500 gold. Aside from having all the functions of an ordinary smithy, refined smithies had a more refined and luxurious appearance. Refined smithies also had a weapon maintenance function. If a player left their weapon in the smithy's care, its durability consumption rate would drastically reduce for a period. At the same time, one could also hire intermediate blacksmiths if they had a refined smithy. One should not underestimate the function of blacksmiths. These blacksmith NPCs all possess different capabilities. For example, some blacksmiths might take less time than others to repair weapons and equipment. Other blacksmiths might produce stronger maintenance effects. Hence, hiring a powerful blacksmith was of utmost importance. Lastly, luxury smithies cost between 800 gold and 1000 gold. Aside from having all the functions of a refined smithy, luxury smithies had a rest area that allowed guild members to accumulate the double EXP buff. However, 48 hours of rest was required to accumulate 20% of the buff. In addition, luxury smithies contained forging rooms. Moreover, these were advanced forging rooms, which were far more effective than those at the Starstreak trading firm. One could also hire advanced blacksmiths for the guild's future development. Will get the most benefits from the best option. Let's choose this 1000 gold model, then. After looking through the model list, Shi Feng chose one of the largest luxury smithies available that allowed him to invite up to 10 blacksmiths. After deciding on the model, he began to choose his blacksmith. Shi Feng had received 700 gold from the system reward alone. In addition, he also received over 300 gold for each dragon scale set equipment that sold at the Blackwing auction house. At this point, he had already sold more than 20 sets. Currently, Shi Feng had more than 8,000 gold on his person, making him wealthier than any single guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, gold would continue to fill his bags as more sets of dragon scale set equipment sold. So, he did not mind constructing the best smithy available, following which, Shi Feng chose to hire 10 advanced blacksmiths. These 10 NPCs were the most skilled blacksmiths one could currently find. Their monthly wages ranged between 3 and 5 gold. After Shi Feng finished dealing with the smithy, he searched for a secluded location to adjust his appearance back to Yifeng. He then hailed a horse carriage and returned to Zero Wings Guild residence. When Shi Feng arrived at the residence, he discovered a sea of players crowding the entrance, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. There were currently 2 berserkers in dragon scale set equipment standing guard and maintaining order at the residence's entrance. The fine gold rank glow from the sets thoroughly awed the players who had come to sign up for the guild. Is that a fine gold set equipment? I've seen it on the forums before. I think it's the dragon scale set equipment. Currently, a single set costs more than 300 gold. Zero Wing is just too rich. They actually bought 2 sets. Not just 2. I hear that Zero Wing's warehouse also has 1 set available for trade. As the crowd discussed Zero Wing's wealth with astonishment, the newly constructed smithy also attracted their attention. The smithy's construction was not as tedious as the guild halls. The smithy required much less time as it had fewer functions. As long as the guild paid the construction fees, the smithy could be completed in less than 10 minutes. Zero Wing's smithy was 3 stories tall. The smithy's luxury-grade appearance dazzled the onlookers, and many among the crowd even believed that they had arrived at the capital city's advanced smithy. The smithy was large enough to accommodate several hundred players, and it was even larger than an ordinary guild hall. This is my first time seeing such an extravagant smithy. Zero Wing isn't giving Overwhelming Smile any chance of survival. Zero Wing's smithy is almost the same size as Overwhelming Smile's guild hall. It's so much fancier than their guild hall, too. From what I heard from Zero Wing's guild members, this smithy even has a weapon maintenance function that reduces the durability consumption rate of a weapon for a certain amount of time. With this, who knows how much money we can save when grinding monsters and raiding dungeons. For this guild smithy alone, I'll do anything it takes to join Zero Wing. The independent players who had come to participate in Zero Wing's test watched the guild's transformation with reverence, their desire to join Zero Wing intensifying. Morale among Zero Wing's members soared when they saw the growing flood of players coming to join their guild. Now, whenever they strode down the streets with their 6-winged emblem revealed, they would receive countless envious stares. Standing a short distance away from the residence's entrance, Thoughtful Rain quickly noticed Shifeng's arrival. Waving her hand, she shouted, "Yifeng, we're over here." Shifeng promptly walked over. Standing beside Thoughtful Rain was the expert who Shifeng was extremely familiar with, Everlasting War. However, though Shifeng knew about Everlasting War in the past, the reverse was not true. The 5 companions by his side were also outstanding experts. In the past, Shifeng had lived in an entirely different world from them. He had failed to reach even the upper ranks of God's domain, much less the pyramid's peak. Yifeng, let me introduce you. This man is Everlasting War. He wishes to discuss business with you. Thoughtful Rain slowly introduced Everlasting War's party to Shifeng. At this moment, Everlasting War was shocked. After evaluating Shifeng, the pressure he felt from Shifeng was intense. He had not expected Zero Wing to possess another unfathomable expert besides Black Flame. "Hello, I am Yifeng," Shifeng said, smiling faintly at Everlasting War. "This place isn't suitable for a discussion. Why don't we head inside to chat?" Saying so, Shifeng led the group into the rest area in the guild residence's smithy. The rest area was very elegant. Even having beverages available for guild members, this rest area was no less impressive than the city's restaurants. Is this really a smithy? Trailing after Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo's eyes shone brightly as she entered Zero Wing's residence. It was as if she had just stepped into an entirely different realm. Secretly, she said, "Rain, look. That's the weapon maintenance room. There are such high-quality weapons inside. Even the blacksmiths are the rarely seen advanced blacksmiths. Rain, make sure you say something to Yifeng later. With such awesome guild benefits, it would be a huge shame if we didn't join." Chapter 487, Dark Arena. Thoughtful Rain glanced at Blue Bamboo's pleading look before examining her elegant surroundings. Indeed, no other guild could compete with Zero Wing, so it would not be a bad choice for them to join this guild. "I only met Yifeng by chance, our relationship isn't what you imagine. I can only try my best, don't expect too much," Thoughtful Rain replied softly through their private chat. Blue Bamboo nodded vigorously. Compared to Blue Bamboo's fascination, Everlasting War and his companions only considered Zero Wing's benefits and environment decent. However, compared to a small, unknown guild, the sudden emergence of a great expert like Shifeng was what truly shocked them. Carefully observing his surroundings, Everlasting War suddenly realized that Zero Wing's members were actually quite powerful. They were much stronger than the members of other guilds. As the rumors had said, Zero Wing was the true overlord of White River City. A moment later, Shifeng had led the group to one of the small rooms located in the rest area. The environment inside the room was excellent, and the pleasant aroma filling the air soothed everyone's tense spirit. Feng had to admit that the luxury version of the smithy was worthy of the price. He had not spent 1,000 gold for nothing. What would you like to talk about? Feng asked casually as he looked at Everlasting War. Originally, I had hoped to ask Brother Yifeng to introduce us to your guild leader, Black Flame. However, seeing as Brother Yifeng possesses such strength and is one of the upper managers of Zero Wing, discussing this matter with you should have the same effect, Everlasting War said leisurely. Truth be told, we are not players from Star Moon Kingdom. Rather, we are from the Beast Empire, the 8th strongest country in God's domain. As you can see, although we are independent players, our weapons and equipment are not the possessions of ordinary independent players. Indeed. The majority of your party's equipment consists of level 25 fine gold equipment. The level 25 shield and weapon in your hands are even dark gold rank, something extremely rare throughout God's domain. There are not many guilds in Star Moon Kingdom capable of obtaining those items. Feng nodded in agreement. He could not help but admit that there was a massive difference regarding resources between the empires and kingdoms of God's domain, not to mention the difference between Star Moon Kingdom and the current 8th strongest country in God's domain, the Beast Empire. Their weapons and equipment are all level 25 fine gold and dark gold rank. How is this possible? Blue Bamboo looked at Everlasting War's party, her eyes widening with surprise. Blue Bamboo knew that Everlasting War was very powerful. She could tell that just by looking at his level all this time. However, Blue Bamboo had thought that the fine gold and dark gold rank glow effect surrounding Everlasting War's body originated from level 20 weapons and equipment. She never considered that he had level 25 weapons and equipment. Level 25 fine gold equipment was a luxury to any guild, much less dark gold rank. By the side, Thoughtful Rain was also shocked. Only now did she understand why this party did not mind giving them a level 25 secret silver staff. It turned out that these players were all using level 25 fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment. Is this the gap between a kingdom and empire? Thoughtful Rain was greatly confused upon seeing the shock on Blue Bamboo's and Thoughtful Rain's faces. Everlasting War's companions felt proud even though they had long since gotten used to the shocked expressions of White River City's players. Yuri mistaken. Although there is indeed a gap, it is not as large as you imagine. Moreover, they are no ordinary independent players. Someone has sponsored them, Feng explained. In God's domain, both players in kingdoms and in empires face similar difficulties when leveling up. However, since empires mirrored the major cities in the real world, claiming the players who lived in said cities upon character creation, empires had far more players within their borders. As a result of the astounding player population of an empire, the competition in an empire was far more intense than in a kingdom. The intense competition, in turn, gave birth to greater motivation, which resulted in empire players improving their techniques faster. Naturally, the levels and equipment of empire players were slightly better than kingdom players. As for Everlasting War's party, even in empires, they were far above ordinary players. So, how could the ordinary players of White River City possibly hope to compete with them? Feng's declaration stunned Everlasting War's companions, shock coloring their expressions as they stared at Feng's calm smile. Feng's words were not incorrect in the least. It was as if he had seen through every detail about them. Brother Yifeng is as amazing as expected. Someone has indeed sponsored our weapons and equipment. This is also why we have come in search of guild leader Black Flame. Everlasting War did not deny Feng's statement. Slowly, he said, you might not know this, but a few days after God's domain launched, the various major corporations around the world began to invest in the game. In order to prevent an overly intense struggle, these corporations began hidden competitions with each other. These competitions take place in the dark arena. The various major corporations send their experts to face each other, taking the chance to probe the opponent's strength. The victors earn large amounts of gold, credits, rare materials, and other benefits that you cannot even begin to imagine. I have come here today with the purpose of inviting guild leader Black Flame to join our battle team. If our battle team wins, it will benefit a guild such as Zero Wing that lacks funding. Not only can you obtain a large sum of credits, but you can also obtain a large sum of gold coins and top-tier equipment that you cannot even imagine exists now. However, I want to invite Brother Yifeng to join us, instead. What are your thoughts on this? Although Everlasting War's voice was soft, it was sufficient to shock everyone present. This was a competition between the top 500 corporations around the world. This competition was several times more intense than the competition between first-rate guilds. The experts that were invited to participate were on an entirely different level. I understand. I can agree to your invite, but I have a request. Shifeng calmly said he had long since known about this dark arena. It was a gathering place for experts. However, the experts there were far more powerful than the experts one usually saw in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the financial power these people possess was several times greater than a first-rate guild's. If one could obtain consecutive victories in the dark arena, it was even possible to obtain more credits than what Underworld possessed. Take Everlasting War for example. Originally, he had not been a professional virtual reality gamer. Before God's Domain came into existence, he had been a top-class professional bodyguard tasked with protecting world-class characters. He had undergone both specialized mental and physical training. Ordinary people could never hope to be a match for him. Only, the price the Dark Arena had offered was very high. It was enough to tempt even Everlasting War to play God's Domain. In the end, Everlasting War had become the Everlasting War god of the Dark Arena, one of the apex existences of God's Domain. In the past, Shifeng had been fortunate enough to witness some of the matches in the Dark Arena. However, he had never even come near to qualifying to participate, as this was a competition between major corporations. Only those who were invited were allowed to participate in the Dark Arena request. Everlasting War could not help his surprise. He had not expected Shifeng to maintain his composure. However, he decided to ask, "May I know what this request is?"